because even at the bottom end of this tournament there are valuable points to be gained, as core status will be the key issue for next season also. But the first game this morning on finals day features New Zealand against the United States, and yesterday New Zealand defeated the Americans by 35. They ended the day as firm favourites and top seeds. New Zealand, well, they lead 6-0 in the series. America, the USA, yet to defeat the Silver Ferns. As we have a quick look here at the teams. Well, New Zealand, they've been struck a blow overnight with the loss of Gail Broughton. In comes Kelly Brazier for her first start. They have a top try scorer on the first day, Portia Woodman, in their ranks, and Kayla McAllister, the previous player of the year. And it's going to be a tough ask for the United States. And Rick Siggett, well, he puts out the team that faced New Zealand first up yesterday, led by Kelly Griffin. And Dana Meskizi is the fleet-footed winger, and Jessica Javeley certainly has a good turn of pace. And joining me, Wyn Griffith, and sharing the commentary here is former Silver Ferns representative Melody Robinson. Good morning, Melody, and a great day of rugby sevens again in front of us, I should think.
Oh, really looking forward to the quarterfinals. As you mentioned, United States have got a big job in front of them, haven't they? Because New Zealand, in that 54-0 defeat over France in the last game of pool play yesterday, they made a statement. That was the best performance I've ever seen from the Kiwis, and so the United States will have to play out of their skins.
But the backstory to that, of course, was that they were aware that Australia were in pole position. They were certainly the firm favourites at that point, and they were top seeds. But New Zealand went out as the world champions they are and scored 54 points to top the seedings ahead of today's quarterfinals. So the referee for this match is the affable James Mbulambiu from Fiji. Just his 20th match in the Women's Sevens World Series, but he has a wealth of experience in the men's series. So let's see then, can New Zealand get off to a flying start today and realise their ambitions of retaining that top seed status as the tournament, as the series moves on to Atlanta next month. Well, the Americans certainly have their game face on today. Taylor Nathan Wong, a change of direction, taken in by Catherine Jackson, the centre for the women's 15s, the American Eagles. Look at New Zealand already putting pressure on the ball carrier here. That's Lauren Doyle, rather, the USA number 6. Javeley, she's the speedster, although finding herself closer to the action these days. For Lyon, away she goes up to halfway. Can she get away? Can she get the pass in? Solid tackle coming in there from Portia Woodman. Saw her attacking skills yesterday and the defensive skills to the fore very early on here on finals day. So first possession then to New Zealand, looking to stretch the USA defense, and you have to make your first tackles.
Rock one right.
Good pressure there from Johnson from the United States to shut down Kelly Brazier.
So New Zealand through Kayla McAllister. Well tackled. She just about manages to lay the ball back. And the USA not rolling away in the tackle. And already the Americans penalised it twice in the opening minute and a half, and the gap opens up for Kayla McAllister. Can she go all the way here up against Jessica Javeley? There's not much of her, but she's quite determined. Is Javeley. New Zealand will get another stab at it here, another penalty against USA. Nathan Wong eyes the opposition there, and it's a breakout from Sarah Goss. Well, that was too simple, far too simple.
Lovely work from Goss there, because she went back for the cut, then stepped off her right and went back on the outside to make it over the try line. You see Tyler Nathan Wong, there was actually a hole in front of her. She really shouldn't have given it to Goss, but Goss somehow made it over. A very good start for New Zealand.
Keep moving, 5, please, thank you.
So Taylor Nathan Wong closing in on 200 career points. As New Zealand then open their account with a well-taken try from Sarah Goss.
What we're seeing from the United States at this moment, Win, is that they're trying to put pressure at the tackle area, at the breakdown. They're wanting to upset the flow of the Kiwis.
Yeah, Rick Suggett knew full well it was going to be a tough ask today. Quick word with him last night, and he just gave me that look which said, wow, that's going to be some challenge. Didn't need to say anything. Again, change of direction. It's a poorly executed kick from Nathan Wong, and that gives the Americans possession on halfway.
Yeah, I think they should go back to conventional kickoffs to the left-hand side. She's more accurate on that side.
Johnson gets support. And this time, it's McAllister who's penalised. Johnson on the ball here from the Twin Cities Amazons club. Well, they were saying the Rugby World Cup sounds in Moscow. Breakdown in communication there, but it might still work out though for the USA number one. That's sterling work from her. Falayan, can she get away this time? Oh, only she could have got that pass, but it's still on for the USA here. They have a man over, so to speak, and in the corner goes Lauren Doyle. Well, the good work was done initially by Katherine Johnson, and that will give the USA tremendous encouragement.
Oh, they looked up, they knew they had space. It was Griffin who did the nice, long, accurate pass out there. Scanlon needed to come and shut on Griffin. She didn't. It gave them the room. United States, great hit back.
The 5 tries to 2 in favour of New Zealand yesterday. Americans got 2 tries. They're in the game here early on. If New Zealand thought it was going to be a stroll in the park, well, they'll have to think again. Johnson, not a bad effort, just drifts wide though.
The United States are always good on day 2. For some reason, they don't click when they start tournaments, but now they've got their most experienced sevens players out there. They've got a pattern. They're looking slick.
In the shade there, Sean Horan, successful New Zealand coach. And all these American players are contracted players, just as their opponents this morning. Goss leaves it for Hazel Tubic. Good solid tackle coming in from Dana Meskizi. USA number 8, Goss. Thinking about the switch. Lauren Doyle, well, we've seen her attacking skills. Good, solid tackle there. Tubic again. Goss just about manages to get the ball away to McAllister. She's got the speed, so Woodman on her shoulder, cutting back inside, taking on the American defense. 2 USA members sucked in there into the tackle area, and there could be something on here. Goss with a floated out pass to Charlotte Scanlon. Scanlon up to the USA 22. Javelin comes across and just about manages to pull her down, but I don't think she's prevented the try though. Good effort from Javelin, but Scanlon showing good strength to get in at the corner. Let's hear what the referee and his assistants have to say about this one.
Yes or no? Yes? Yes, try. Thank you.
No problem there. So it's a second score for the Silver Ferns.
Scanlon did a good job there, didn't she? She had a long distance to run, and she had Javelin, who, as we know, has plenty of pace, but look at the power, just fends her off, keeps her at bay, stretches out, just gets the try. Really interesting. New Zealand has gone away from their wide game. They're taking it close on that inside channel with the cutbacks.
And a brilliant conversion from the touchline from Tyler Nathan Wong. 2 points short now of 200 career points. What a valuable contribution to the New Zealand cause. French Tag and Sevens Rugby World Cup representative. If you're new to Sevens, it's the try-scoring team that gets to restart. It's a better restart from Nathan Wong, but she's left the New Zealand left a gap open there on the far side. Well covered though. USA building again through a Javelin. She could get away. Well, you put your money on her to score a try, but snapped up there by Sarah Goss, the captain, into midfield. Kayla McAllister steps inside. Lauren Doyle pins back her ears. It's a wonderful individual score for Kayla McAllister.
Well, it was the wrong tactic, wasn't it, from Javelin? She went straight into the traffic. All the black jersey. Sarah Goss was the one that ended up with the ball. And when she gets a little bit of space, McAllister, just that step off that left foot. And all too easy in the end.
It was that trademark step again from Kayla McAllister, and you'd think that the Americans would have studied the videos, but they still, you can study all the videos you want to. But when you're faced with that side step, there's nothing you can do about it. New Zealand ahead by 21-5. So arrive at half-time. Well, let's listen in to Sean Horan.
When we come forward and when we come forward with the ball, when we're decisive, we are such a better team, mate. And clear, mate. And a great way to build into that. We had to tough out. Ty, that was awesome down there. Outstanding steal down there, mate. Outstanding. Charlotte, that try up there, 50 metres of this, she's one of the quickest in world rugby, and you nailed her in the corner. Match out now. So girls, the inside shoulder is on to attack. Okay? That Tahi channel was attacking that.
So inside shoulder, Sean Horan is talking about the fact that the defence from the Americans are slightly drifting, and it means the direction, if you step back the other way, they just won't be able to change with you.
And that's the weakest shoulder, the inside shoulder all the time.
We need to have you on the backside and we'll pick them up. When you get a chance to turn over, let's get off the ground really quick. Counter-ruck right away, and let's get ourselves established. That person will do double the time to work, so we got twice the amount of time to breathe to get recovered. And then it's chase, turn the ball over again. You make the tackle, get up and work, okay? Let's go, let's score first on this one, let's go.
Yeah, he's talking about counter-rucking, so they want to attack the New Zealand team's ball when they go into contact, try and win it back. Interesting, he didn't talk about their attack because the option taking hasn't been right so far, apart from that one lovely try that they scored.
Supporters here from all nations, and I suggest that one or two nations perhaps might be supporting the host here, Brazil. Japan not in the tournament. So USA, the mountain to climb in this second half. They trail by 21 points to 5 at half-time. Catherine Johnson gets the restart, kicks long downfield. That's good work here. Oh, excellent work by Kelly Brazier. Almost back up to halfway. USA in there. And they obviously listened to what Rick Sickett had to say, and that's a good effort at the ruck from the Americans.
Oh, great body position, and you see they put that second shove on. Worked a treat, didn't it?
That will give them confidence. Now then, let's see what they can do with ball in hand here. Kelly Griffin showed up well yesterday, did the captain, looking for Lyon perhaps. Didn't really work out. Kirsten Thomas, 3 tries yesterday for the newcomer from the University of Central Florida. Griffin, a quickly taken penalty to trouble it seemed there for a while. Oh, good work. Javelin is away. Can she go all the way? Almost brilliant tackle there from Kayla McAllister, but she reached out. Good effort from Jessica Javelin. That's where she is at her best, Mel.
Oh, look, she was on the edge. She was out on the wing. We love seeing her out there. Good little pass once again for Griffin, involved again. So much pace. How did McAllister catch her there? But look, momentum got her over, and she had the great mindset just to reach out.
The determination of Jessica Javelet, a national hockey representative for the US of A. Gifted athlete, that's what Rick Suggett says about her. She certainly showed some athletic and gymnastic ability to get that second score for the USA.
Keep going, keep going. Next, going, please.
Difficult kick.
Could be crucial to win, have to say.
Well, seen Taylor Nathan Wong kicking that conversion from the near touchline here. No breeze at all at the Arena Barueri. She had the distance, she had the length, not quite the height on that occasion. So USA is still 2 scores behind.
If they try again, just talk to them.
James Mbolambi telling Sarah Gosson no uncertain terms that he wants the players to move beyond that 22-meter line, to respect the opposition kicker. We saw him do this yesterday. Now next time he says, I'm going to penalise somebody, and that penalty might come in the form of a yellow card. Good refereeing by James Mbolambi. They have equalled their try tally of yesterday against New Zealand. The switch between Sarah Goss and Hazel Chubik. Scanlon, powerful Charlotte Scanlon, has stolen though by the USA. Now here's an opportunity. Away goes Thomas. Thomas will get there. What a superb try for the USA, and that will bring them right back into this match.
It all came from a mistake from the Kiwis, didn't it? The Scanlon, she threw the ball back when she got tackled, spewed out the side. Nathan Wong was there, but she couldn't pick it up, and instead the Americans jumped on it and got a great try there to Thomas.
This should be a simple conversion for Johnson. It's game on.
So here's a replay there. Ball popped out. Wonderful work. She's got so much pace. A bend off there on Goss. You don't see that very often. Her missing a tackle. She'll be disappointed. That young lady very happy indeed.
Wow, that's a turner for the book. And Thomas, well, again, Rick Suggett says that she has a great attitude, good speed. She's got good strength as well, good vision. Johnson succeeded with the conversions. It could all be tied up here, but a rare mistake from the New Zealand captain, Sarah Goss.
An absolute shocker there, Win. No pressure on her. Knocked it on, and she's usually so good under the kickoff ball.
I read a description of her the other day. She's a young, unbearded version of the men's sevens captain, DJ Forbes. I'm not sure whether that's a compliment or not. Watch the gap on the narrow side. James Mbolambi calling them back. Farvesi thought she was away.
This would be...
That pep talk at half-time from Rick Suggett has done the USA a power of good.
Oh, well, this would be one of the biggest upsets in the series over the last 3 years if the Americans can get out on top.
Back from Farvesi to Javelet, 2-on-1. Oh, lovely work, lovely interplay between Falayan and Javelet. Javelet, she's got pace. Back to strength into midfield. That's Megan Lee Bonney, but then again it's Thomas, and again it's the handoff, and this is the try. Oh my goodness! Oh, what happened there?
Oh no!
Wow!
Oh, Thomas!
Well, she was over, she was clear, and that would have given the USA the lead.
Lovely offload there from Griffin. Gosh, how good has she been? That fend, I'm loving that fend, Thomas. Oh, just popped out of her hands.
She knows that she may well have cost victory here for the USA, a famous victory. Well, she's got to forget all about that incident, put it at the back of her mind, and start all over again.
2 minutes left, Win. It's plenty of time.
Never turn your back on the All Blacks, on the Silver Ferns. taking it right out onto the left there is Ruby Tui. Now it's going to be a test of the Americans' defense. They've had the lion's share of possession in this second half. Portia Woodman challenged by Megan Lee Bonney, looking to step out of the tackle, gets up to the New Zealand 10-meter line. They've not been in the USA half in this second period, but there's danger here in the form of Kayla McAllister. And that's Jordan Webber. She knows that her brother Joe was in the squad that won the Wellington Sevens this weekend. Can she repeat that performance? I wonder, but away goes Portia Woodman, and she's going to add another try to her impressive tally on day one. 10 tries on the opening day, and that's her first today, and that takes her to 300 career points, and that's a marvellous record.
Yes, all-time top try scorer so far, Portia Woodman. Just a little fend there. It was Verlaine. I think fatigue must have played part in that missed tackle. But New Zealand, they worked it through the middle of the park and then spread it out wide where the space was.
Well, we've seen the highs and lows of women's Sevens rugby in the last minute or two. Kristen Thomas coughing up a score down the far end, which would have given the USA the lead, and who knows, a famous victory perhaps.
Even though they're ahead, I don't think New Zealand will be happy with this performance. The United States have put a lot of pressure on them at the breakdown. It's been the right tactics in that area. And New Zealand, they haven't gone out to the edges, played the 5 metres like they usually do.
28-17, the USA need 2 scores now. They must secure possession. Not sure what Tyler Nathan Wong is doing at the restart here. She's not fooling anybody really with that change of direction, the switch. And how many times we've seen it working against them. This will be the final play then. And Rick Suggett, the American coach, I think, can only rue what might have been. But he knows that this team is built on solid foundations. And speaking of which, I can see Alep Kelter on for the Americans, somebody that's certainly caught your eye. There she is with ball in hand.
Yeah, she is one to watch. The big shoulders, plenty of strength, double international for her country in other sports.
So this then, the final play. We've had some drama in this match. It's out of reach for the Americans, but they'll be desperate to get a final score here. Javelin to Kelter. Goes to ground. Javelin once more. And Kirsten Thomas waits on the wide outside. Here she is, Thomas against Portia Woodman. Oh, excellent work by Thomas, but a tremendous defensive effort, a lung-busting effort there, reaching out Portia Woodman. Still, it's with the USA into referee's time at the end of this match. And it's been a tremendous performance by the Americans, but New Zealand are playing like the champions they are. Never panic, and that is it. James Mvalambu blows the final whistle, and Sean Horan will know how close his team came to going out of the cup competition here. And all credit, full credit to Rick Suggett's side, the USA, and that dropped ball over the try line. It's cost USA dearly. 28-17 the final scoreline. Coming up, Brazil against France in the second cup quarter-final, and your commentators Sean Maloney and Sue Day.
So our second cup quarter-final about to get underway from the Arena Barueri here in Sao Paulo. Sean Maloney joined in commentary by ex-England international and captain Sue Day. Well, what a way to start the day. If that's the marker, we're in for a special afternoon.
If Brazil and France can follow that game, it's going to be a very, very good one, that's for sure. Goodness me, what a show of rugby we've just had. There's the
starting Brazilian lineup, and give us a couple of players to watch there, Sue.
Well, yesterday, Paula Ishibashi probably had her best day of rugby ever for Brazil. She was inspirational as captain, inspirational as try scorer, just kept everybody around her, doing all the right things at the right times.
And Marjorie Mayans, one to keep an eye on also from the French team. Leah Berard will take charge. Let's see if the locals can get it done here in front of their home crowd. They really set them alight here yesterday, did Brazil, chasing a couple of repeat performances on the business day. Off and running. Good pressure there right off the kick-off as France come away with it. Long ball there from Ledouf. It's a good one. It finds Biscarat. Work their way back. Midfield as the drums rev up, trying to lift the Brazilians. They look to pin down France early. That has been called back as Ladanu takes in the contact and just settles it down for the moment. Go quickly through Ladanu. This good play, really good play from Grassano. She will put her foot to the floor and go all the way for the French's first in the Cup quarter-final.
Yeah, great finishing from Grassano. She's a winger in the 15s game, generally hooks in 7s, but she has that pace. She's a lovely balanced runner, often a playmaker on the other half of the pitch for France, but here finisher, lovely, lovely footwork, and then just goes for the outside, and there's no catching her.
So patient build-up brings 5 points for the French, who were absolutely flogged in their third pool game yesterday by New Zealand. They got tuned up 54 zip, so this will have their coach, David Courteau, a little happier to start the Sunday session.
Yeah, it was a disappointing performance from France last up yesterday against New Zealand. Now, New Zealand were the favourites, absolutely, but France are a better side than 54-0 suggests, so it was important for them to make a good start today.
Bring that in, Esteves, and France will flood through and look for a second, but going to go back for a penalty right on the 22 to the French. So still with the side who are 5-0 up, and they go wide to Ladanu again. She's had some quality touches early on, wrapped up there. Pivoting going back against the traffic is Biscarat.
Okay there? No. Advantage good. No. Advantage over.
Good line there, coming from Amiel. And Brazil in turn rip it back, and at long last, after 3 minutes, they will have a crack with the ball.
Yeah, you're right. They've had to wait a long time to have a go, haven't they, Brazil? See what they can do now. They've stuck really in their own 22.
Speaking to the Aussie girls last night, Sue, when they said when they played Brazil yesterday, the noise was so loud they couldn't hear each other on the park. It just echoes around this arena.
Yeah, it's fantastic atmosphere, and they get the drums going, and you can't hear yourself thinking commentary, and we're the other side of the stadium from those drums, so I can't imagine whether you can hear very much on the pitch at all. Amazing atmosphere, though.
They don't stop, do they? All day long, they'll just keep tapping away.
They've got as much endurance as the players on the pitch, that's for sure.
And here they come, Brazil.
No!
And they make their first foray into the French half count. That looked to be off the knees. It'll be a penalty anyway to Brazil, as Ishibashi, their #1 player, takes it on and pops up beautifully. They go again inside. Unfortunately, that one doesn't go to hand. So impressed yesterday with the captain too, Paula Ishibashi.
Yeah, she was just at the centre of everything that Brazil did well. She was a good playmaker. You could see her talking to the team all the time. They've been nervous playing in front of a home crowd, but she just kept them calm. And then, of course, she's the one that scored pretty much all the tries as well.
She racked a couple up, 3 in fact, for her team. It looked to be a knock-on from the French, and called just that way by Leah Berard.
Yeah, it's proved a good call for Brazil, kicking for territory out of their 22. It's an unusual call in sevens, but I think they felt we've been stuck in our end of the pitch for long enough. Let's get out of there, and here they are up in the other attacking 22.
Ishibashi takes it on, taps and goes nice and quick and peels off some quality meters in close. Penalty advantage coming for Brazil. They will go ballistic here if they can somehow find a way to cross and really bring their fans into the game.
Do you have a number on that? Did you have a number?
Yeah, if they'd had a number, they could have been in trouble there. It was clear not 10, clearly impeding the player who's trying to take the quick tap, but I don't think they know who it was.
Now the switch play, the ball's going to beat. Oh, it's going to beat Esteves into touch.
So disappointing. You could see exactly what they were doing, and they'd made the space there for Esteves, but the pass just didn't go to hand. An unusual move, taking the quick tap and backing up, but it brought the defence on, left the space out wide, but unfortunately the execution wasn't quite there.
So now perhaps Esteves can look to help put some pressure on the line-out, but France are up to it. Will now work it out of their danger zone. Cover tackle there coming from Ramalho. Brazil making some contact again. It was Ramalho putting his shoulder on. Esteves makes a very important cover shot there, and they look to force a turnover. It's just knocked on at the side of the ruck. Oh, they're away.
They're so close, Brazil, aren't they? So close, but it's just those little errors that are creeping in. But that was an excellent tackle from Esteves. Not only did she make the tackle, but she wrapped up Fanny Horta so she couldn't get the pass away. Had Fanny Horta got that pass away, France were in. So great tackle from her. Just a shame they couldn't fully affect the turnover.
Watch it, watch it. Penalty advantage blue, 6 yellow off early.
Right, so penalty advantage is now gone, so Brazil will just have to knuckle down here and try and mitigate the damage in the run to half-time. Good work there at the breakdown, but side entry.
Let it go, okay.
Yeah, she was entitled to go for that ball, but not from the side. You've got to come in from the back foot.
Crash ball there in the midfield from Mayan. More strong work in defence from Brazil. Esteves released the player, so again France will have another shot at the locals. Little dummy coming there from Ledouf. So they're really stacking up now the penalties. They'll do well to hold on here, Brazil, and will be unable to do in the shadows of the break. Ladanu goes in.
Yeah, good strength from Ladanu. I think Brazil might have been in trouble had she not scored, because they got back about 2 meters from that last penalty, not 10, but the quick tap goes in straight to the hands of Ladanu, and she powers through over the try line.
So the additional 2 through the sticks and up on the scoreboard, and at half-time in this Cup quarter-final it is France 12 leading Brazil 0.
Settle down. Settle. Aqua. Okay, let's go tight. great defensive, great attitude, great determination. It's just those little finer points. The ball's on the ground, turned it over. Okay? Just need to settle down. You secure the ball first, then you look at your options. The basics. Okay, come on, points. Ball on the ground, you have to go down. There's a lot of ball on the ground against France. Secure it first. Long placement in your rucks.
So the New Zealand accent there of Brazilian coach Chris Neal, all the way from Canterbury. See the family back home in NZ and over here doing evidently a pretty good job with this Brazilian team.
Yeah, they've come on in leaps and bounds the last year, the last 2 years. He's done a fantastic job developing the team. By all accounts, there's a huge number of players coming in behind these 16, 17, 18-year-olds that he's talent spotted, and he picked up exactly the same points that we were talking about in commentary. It's the little things for Brazil. They're so close, just not quite close enough.
Well, it's a country taking sevens in the right direction in the run to Rio. They've got 20-team local comp, just sevens for the women, dotted around here in Sao Paulo. So they like what they see, and so do we from the commentary box.
Yeah, it's some really good rugby for them. And, you know, 20 teams just in Sao Paulo. Think how big this country is. Think how big the pool of players could be for Chris Neal to be picking from in the years to come.
Okay, so they're down by 12 at half-time, looking to extend their run in the cup draw. Brazil, a little bit of work to do.
10.
Good work there from the restart from Mayans, who tapped it back, and it's really scrappy there. Slows up, just checks Brazil for the moment. As Hamayo kicks across field, and it's a horrible bounce for Brazil. Gee, that took a nasty turn.
It did, and that's the problem with kicking in sevens. You could see exactly what she wanted to do and exactly why she was doing it. It was the kick pass, really, wasn't it? She just wanted to get the ball into the hands of the player on the wing. But, you know, if you don't catch them on the full, you never know where they're going to go.
You guys.
To be a knock on there, but it's in fact play on for Biscarat.
Hold, no. Yellow, 3, side.
So these penalties really starting to hurt Brazil now.
Yeah, Julia Sada didn't look happy about that, but she was so far from the back foot coming into that ruck. You've got to get all the way around. Yes, compete, but you need to do it legally, otherwise you're just giving free ball to the opposition.
Set play here off the penalty, and it's going to free up the 5 to the 6, so it'll be Fanny Horta going in and extending France's lead. They're clear by 17.
Yeah, Christelle Leduff and Fanny Horta combining well. Not surprisingly, they played so much rugby together, 15s and 7s, but it was that lovely move, wasn't it, that made all the space for Christelle Leduff. Then she gets the ball in 2 hands, keeps her eyes open. The potential switch was on the inside, but Fanny Horta chose to stay on the outside, and it looked like a good decision.
Go up to your 10, please. 4. To your 10.
That's a sweet hit conversion attempt through, right on. And over the black dot, and it is France 19-0 ahead of Brazil. Again, a really well-weighted kick there. So important in sevens to get that right. Ishibashi has to charge back and pick up the scraps. We'll have a scrum feed to Brazil.
Yeah, Mayon had a strong tournament in Dubai, and very good work there competing at the kickoff. It's become such a crucial part of sevens. No longer do the team just want to kick the ball away to the opposition. They want to be competing, get that ball back.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
So Brazil got to be the next to score. That's sharp work at the back from Ishibashi. She goes again, the little pocket rocket. It's a beautiful ball as well. Across to Futuro. Nice cover tackle coming there from France. Ishibashi again. A couple of tricky passes there in the midfield, and they'll have to put on the switch there. Esteves gets a nice offload away. This much better from Brazil. Just as we say that, it comes loose, but no real damage done. Numbers to the left, but France read the other well, and they just don't read that pass there from Ishibashi. Just had the runner on the wrong angle, and it'll be France who come away with it and then force a penalty.
Yeah, it was a bit of a bullet from Ishibashi to Futuro, wasn't it? Didn't give her much chance, giving the ball straight back to France.
Here comes Ledouf on the left touchline. Looking for the knockout blow here, France against Brazil. Just ghosting across the park. And picking up the runs. Ledouf, that's good play from France. That's an excellent finish. That'll be enough. They're on their way to the semis, and it is Ladanu finishing the Brazilians off.
Yeah, Ladanu again, strength relatively close to line, a little bit of footwork and then powers over. France didn't really have a lot on anywhere else. They're a bit tired. They know they got the game won, hadn't realigned very well, so they're playing in a 15-metre channel here. In the end, Ladanu said, I've had enough of this messing about. I'm taking it over the try line.
A composed performance from the French, and the conversion attempt from Ledouf is away on that occasion. I know it's a different team from the side that was whitewashed by New Zealand yesterday, but it's hard to believe that they're even some of the same team. It's a complete form reversal.
Yeah, very hard to believe. I think once France went a couple of scores down in that game, they just lost heart. They didn't believe in themselves, and you have to play in this game. USA showed, yes, New Zealand might be world champions, but USA gave them a really good game, and that's what I expected from France yesterday.
They still keep coming. That's a great tackle from Coquelin. Once more, the French looking to really ice it. They do so through Guillaume.
Yeah, Lisa did a very good job of working her hands free in the tackle. She was brought down, but she was still looking. Here she goes, driving through, but keeps her hands free and gets the ball away to Guillaume.
From Ledouf. No problems with adding the additional two. And France well and truly clear now. Love to see Brazil just jag one try if they can, so to give the crowd something to really...
Yeah, and they've come so close a couple of times, haven't they? Just a little bit more accuracy than they would have been in, so it would be good to see it now.
Unfortunately, we won't get to see it, and in time it'll be France coming out on top of the locals. 31-0. France beat Brazil.
In another repeat of yesterday's Canada against Russia. And Canada have second top point scorer of the season in Ghislaine Landry, number 9. Farella was amongst the try scorers yesterday, captained by Jen Kish. Russia, well, they will want to avenge that defeat of 20 points to 7 yesterday. Mel Robertson, and with the likes of Kurinova, Kazakova coming good certainly towards the end of the first day. They're quite capable of doing so.
They really are, Russia. They're a team that plays individually, so once one of them gets the ball, they just try and make the gap themselves. So they're quite difficult because a lot of them have got step, footwork, and they're very, very fit. Canada, on the other hand, that win that they had against England in their final game yesterday, wow, did they step up. It was the experienced players who were so good, and their passing was so accurate.
I think it's still worth reminding ourselves that Canada is the only team other than New Zealand and Australia that has got to a final of a series tournament, and that was in Atlanta last year. So they're quite capable of pressing on from here. And
don't forget, in 2011 they were unbeaten for 12 months, and they made the final of the Rugby World Cup sevens as well. So a very good team.
It's a settled side. The coach John Tate, 3 out of 3 yesterday, topping 20 points each time. And, Russia, well, they drew with England. That showed tremendous character to come back and claim the draw 17-all, and then they let rip against South Africa in the final game last evening by 40 points to 0. And it's that first score of the day yesterday that still rankles with the Russian girls. The defeat at the hands of the Canadians by 20 points to 7. The referee for this one is Jessica Beard from New Zealand. The long kick from Russia to open the game. This is Ghislaine Landry with the pass out wide to Bianca Ferrella, Canada's top try scorer. Kelly Russell to Jen Kish, the captain. Takes it out to the right. Good work here by Karen Paquin from the Club de Rugby Quebec in French Canada. Ghislaine Landry to Moleski. Ferrella looking to get the better of Baizat Kamidova. She's one of the star players and has been for the last few seasons for the Russian squad. But Canada still have it through Stacey, the number 5. Now then, a chance here surely for Canada to open their account. In at the corner goes Paquin. Well worked try, the patient build-up.
This was exactly the way they opened their scoring against England yesterday, going from sideline to sideline. This time they had to go through about 4 phases, but Jen Kish, she's got such a beautiful pass and appreciation, and Paquin, well, great finisher indeed. Look at that.
So Canada off to a flying start here, the 3rd in Dubai in November. The 4th series event in a row. They're looking to go one better here in Brazil.
You know, they had such a job getting to Brazil. They didn't arrive till Friday morning because their flights kept getting cancelled with the bad weather. They could only bring 2 of their management over, so the United States has shared the medical team, the physios, that kind of thing with them. So no wonder they started a little slowly yesterday, but I think they're back in form now.
Yeah, they regrouped last night and took a collective deep breath, and they're out and firing on all cylinders here this morning. It's warmer today than it was yesterday. That's going to bring its own problems. Hydration. So.
Yes, it went the 10 metres there, so it would be a line out.
Max here. Watch front for me, please.
Ashley Stacey from the Lethbridge club in Alberta. One of well, all the Canadian squad targeting Rio in 2016, of course. Over the top it goes, and finding Kayla Moleski from the Williams Lake Rustlers. Ghislaine Landry, well, she was top point scorer until Portia Woodman got her try earlier today against the US of A.
Ferrella just put her leg over the touchline then. A little unfortunate. What about that line-out throw-in from Russia?
Well, he knows something about line-out play. John Tate, 6 feet 8 inches tall.
Look at this, she does a pass-in, very unconventional.
Yeah, that goes back a few years, doesn't it? That style of throw-in. Wow, I'm not sure that was the wisest idea. Penalty was going to come in any event. Petrova, Russian number 7. This is their top try scorer. Canada know all about her. Baizat Kamidova. here. She showed up well yesterday. Feisty number 2 for Russia. Muharremov taking on the Canadian defense. It's well smuggled away though by the North Americans. Ghislaine Landry out wide this time. Cuts back inside. A hint of a gap opening up for her.
Down.
Shipping up Beard rather in very quickly to award the penalty. 5 points to 0. Petrova, big and strong, powerful. Kazakov, Katerina Kazakov. The Red Yard Club in Krasnoyarsk.
Play, ball is out. You on the ground, holding the ball.
Yeah, Russia just playing the one-off rugby, very easy to defend. Canada with an opportunity here.
Yeah, Jen Kish on her own on the near side here. Kish for the try line. Seredina can't tackle her, can't catch the Canadian captain, and she doubles her team's account. Russia there, guilty perhaps of taking their eye off the ball.
Jen Kish, she's been playing quite wide in this tournament. Here she is at the end of another. So fit, so smooth, and very powerful. She often ducks under the tackle like that.
It doesn't have the pace of Ghislaine Landry perhaps, but as you say, she is a very powerful individual, and she powers through tackles and ducks under tackles. Very difficult to pull to ground.
Very well recognised too, with all the ink. Got her first tattoo when she was 17 of a maple leaf, in fact.
That's right. That was, she posted her intent and ambitions even at that tender age. We find sometimes that these rugby players have all sorts of messages on their wrists. And Jen Kish is no different, and cancer being the prominent cause of her concern. Kudinova. Oh, good work by Kudinova, and Russia will claw one back here. In at the corner goes Nadezhda Kudinova, the Russian captain. She may be small, but she ducks and weaves to find space, and then she swerves and sidesteps away around the sweeper, and that's exactly what she did.
Kudinova loves to take a quick tap, doesn't she? The dummy. And you see there, it was Kelly Russell who she ran around. She knew there was a mismatch. She's got the pace, and over for a good reply.
So Russia onto the score sheet. Difficult conversion here. Right out on the left. Study and concentration. Almost paid off. So we arrive at half-time with Russia clawing one back. It's 12-5 and all to play for in the second half.
Russia really need to start using their hands a little more. They've actually had numbers on Canada once or twice, but they're just hitting it up individually. You want them to use the ball across the field a little more.
Играйте сразу шире. Вот вы ударили, после этого сыграйте шире. Вы же смотрите рядом, идете с места. Они тут же начинают играть.
Pavel Baranovsky, the coach, he lives and breathes every second of every game. Look at him, wearing that steely gaze and what's known in Russia apparently as a nastroy na igru, reflecting the spirit of the game, but I think you and I, Melu, call it game face.
I hear his training sessions are worse than Gordon Titchen's. They train in the morning, they do a weight session, and then they do 3 hours in the evening. Very calm in the Canadian camp in comparison.
Yeah, John Tate. Here Canada defeated Russia for the first time in the Women's Sevens World Series yesterday, 20 points to 7. But when you look back over the years, and Canada went unbeaten, as you were saying, John Tate at the helm. So it's slightly misleading. Modesta Kurinova, playmaker. So Ashley Stacey will get the second half underway with her team leading by 12 points. Russia have it, and they'll want to retain possession and work their way downfield from here. Kurinova, it was who went to ground. Canada coming over the top are going to ground, so a chance for Marina Petrova, again showing her determination, and Ghislaine Landry is no slouch. That's a good tackle. A big hit coming in and making sure that the tackle player went back down to the earth as gently as was possible. Malikina leaves it for Anastasia Muharimova. Seredina, the bounce of the ball.
Yeah, such a pity too, because they started to use the space, didn't they? Put it through the hands.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult now for Russia to get their hands on the ball. Some fine ball skills being shown by the Canadians. Handling.
I have to say Petrova though, she's got plenty of wheels getting around the outside of Landry.
It's on its way. Here is Landry. Long pass finding Bianca Ferrella. He had a good tournament here in Sao Paulo last year, but this is the young lady that's having an excellent tournament for Canada, Ghislaine Landry, and she's back now on the top of the points scorers list this season with her 8th try here in Sao Paulo.
The combination between her and Ferrella, well worked, they know each other. Ferrella knows that Landry is a threat on the inside channel, so gives her the ball early, and good percentage play there.
Almost a telepathic understanding between the two. So let's remind ourselves who was at the top of that points scoring table this season. Ghislaine Landry, as I just mentioned, Portia Woodman, and second there, Tyler Nathan Wong, courtesy of the conversions and the kicks that she's added to the odd try here and there. There's no surprise that New Zealand feature prominently on that list. One or two Australians will want to get into the mix, I should think, before the day is out.
Emily Cherry for sure, last year's top points and try scorer.
Conversion falls wide of the mark. 17-5, still time for Russia. They need to score next. So a high hanging kick from Stacey to restart the game. I should think she'll be looking for a repeat of that. Give her forwards a chance to get to the ball. There it is. A little too far perhaps this time. Good chase though from Karen Paquin. Advantage here for Russia. Kazakova. Advantage is still there. Now it'll be a time for Kurinova on the ball, but that's given Canada a chance to reorganize their defenses. To contact goes Malikina. Good offload to Kurinova. Knocked forward by Ghislaine Landry deliberately, says the referee. Beard.
Well, you know, she had to do that because there were 2 free Russian players on the outside, so even though she's given away a penalty, she's probably saved a try.
Well, we've seen yellow cards given for that
Yes.
indiscretion. It was a deliberate knock-on, which was deemed to be by the referee. Oh, she spotted the gap, didn't she, Marina Petrova? Powerful number 7 for Russia. This is her 9th tournament. Russia desperate to get onto the score sheet here. They have the advantage, the best of passes, but now then, let's see whether we can see Kamidova here in full flight out on the left. This time perhaps the pass will come. With the powerful force that she has been in recent seasons. She's doing well here, looking to get away from the Canadian defense, but pops the ball right into the hands of Karen Paquin. Surely that was forward.
Oh, looked a mile forward.
That was almost in Rio de Janeiro. Giving chase though is Bianca Ferrella. Picks it up, snaps it up, but taken there by Malagina. Well, if Canada score here, still think that pass was forward.
It was forward. Unfortunately, Jessica Beard was in the wrong angle to see it. She didn't get help from her touch judges. But what an effort there from Ferrella. It was all individual. She got tackled, she released the ball, she got it back up, drove it forward. The tackler never released her. Great rugby brain.
Here it is. Well, you could see from the direction of the hands which way the ball was going, but okay, the try is allowed, it stands, and just for me to remind myself that this young lady, Bianca Ferrella, scored 8 tries in Sao Paulo 12 months ago, 25 tries last season, and here's another one to add to her tally.
Talk about strong to inch over that try line.
This game is slipping away from Russia, 22-5.
What I like about this Canadian team is that they're just so balanced. They've got forwards that do the grunt work, and they've got some really good pace and brains outside.
And also John Tate likes to introduce some youngsters, some newcomers at each and every tournament. I don't think he did that in Dubai, but he's brought in 2 youngsters here. Charity Williams, we caught a glimpse of her yesterday, and Nadia Popov, which would suggest that perhaps she has Russian ancestry. That's the soccer halfway line, I think. Well, no harm in trying to gain an extra few yards. Kokina, she's just come on. There it is, Kesh is in the hunt. Penalised, so Kamidova weaving her way, looking for a gap in the solid Canadian defence. Uzacic. Svetlana, and she could be in here. Yes, she is. Wow. Now then, is there time? I doubt it, but Russia have left it a little late here.
Usata, very well done, because really it looked like nothing was on. Just a little bit laborious, but see the missed tackle there by Ferrella, who done such a good job before, and then the nice fend off. Miss Williams, who just managed to get her in the end. By then it was too late.
Taking your foot off the gas perhaps when we think the game is won. Canada, it's safe for them. The ball comes off the replacements. Charity Williams has scored an excellent try yesterday, seem to recall, showed good pace.
Yeah, she's another work in progress. Certainly her attack, stunning.
So the last throw of the dice here then for Russia. Trailing by 12 points. The converted try won't do it here. Petrova into midfield. There is Kamidova. Out wide is Gozeva. Good defensive work again by the Canadians. Hannah Darling coming in for this tournament. She didn't play in Dubai, but that is it. Jessica Beard blows the final whistle. Good effort from Russia, but a competent display again from the Canadians, who certainly look deserving of their place in the Cup semi-finals. They've defeated Russia by 22 points to 10.
Super desafio grande rugby sevens. Aqui direto do Arena.
Seven-a-side rugby, that's what we enjoy watching. Some tackle that. What a thriller here in Dubai. That was bang, bang, thank you. This is superb. Just confidence from the youngster.
Beautiful skills.
Back try. silky skills to step and go, and well, that is class out the top draw. This girl has got real class. The ebb and flow of this game is absolutely outstanding. Can she get it the whole way? We've been treated to some magnificent seven-a-side rugby.
This is the future of the women's game.
Yeah, so much still to look forward to across this Sevens Women's World Series. Today we are in Brazil with the Joker. He's on hand, and Spider-Man too. I'm Sean Maloney, joining commentary by Sue Day, former England international. Well, they've really started to come out, haven't they? Get amongst it, the locals.
Yeah, they have. I'd just like to remind you all those yellow shirts are Brazilian shirts, not Australian ones. Sure.
Of course, our next matchup will see green and gold of another kind. Indeed, the Australians taking on England, and, well, they appear to be very closely matched, these two teams.
There's a lot of history between them. There have been a lot of close games between them. On the back of recent history, though, you'd make Australia favourites, wouldn't you? They've been outstanding on the first day here. England started well, but stuttered a little, so you'd put your money on Australia.
Would you? Would you put your money on Australia?
You put your money on Australia.
All right,
sure.
Tell us who to keep an eye on in both these lineups.
Oh, it's hard to pick one from Australia. They've all been playing so well, but Caslick, Quirk and Cherry, for me, they're just at the heart, and they make the Australian team tick. Such good playmakers, which makes it easy for people like Green on the outside to run the tries in.
And for England, Watmore particularly impressive yesterday.
Well, yeah, so Australia, they shared the tries out a bit yesterday. England, Joanne Watmore, 6 tries. They seem to depend on her quite a lot to get the ball over the try. And there are some good runners in there. Waterman. England will need to try and share it about a bit, challenge from more places than just through Joanne Watmore.
Well, they are taking on the defending champions, England. Australia getting the cash here in Brazil last year, and they'll certainly have designs on doing so again in 2015. There are the results of England across day one, and the draw against Russia, followed by that tight loss to Canada. Oh, good yesterday, good today, Canada. And there are the Aussies. They really served it up to Brazil in the opening game, and then cruised past both China and Fiji. Such a strong lineup with Shani Williams there in the 2, the captain. She's a fearless competitor. Shani Williams really goes hard from the get-go, and so do a number of the English, including Staniford and friends. So this is set to be a top draw match. We've got one of the best referees in the business taking care of us, Rasta.
Goal.
We'll grab the whistle here in Sao Paulo. It is the defending champions trying to progress against England in the Cup quarter-final. Often gone by the boot of Caslick, and immediately it's a breakout and a strong one from England. The offload is excellent too to Watmore. Expect her to cover plenty of the park today, as to Williams, so strong at the breakdown for Australia.
Yeah, good start from England, but great work at the breakdown from Australia. We didn't see much from England yesterday competing at the breakdown. They did it in the early games, but then tailed off. That shows how important competing at the breakdown is. Getting those turnovers, getting the ball in your hands.
Elliot Green starting for the first time. Came off the bench yesterday. Keep an eye on her too. She's a real flyer as Dalton crashes it up just short of halfway for Australia. Parry now rips a long pass across to the playmaker Caslick, who floats one long to Green. This is what we've been waiting to see. Green winding up down the left touchline. Stop stutters. Good cover defence there from England to shut down the flyer. Penalty advantage coming though for the Australians. Here comes Quirk. On the switch to Williams. Nice low chopping tackle there from Burford. Now that one just slipping forward, looked to be forward. Let's play on. Say our officials, and dart down the short side there. Forces the Aussies now to just bide their time, and it's Quirk ripping a long ball. The pick up from Williams is outstanding. She's got her foot on the floor. Ain't no stopping Sharni Williams.
Yeah, good vision from Australia, wasn't it? England had pushed up, which is what they need to do, but when you do that, you have to make your tackles. It wasn't the defensive organisation that was the problem for England, it was just making the tackles. Here comes Sharni Williams. It's a handoff on Danielle Waterman, of all people. She doesn't miss many tackles, but a great finish from Sharni Williams. You know, she adds so much to this Australian team. She's there in the breakdown winning the ball, but give her a bit of space, and she is also very hard to stop.
Patient build up for Tim Walsh's man. He'll be a little relieved. It's alongside him Scotty Bowen as well, another accomplished fly half. So Bowen and Walsh form a very formidable coaching outfit for the Australians, and well supported in the back room too. So good start for the green and gold. And that weighted almost perfectly.
2 inches short, do you think? Just short, but goodness me, not far off. Jo Watmore was waiting for that, expecting it to drop short, and it did, but goodness me, about an inch.
So now England get a chance to try and counter that opening score from Sharni Williams. It's a nice bit of lead drive through contact from Chamberlain, still going Chamberlain. Terrific run. Waterman looking for the switch ball. Instead, Burford comes to the left. Green will have to get low and get hard. It's great work from Staniford. If she's got it down, she has done extremely well.
We'll wait and see what the referee says he's given the try. That was excellent finishing, wasn't it? Used her footwork first of all on the stutter to hold up Elliot Green, and then powered over the try line. We'll see a replay in a second, but she had a lot of work to do here. I was thinking she should have gone in on the switch, but first of all, the little stuttering footwork holds up Elliot Green, then powers through 2 tackles, rolls over the head of Chloe Dalton, and just gets the ball onto the floor. Great finish.
So now the conversion attempt will come via the boot of Elise Richardson. She's hit that so well, it just falls short. Suday can't believe it in the commentary box. So it remains Australia 7, England 5.
So close that, wasn't it? You can't ask for more accuracy than that, just not quite enough legs.
So really delivering everything we'd expected of it, this clash between Australia and England. England coach Simon Middleton will be happy now, a little happier now to be down by just a 2 rather than a 7, as Quirk slides across the park and goes on the switch to Cherry. Hasn't had too many touches early on. The reigning Sevens player of the year, the World Rugby Sevens player of the year, Emily Cherry. Here's Williams, the opening try scorer. Tackle that from Chamberlain. There's Cherry going across to Quirk and holds a pass up for Green. Maybe on the second, and she can break clear, and another great covered tackle from England. Shuts her down. Cherry digs it out. Comes across to Kaslik. Again, so dangerous. Kaslik at the line. Dummied now, gives it off. It is oh so easy for Cherry in the corner, but put it down to Charlotte Kaslik.
Such good footwork from Charlotte Kaslik, such good footwork. She looked up and saw the England defence was just a little bit disorganised. They thought the referee was going to blow the whistle. You have to play to the referee's whistle. It's just the 2 of them. Cherry out to Kaslik. Kaslik sees the opportunity, flat-footed defenders, and then passes out. Not sure she needed to, but passes out to Emily Cherry.
Dare we say that pass, the Cherry on top. I feel dirty for having had said it, but it's a wonderful try for the Australians. Emily Cherry, 3 tries yesterday. Talk her up another. They've got a long way to go in this match as the conversion attempt comes in from out wide. It's waved away, so 12 points to 5. Still the unconverted try.
Yeah, that one had the legs, but not quite the accuracy, didn't it? Unlike Alice Richardson's earlier. But great start from these 2 teams. It's end-to-end stuff at the moment.
Already a couple of great quarterfinals this morning. The New Zealand-USA match won right out of the top draw. New Zealand just squeezing past a fantastic USA lineup. Now, goes down to Richardson. Goes on the... Goes a switch ball to Chamberlain. And here comes the English try scorer, Staniford. Rangy player, really strong. Here they come again. They've had a bit of success down this left touchline, and now bursting through. Will she have the gas to go all the way? The cover defence is amazing from Quirk. The pop ball comes. Quirk ups and goes again. Brilliant from Alicia Quirk. Now Cherry will just settle the touch. Half time, siren has gone. Caslick pass was a tricky one to bring in, so she races back and scoops it up. Has Dalton to work with down the far side. Watmore trying to put a bit of pressure on there at the breakdown. Williams will get clobbered there by Waterman. Good tackle, Waterman, but still they keep it alive, the Australians. Green.
Last feed. Advantage, penalty advantage.
This will help the Australians clear from their half. Williams switches to Caslick. They'll go back for the penalty for being offside. Gee, they must be exhausted. The ball in play so long, Sude.
Goodness me, it's going back and forth along the pitch, isn't it? Both teams exhausted. Interesting how Australia, are they going to run this or are they going to kick to touch? They're going to run it, looks like.
And then it will be Alicia Quirk saying, I've had enough. Let's go grab ourselves a little bit of agua here in Brazil, with their team leading 12 points to 5. An outstanding half of sevens rugby between Australia and England.
Big points, we have nothing coming through the middle, okay? Defense is what wins fight, right? Defense, we're gonna get our feet close, get under that thing, feet close to leg drive, and our ruck decision take care of everything. Attack is going well, okay? Get away from that middle area and look for those inside balls, okay? When we are deep, we're attacking, we've got to engage a little bit more. Okay? Engage in attack, and then kick over. Exactly what we want. Good hard contact, leg drive, get on the back. If you have to play short again, that's absolutely fine. If not, let's shift it. But hold your depth. Tickle it two off the ball because the wingers are flying in. All he'll need is a tip on. Right? Don't get anxious. Right? Don't get anxious when we have to go kick yet or anything like that. Let's keep the ball in hand. The more we recycle the ball, the more we'll break them up, the more we'll shorten them up. Right? Keep the physical battle going. Keep the game tight. Middle edge, okay? Keep presenting a challenge, right? Smart thinking.
Just one thing in defence, I'm doing it as well. We're all looking at the ruck. We've got to get up and say, keep the runners out. We fucking look up, we know what's going to be going.
Got to get out of that guard, yeah, got to get...
Listen.
There's the Wallaby mascot. The Wallaby mascot is carried around the world by Tiana Penatani. That falls on Wallabies teams as well, Sue, where the youngest in the squad has to lump it around the joint.
Yeah, I'm not sure where Rory is. I think he must be at the Six Nations with the England 15s team against Wales today, because ordinarily you'd see Rory
side by side.
Yeah.
Rory would have been happy the other night with the result against the Welsh.
He certainly would. That was a great performance by the boys.
Okay, it's a pensive Tim Walsh. He knows it's high stakes, the Australian coach. Knockout Sevens Rugby coming to you from Sao Paulo in Brazil. We hope you're enjoying it wherever you're watching on from around the world. You're about to be treated to another quality half here between Australia and England, the defending champions taking on the old enemy, as they're commonly known. Here's Parry, just straightening in that far channel. Dalton comes back to Caslick. Across the Quirk, so dangerous in the midfield, those two, when working together, as is this lady, Sherry. Green, the cover defence, can't bring her in on the first attempt. The second shot, it's a beauty from Waterman.
Tackle only.
Superb work from Waterman. Here's Caslick again. Oh, so dangerous at the line and goes straight on by.
Her footwork this tournament has been excellent, hasn't it? She doesn't need a gap. She just needs a slightly flat-footed defender. That's all it is. Alice Richardson's hips are looking outwards because there's a threat out wide. Charlotte Caslick sees that. She sees the defenders going that way. Tiny little step inside. That's all she needs. And because she can step up at a sixpence. That's all she needs. And in under the post, such a good player.
So the conversion attempt from Dalton is excellent, and Australia hit first. Caslick, not only the footwork but her stride as well, her gait when she does get through, covers enormous ground.
The thing that the Australian playmakers have is pace. So some of the playmakers in this series don't quite have the pace to match the Gasser players out wide, but the problem teams face playing Australia is Caslick, Quirk, Cherry. When they get through, they're through, right? They're really hard to catch.
Over to England now to try and hit back. They're more than capable. They are an excellent outfit, and they too have game breakers dotted amongst their lineup, but they'll need to go next. There's one now taking that in beautifully. Did Watmore, and they're going to jump straight onto the attack. Oh, this is excellent if Watmore can get it back again. She does so. And this will help them perhaps strike a blow against Australia. Switch pass goes into Hunt. The dummy and the fend coming, almost through, was Richardson.
First thing, the foot went forward. Come out, back out 9. Back out. The foot went forward. Roll out 10. Here we go. Roll out 10.
Go again, the crash in tight. Brought down was Burford. Chamberlain across to Hunt. Long ball there to their initial try scorer. The footwork is sensational from Staniford. She's in for England.
Michaela Staniford to finish again. It was 2-on-2. She didn't have the space out there, but used the footwork for all her might. Aaliyah Green, an inexperienced sevens player so far. We've seen her with the pace, but so far in defence hasn't quite got the whole range of tools. And Michaela Staniford just making the most of that. Standing her up, standing her up, standing her up, and going for the outside. Lovely finish. It all came, of course, from the kick-off receipt from Joanne Watmore. Both arms up in the air, just getting it, and then lovely interplay between Watmore and Marley Packer.
So all-important conversion attempt coming up here, and it is going to land closer to the 22 than the goals, but gee, that is a great strike from England.
Yeah, not quite as close as Alice Richardson's last attempt, wasn't it? And you can see there from that 19-10 scoreline how important the conversions are in sevens rugby. They make all the difference. England's tries have been out wide, so Alice Richardson hasn't had much chance, but they make the difference.
It's a good take there from the Australians to settle it for the moment. Still plenty of time to go. 2 minutes 46 is a lifetime in sevens rugby. Down by 9, that's nothing but a thing if you're chasing. Possession key for Australia if they want to progress. Cherry does well to hold her feet post contact. Waterman comes back for another shot.
Advantage. Still advantage.
It's been wonderful getting
Still
across the
advantage,
park,
play
Waterman.
advantage,
She's
play
made some
advantage.
crucial tackles for her team. There he goes, Quirk across to Parry.
Advantage over.
Dalton down the right touchline, steers back in field.
Ruck.
Very composed player, Dalton, for Australia. Here comes a fend, and now It's the fresh legs of Vania Polite on the park.
Still penalty advantage, sorry.
Numbers queuing up to the right for Australia. The last pass is right on the money to Parry, and she steams over. That might be enough to send Australia to the semis.
Yeah, really good sevens from Australia, wasn't it? Patient sevens, just built and built and built and built. Stretched the poor old England defence from one side of the pitch to the other. And in the end, in sevens, you just run out of people. You can't cover that much pitch when the opposition teams move it from side to side like that. Very good work.
Now your 30s counter, you got 10. Let's go. You've been wasting time. 10 seconds, go. Now.
Chloe Dalton, she's all smiles for the moment. Can she make it a little broader? Not on this
just
occasion.
don't waste time with that walking over there, please.
Well, the quality was good yesterday, Sude, and today it's just gone to another level.
Yeah, good performance from both of these teams. England had a disappointing day yesterday. They'll be disappointed with this result, but they should be much happier with the performance. Australia, though, with Quirk, Kaslik and Cherry in the middle of the park controlling things on another level at the moment.
Dalton goes deep. Cherry over the top, trying to force a turnover, and does just that. Gets low to the ground and forces the penalty. Now Parry, can she finish with a double? Good tackle again. Now they come across the park. Cherry with a raking pass to Kaslik, does extremely well to clear the pass for Vania Polite. There it is. A little bit of juice on top for the Aussies. They're off to the semis and they'll face Canada.
Yeah, great work again from Australia, wasn't it? Kaslik, we've shown us everything that she's got today. Fantastic footwork, and that time took and gave that pass within a millisecond, made it easy in the end for the finishing on the outside. All came from Kaslik's pass.
So Chloe Dalton looking to round out a very impressive performance. That one no good, but her team have done enough, and they are on the march to try and defend their title here in Brazil, home against England, 29-10.
So we have our Cup semi-finalists in Sao Paulo in 2015. It'll be New Zealand against France and Canada against Australia. So the next game will be a bowl semi-final between Fiji and South Africa. Powerhouses in the men's version of the short court, but they've never met in the World Series. Siata captains Fiji. Some exciting runners with Brittany Coates, but I suppose the most devastating runner is on the bench for this one. She'll start off the bench. That's Radinia Vuni. South Africa, well, they found life tough here in Sao Paulo, looking for their first win. They came unstuck against England, Canada and Russia, led by Zine Jordan. She certainly makes things happen for the South African team. She missed out on Dubai, looking here for their first victory of the weekend. Joined by England's Sude, and I would think, Sue, that these two teams are evenly matched. And despite the fact that they're low in the order, because they're looking for championship points, they've secured core status this season, and that was quite an achievement for both these teams. So they'll be looking to build from here.
Yeah, big achievement for both teams to have core status. The next challenge is to be able to put on a performance, tournament in, tournament out, 6 tournaments in a row. It's hard work. Based on yesterday's, it's a hard one to call, isn't it? They've not played each other before in the series. They both had pretty poor days yesterday. Fiji getting a few more points on the board. So maybe Fiji have a little bit more firepower, but in But in Zine Jourdain, South Africa probably have the most accomplished playmaker, most experienced.
And speaking of experience, we have one of our most experienced referees in Alhambra Nievas from Spain. It's a little cooler now than it has been earlier on today. It's 12:30 in the afternoon here at the Arena Barueri in Sao Paulo, and we greet you wherever you are joining us for this exciting tournament. Women's Sevens growing apace in World Rugby, and particularly so here in Brazil, where the investment to certainly appearing to be paying off, as Brazil beat Fiji here yesterday, and China as well. And Fiji looking in the hunt here for their first score, and the captain, Priscilla Siata, yes, you will get it.
What a start for Fiji. Siata setting the example. South Africa just gave her a little bit too much space on the outside, and we were talking about firepower. There's some firepower from Fiji.
Yes, well worked out there too. Siata giving chase was Fundiswa Plaiki. Did catch her on the try line, but the power of the Fijian captain took her over. Fijiana, as they know, the ladies team of the islands, much happier today, I should think, with this weather than they were in the run-up to the competition here, where we had tremendous downpours earlier on in the week.
Not the only ones who are much happier with the weather. The sun's out, it's shining here. All the rain's gone, fortunately.
That's a poor kick from Fiji at the restart there. The Fijians, the men and the women, love to play with the sunshine on their backs, and we saw some sunshine rugby from the islanders yesterday. Regrouping after Dubai, no less than 7 changes, and you were in Dubai, Sue, and it'll be interesting to see which team comes out for Atlanta next month.
Yeah, a few of the players here have put their hands up. You mentioned Radin Yavuni earlier. She's new to the series, but goodness me, she's made a mark on it.
And here's another young lady making a mark. This is Zine Jourdain, the captain, taking responsibility for the South African charge. That's a brilliant, wonderful, opportunistic try for Zine Jourdain, the South African captain.
Well, I was bigging her up in the introduction about how accomplished a playmaker she is, but you don't often see that finishing ability. Here she goes, shows a little show and go, tucks the ball under one arm, little step inside, and then just powers through.
That's a glorious shot of the Lady Blitzbokker captain. The head-on shot, but I wonder, she was limping a little bit, but I don't think she'll be unduly worried. I saw her at breakfast time this morning, and I said the last time I saw you, you were difficult in climbing the stairs at the Amsterdam Sevens, one step at a time. But she's had surgery since then to correct an injury to her knee. I hope she's not injured, because South Africa can ill afford to lose their captain. 5 points all then. 3 minutes into the first half. South Africa in a very tough pool here this weekend, with England, Canada and Russia. Fiji, with China, Brazil and Australia. They lost to Brazil. Tremendous applause for the Brazilian effort here yesterday, having beaten what they consider to be the powerhouses of rugby. Driving the legs is Lavinia Tinai, round under the posts. That should mean a simple conversion for Fiji, back in control.
Yeah, Fiji got it there in the end, but made it hard for themselves. Siata had the ball one out from the wing with Tinai outside and chose to take it into contact. Brittany Coates fortunately managed to recycle it and get it out into this lady's hand, but they nearly butchered that opportunity.
This is where La Tinai excels. She's got tremendous speed off the mark, according to the manager, Salita Koroi. Had a chat with her day before yesterday. Keep an eye out for Lavinia Tinai. She's got the power and the pace as well, and she's just shown us what she can do here. 12-5, that's Fiji's lead. The qualifying tournament in Hong Kong back in September. Huge delight. And here they are as a core team along with South Africa. can't quite take it. Leaves it for Marite Pena. It's advantage here for South Africa. Plaiki into contact. It's the high tackle that was penalised by referee Nieves. Just looking out wide there, Zine Jordan is still in some difficulty. Geldenhuys loves the physical contact. Goda looking for a gap. Coates gets her hands on the ball, can't prevent South Africa from retaining possession. Geldenhuys once more up against the try scorer La Tinai. Has to be a penalty surely. Pina leaves it for Simmers. Geldenhuys once more with the breakout, not the best of passes. Snapped up by Rongitha. Certainly impressed on day one here, the little playmaker. A little scrappy at the moment. But sometimes you have to retreat in order to advance. And look at Zine Jordan looking to hold up the player. Wondo. Talitha Wondo. There's number 3, Whitney Coates. Plays a rugby for the Ponsonby Club in Auckland. Snapped up there. It's an opportunistic try for South Africa and claimed by Nosipiwa Goda.
Fiji just made it so hard for themselves there. They had possession in their 22, but they were so flat. If you work hard off the ball, it makes things so much easier when you get the ball, but they stayed flat, trying to ship the ball sideways. Very hard to make accurate passes in that situation. In the end, throw the ball to the floor, and it just pops right into the hands of Goda. So thank you very much.
Well, you have to be alert in this game, and Nosipiwa Goda certainly was there. Simple score. This to draw level. No problem from in front of the posts for Marite Pina. 12 in the bowl in the semi-final. Valuable points to be gathered. Don't want to end up at the bottom end of the championship when the series ends up in Amsterdam in May. Palm back volleyball style there by Timaima Tamoy, and that's no surprise because she comes from a volleyball background.
Release.
Clearing out there by Fiji. Rongitha. Oh, good work. We've seen some men's number 7s from Fiji do that expertly. Good support here from Brittany Coates, almost up to the South African 22. That's a shame.
You must release.
Good cover defence from Pina, wasn't it? She had the back of Zine Jordan, who couldn't quite make the tackle.
The try scorer, Goda. Goes to ground, sets it up. Third player in off her feet. It's a little untidy. Totally unintentional though. Fiji again looking to release the speedster Tinai, and she won't be caught by Zine Jordan, I don't think. She just caught her ankle there and may well have caught a boot in the face for her troubles, did Zine Jordan. But that's a second try for Lavinia Tinai.
Yeah, South Africa needs Zine Jordan in the middle of the pitch, not on the outside, guarding players like Tinai. It's just as well, as you say, Tinai has pace up the mark. Fiji is standing so flat every time she's getting the ball, completely standing still because there's no depth. But with the pace off the mark that she has, and South Africa leaving their playmakers out wide rather than their wingers.
You just love those long strides, don't you?
Yes.
Lavinia Tinai, first woman from her family and the village in Wailotua, in the Wainibuka district, Tailevu, to play rugby. And they must be very proud of her at the moment. And Bula, if you are watching on the islands. Fiji then ahead 17-12 at half-time. Job half done.
Anything? Mariana?
Renfred Dazel is the coach of South Africa, a former sevens player himself with the Blitzbokke.
Okay?
7 seasons on the IRB sevens circuit.
You're making it so easy for them. They're fucking late, they're fucking unfit, and they're fucking tired, and we play back in.
Now we apologise for some strong language. Industrial language, perhaps I should say. More measured delivery, I fancy, from Eliesa Tanivula, the Fijian coach. And they're growing to love rugby here in Brazil. It's a newfound sport for many of them. And before this weekend, I'm sure not many people would be able to give you the names of 1 or 2 of the women's sevens players.
Oh, they're getting into the party spirit now, aren't they?
Getting ready for Rio next year, when rugby will feature in the Olympic Games, or the rugby sevens rather will feature in the Olympic Games for the very first time. It was 1927 that rugby last featured in the Olympic Games. And if I'm correct, the USA are the current USA rugby champions.
It's a lot for Rick Suggett and his girls to live up to, isn't it?
Zine Jordan. I think she's still carrying the injury. That's why she was playing with the outside backs earlier on. Not quite the 10 meters required. So it'll be advantage Fiji here with a short penalty.
Yeah, now if they've ever got the opportunity to, here's where Fiji can align, get deep, really hit the ball at pace. They've got all the time in the world to line up here.
So on the ball, it's the captain, Pri Siata, from the Central Chiefs Club in Suva. The coach, Jordan again, giving chase, and she's shaken off that injury. Just about managed to get a finger to it, but it's tipped forward. That's given Fiji possession, a half chance perhaps. Siata looking again for pace out wide. This is Tinai. Kick through, giving chase. Good speed being shown here. And the pickup is good also. And in she goes for her 3rd try. That's a brilliant effort for La Tinai. And it's a good reward for her effort and for her determination and perseverance as well.
Yeah, we heard Renfred Dazel say at half-time that the Fijians were unfit. Well, Tinai does not look too unfit there. She's just had to sprint the full length of the pitch, emphatically puts the ball down, although I think now asking to be taken off.
I think she'll be looking to the touchline saying now's a good time to bring Roella Radiniavuni on. And manager there with the beautiful flower in her hair, that's Salita Koroi. Runs a baker's shop in Suva, she tells me. I hope it'll be there when I go home, she says. She has left the responsibility to her husband, she was telling me.
Sounds like she doesn't have too much faith in him.
I hope his name is not Alfred and that he burns the cakes. So Fiji extend their lead, 24-12. South Africa need a score to get back into this match, and they need to score next, really. Zine Jordan closer to the action now, spinning it out to Goda. Good pass there, finding Shona Leah Weston. Here they come, up to halfway. Need to retain possession here. Weston goes to ground. Picked up by Siviwe Basweni, the newcomer. Geldenhuis, good strength again, and leaves the ball behind her, but there was no one there to pick it up. And Fiji have it once more. And they look to feed the replacements, and here is the speedster I was talking about, Radinya Vuni. But again, the ball is left behind, quicked up by Basweni. Goda looking for a try that will bring South Africa right back into this match. Some 10 meters out from the Fijian try line. Lee Weston to Jordan, a change of direction. Basweni, this is Geldenhuis once more. Has to be a try surely this time, and it will come to the newcomer, the youngster Siviwe Basweni.
You're right.
So South Africa made hard work of that.
Yes, you're right. It had to be a try in the end, but it looked at one point like they weren't going to get there. The scramble defence from Fiji, very, very good, but South Africa just needed to play with their heads up a little bit more. There were gaps everywhere, but they kept running back into the traffic.
Yeah, she may be having a first taste of sevens, but she is an international 15s fullback, Basweni. Shame that kick was way off the mark, because South Africa could have done with another 2 points. (24-17), one score separating the teams who will go through to the bowl competition here to the final. 24-17. Fiji have it from the restart. Ella Marama has come off the bench. Not for the first time. South Africa penalised at the breakdown, and a little bit of back chat perhaps has cost South Africa dearly. It's Geldenhuis who's been dispatched to the sin bin.
In sevens, referees are really hot on allowing the team who's won the penalty to play it straight away. I think Geldenhuis was getting in the way a little bit, let's say, of Fiji getting to the ball.
But here's a chance then for Fiji to round it off. Raicheli Uliunau, she's a replacement, also wearing 10 coats. Looking where she was passing.
Yeah, Fiji, you saw them pass the ball down the line, but it wasn't until it got into the hands of Coates, one out from the left-hand side, that anybody started actually running with the ball. They need a bit more depth. They need to come onto the ball, because that's what challenges defence. If, as a defender, you see somebody catch the ball standing still, not moving, you're not worried, and you know you can drift out onto the next player.
Yeah, Fiji played finalists in Dubai, lost to England, finished up 6th. They're also looking for automatic Olympic qualification, but they're off the pace at the moment. They could gain valuable points here, winning the bowl, the second-tier competition. South Africa still down to 6 players here as Plaiki takes it wide. Support is there from Piena, the South African vice-captain. She has the legs, or does she? No. Tamoy was there. Excellent work, and backing up again from Zine Jordan. She needs to get this ball down and get the ball back in play as quickly as she can, because it's going to be a difficult conversion. I wonder whether she knows that there's less than half a minute remaining of this match.
This line? Yeah.
Yeah, it's good work, wasn't it? She's always there. She's got a real set of lungs on her, supporting all the time when she's not playmaking, and gets the try down, but she needed to get that as close as possible to the post for Pienaar.
Yeah, would you forego the conversion attempt in this situation? Well, there we go. That's the answer, I think.
No, time is out.
South Africa so close. If they'd hurried up the conversion attempt, it doesn't matter really whether it goes over or not. They might have gone into extra time, and I don't think either team would have wanted that in any event. There we are. Fiji then have won by 24-22, and they will progress to the bowl final.
To Wyn Griffin and Sude for calling that terrific game between Fiji and South Africa. Sean Maloney now joining commentary by Melody Robinson, 2-time World Cup winner with New Zealand. Mel, a terrific morning's action.
Oh, it's fantastic. We've seen some really good games and some great performances too. Canada starting to win over the United States. Australia today, you'll be happy, are the form team as the crowd is getting into it, the beat of the drums.
They sure are. It's got a real samba flair to it here at the Arena Barreri in Sao Paulo. And our next up match, we'll see China take on Spain. And let's get a look now at their overall standings with Spain. Just the 2 matches in this series and 2 wins.
Yeah, and don't forget Spain, the Rugby World Cup 2013, ended up 4th. So they've got a very experienced team there in terms of 15 aside. And it is Platt in the number 5 jersey who has orchestrated or been part of their 3 tries they've scored so far in this tournament. China, well, they're a development project, aren't they?
They are, but they too capable of delivering glimpses of excellent sevens rugby, expected to continue here in the sunshine. It's really beating down now the razor, warming us up from top to bottom. And these ladies are set to make it even a little hotter out in the middle in just a few moments. It'll be China and Spain going toe-to-toe, and if you were to pick a likely winner, Mel, I'm guessing it's probably Spain.
Well, absolutely. The experience, certainly that for them. I think that they've improved from Dubai. They're using more sevens tactics out there. Because they've played a lot of 15s, these girls, it takes a little bit of an adjustment to react to the tactics that you should be putting at sevens, which is basically moving it to space, not going into contact. Now, these 2 teams have only really got 2 games today, so expect them to explode out of the gates.
So they're playing for the bowl. This is our second bowl semi-final with Fiji holding on at the death against South Africa in the previous game. So the winner here will go on to play Fiji in the bowl final a little later this afternoon. And we trust you're enjoying the coverage wherever you're tuning in from around the world. If you're in Beijing or perhaps in Barcelona, those 2 work quite nicely as Gabrielle Lee gets set to look after us. Good morning or good night wherever you are.
Well, Barcelona, don't forget, hosted the 2002 Women's World Cup.
Which you dropped in because you won, Mel Robinson. Righto, let's see them in action. Spain and China. It is our second bowl semi-final. And China will come away with it early on. Have a charge down the right side. Nice run that from Hong to take play inside the 22. Now they take play across the park to move it to the edges and striding into contact. Work there as Chin Chin fires it out to Zhao Ming, who puts it on the toe and wants the ball to sit up. It did, and then at the last moment just bobbled clear of her hands. She was in everything yesterday for her team. Zhao Ming unlucky on.
Well, wasn't that wonderful to watch, because she used a little bit of instinct there, so close to bringing it in. It would have been an amazing try. But China stick true to the pattern that their coaches asked them, and that is they're using the second man in to attack, take it up to the line, and their passing was very accurate, looked really good.
It's amazing the improvement just after having those games under the belt yesterday. Just those little things like passing have just come on massively overnight. As that sits in rather nicely for Vanessa Leal. But the counter ruck is tremendous from China, and they'll go straight back onto the attack. Switch there from Lillian. Keeping the ball alive there was Chin Chin for Zhao Ming.
Offside, pay advantage.
Now the advantage coming here as Chichao just gets dumped into the turf. Great tackle that from Real.
Advantage over.
Come the short side again to Zhao Ming, and she has knocked on.
Well, isn't that interesting? Because China just completely changed the pattern that they put out there, and they were keeping the attack close to the last tackle or offload. So just testing a close channel there of the Spanish defence.
Excellent pressure at the back of the scrum there, and they unsettled Spain, and they'll get the feed to the scrum.
Yeah, you don't see Barbara Pla make too many errors in that part of the game. She's been to 2 Sevens World Cups, the number 5 for Spain. What do you think she's saying?
Well, I'll get back to you on that. As China jump onto the attack once more. The wraparound's good. Yu Xiaoming breaks the line and then is collared by the cover defence. As Garcia tries to play a bit of silly business there, but it's still with China. The ball is long and it's reeled in, tiptoeing down the touchline, and now getting it back to the supporting player, but they knocked on at the 5 gone at the business end.
Look, China have got all the ball at the moment. Spain can't get their hands on the pill they need to if they're going to be competitive. And also the defence is just not putting much pressure on China. It's giving them the space to pass the ball, to keep it alive.
Spinning out of the initial tackle was Barbara Pla. And Spain have got a little bit of work to do here if they're going to clear their own 22. They've been buried down here for the opening 4.5 minutes of this game. Just can't get any field position whatsoever. And now they'll try and kick clear from behind their line. That should be a scrum feed to China. It is just that. Good pressure from the Chinese.
Oh, really impressive indeed. Been so good so far in this first half. China, they're here on a mission.
Let's see if we've got, I believe they call this a falcon in Australia. A little bit in the mush, a bit of Gilbert in the old mush.
It's okay when you're on the field. It's when you're standing on the sideline watching. That's when it's not so cool.
Well, there'll be the World Rugby imprint there on the face of that Chinese girl. Or Gilbert, both, and or. Here come China. The stutter stop to Yu Xiaoming. Oh, she just went without it. And now it comes back for Barbara Pla. So they hang tough, the Spaniards, for the time being. They have done well to avoid conceding points there.
Oh, they really have absorbed that pressure, no doubt about it. And now they're going to get the ball. I want to see them push it wide. Test the Chinese girls on the outside. 15 to go for the line out. It's just about getting a little bit of territory. Patricia Garcia there. Stocky little halfback in the 15 aside. She is great at making breaks around the breakdowns.
Is that how your shorts sat when you played for New Zealand?
No, I had to have massive shorts because I was a jumper on the line out.
Sure. I don't really know where to take it from there, so let's focus on a line out as that one goes to Ham, but it's not straight to Angela Delpane.
Well, you know, Sevens is a glamorous version of rugby, really, isn't it?
It really is, and they just love it, these ladies who are on the Sevens World Series.
No props and no locks involved in this game. Only a couple of flankers left, actually, in these teams.
You've got to be super fit to keep up.
No, just throw it in again, same ball. Hold it, push. Wait.
So Gabby Lee just telling the Spaniards that they can't push until the ball is in the scrum.
5, set. Stay.
So They clear it well, the Chinese, and work it to the right side. They'll use all the width, and the passing and catching is so much better than on day one. Still no score in this game. 7 gone. We're into stoppage time in the first half.
No first side.
Knocked down there.
You need to all the way back. All the way back.
Quick tap and go. Clever bit of play this, and a nice charge too from Yang Min.
Sorry, too quick. Straight from the side.
Got to say, China, though, great effort from them, making that defence. Spain's work across the field. They're tiring them out.
Garcia lands at 30 rows back. She's had enough of the first half. There's no score yet in this bowl semi-final. It has been an entertaining half, nonetheless.
Well, who would have expected China to have had all the ball, all the play, keeping the Spaniards, well, locked behind the 22, nearly near the try line.
No lo hemos hecho bien, no hemos tenido el balón, no pasa nada, tenemos que tener tranquilidad en defensa, de seguir teniendo tranquilidad en defensa, no os traguéis los amagos, cuidado con los cerrados, ¿de acuerdo? Cuidado cuando están pisando constantemente, llegan al centro del campo y pisan otra vez, tranquilidad, buenas ayudas, y hay que tener el balón, para eso hay que tener confianza y tranquilidad en las fases estáticas, en el saque, en la touch, en la melee, ¿de acuerdo? Y mucha tranquilidad, con eso ya si tenemos el balón va a ir para adelante todo, ¿de acuerdo? No pasa nada.
So they're amped up for the second half, aren't they? For me, Spain, I've got a question mark over their sevens conditioning just because they're a year or two behind some of the other big nations that have been playing on these series regularly for the last 2 years. As we see a few guns.
Sun's out, guns out, that's how it goes. That's how it goes all the way around the world. Gee, they're a good bunch, the Brazilians. They are so much fun.
Yeah, they are so friendly, and I mentioned yesterday, all of the teams here get samba lessons tonight, including myself.
Yeah, you're going to shake the hips.
Absolutely.
Do it like Shakira did, just shake it. That'll be some kind of an evening to be a part of. Bit of samba time. Yeah.
Live on. Set the gap.
Okay, so we've been, well, we've spent a bit of time in this part of the field. In fact, the opening 7.5 minutes have pretty much been camped right here inside this 22 to the right of your screens.
Okay,
Can China buck that trend and work it out? This is going to be a tricky little spot to get out of. They somehow drive it up from under their sticks. Looked to be from the side there, the 12 from Spain, and that was how our referee Gabriel Lee saw it too.
Not 10.
Here comes their real playmaker, Yu Xiaoming for China.
Ladies, make 10, please.
Yeah, very scrappy here from Spain.
Make 10.
They need to be disciplined. Get back the 10. And China, when they take a quick tap, you've got to do it in front of the referee.
Okay, here come China. At long last, the ball is clear of that part of the field, and this is terrific running from the Chinese. Little stutter step there from Chen Chen. And Shi Chao takes it into contact. Good patience. Good defence there coming from Vanessa Rial on the heads-up play. She scoots away with the ball. The pass back on the inside is beautifully weighted. And here comes their top try scorer to dot down and give us the opening score of the game.
Well, wasn't that a turnaround there? Martinez, she was the backup player. And basically, it was a Chinese error, wasn't it? At that breakdown, they pushed the ball out, spilled out the back. Good work for Spain because they've been under pressure this entire match.
The conversion from point blank, the chip shot, all good through the sticks. So it's 7-0 to Spain, and they edge ahead in this bowl semi-final. Gee, the defensive work there from Vanessa Rial was what really set that in motion.
Yeah, really good. Her energy levels were up. The thing I like about China, though, is that the majority of the time they're giving the ball away, the pass away before they go into contact. And that's why they're confusing, befuddling the Spanish defence and making them work. Just have to keep their heads up, China. They'll get possession now.
Expect they need to get the ball back into the hands of Yu Xiaoming, who has been tremendous for them in this bowl semi-final. The number 5 for China, creating opportunities when... Oh, that's a terrific take from the restart. Excellent work from China. And Yu Xiaoming sets them away down the right side. Good shot, that one. Spain dishing it up to the Chinese, looking to hang on to this 7-point lead. All good defensive work from Barbara Pla, and she has forced a penalty, so looking to really start to turn the screws here. However, that won't help with the knock-on by the hands of Laura Esbury.
Yeah, they started to get a little bit of forward momentum there. Some continuity, Spain. What I'm liking, though, from China, even though they're behind, is that they're putting the in and outs on, aren't they?
12.
They're really testing the defence. It's just the experience of Barbara Platt, who came in good body position over the top and stole the ball.
Now, they got the paper. Now.
Gee, their defensive work has been tremendous, the Spaniards, hasn't it, to hang on in that first half where they were under the pump for the entirety.
Absolutely. They're just identifying who they have to defend very well, so man on man, not missing too many tackles, are they?
They get a chance now to test the shoulders again on the attacking Chinese as Chen Chen looks for the switch ball, and it kind of works, sort of, in the end, and the pass is loose for the run on the outside, Huang Miki. So really utilising the width here at the arena. Barreri, the Chinese. That's Yang Hong down the left touch line. Here comes Yu Xiaoming.
Offside. Pay advantage.
Okay, now winding up is Yang Min, and she's towing ahead. The chase is good on the outside. In fact, it's very sharp at the soccer skills. Save the day for Spain, hacking it away in a touch.
That was a big save, wasn't it? Platt again. Oh, look, the exhaustion. There she is, coming across. Platt, oh, beautiful. She must have played a bit of football in her lifetime, especially coming from Spain. You'd expect that.
Yang Hong had designs on
Are you inside 5?
going over the chalk and perhaps setting up a chance to square things here in this bowl semi-final between Spain and China. The winner will go on to face Fiji. Good chance here. Their best to the second half. China dropped a couple short ups and goes. It'll be pulled back though, holding on the ground. Oh, that's heartbreak for China. And now Spain break out and then knock on. So we'll pack a scrum. Oh, Mel Robinson, she just got a little greedy.
She did. It was just that instinctive discipline, knowledge of the laws. She did. She had 2 players free outside her.
Was she held on the ground though? She looked to be kind of...
Well, she was tackled, wasn't she?
But she wasn't held when she was tackled on the ground, if you get my drift.
When you're on the ground, though, you're out of place, so you still have to release it.
Set. Stay behind.
Still life here for China, looking to square it up. Fun to watch. Here in Sao Paulo, Huang Miki has had some nice touches. China are away down the right side, and the second time round, that's got to be a try.
One motion, try.
You betcha. And they'll have a chance to level it up and perhaps push us into extra time. We would love to see some extra time here between China and Spain.
Red, go up.
Good finish from Chen Chen.
No kick.
Wonderful, wonderful work there. She knew she was allowed to reach out even though she was in the tackle because it was one movement. Sheng, fabulous. And the key for China is that the width of their passing has been more accurate. So much on this kick.
Yu Xiaoming for extra time. We love some OT here in Sao Paulo. Yu Xiaoming, she's hit it pretty well, but it's just going to slip away to the left. A good performance from Xiaoming. Unfortunately, not enough for China. They're done for the moment in Brazil. Spain win 7-5.
Gosh, they've shown their potential, China. They are on an upwards trajectory in terms of their skill, what they can bring to this women's series. And I'm going to watch them with interest over the next 4 legs. Spain, though, very lucky, but they're happy.
So they've got a little bit more work to do here in Sao Paulo. Let's get a look now at some of the games to come. Gee, we are set for a terrific afternoon. USA and Brazil will face off for a shot at the plate final, as will Russia and England. USA very impressive this morning, going down to New Zealand. The cup draw, well, this is where they're chasing the top little bit of cash here in Sao Paulo. New Zealand and France, Canada and Australia, they are going to be crackerjack games. And don't forget, we've also got the bowl final, which should be very tight. And that will be between Fiji and Spain. We'll be back in around 50 minutes or so. We'd love to see you back here at the Arena Barueri, all the way from Sao Paulo, Brazil.
The commentary here is former Silver Ferns representative Melody Robinson. Good morning, Melody. And
Captain's over. Stay on.
Kraj Rusia.
Charlotte. Release! Advantage on releasing.
You happy? Not intact? Happy? No offside. Tackle only, tackle only. Advantage. Still penalty advantage, sorry. Advantage over. Yeah, I think just watch the late hit thing.
Yes. Be careful. Get it! Got it, got it, got it, got it! No. Go for Masai.
in the opening, and that's
made a statement. That was the best performance I've ever seen from the Kiwis.
Snapped up there by Sarah Goss, the captain, into midfield. Welcome back once again to the Arena Barueri here in Sao Paulo, Brazil, where we are approaching the semi-final stages of competition on the climax of this year's 2015 Women's Sevens World Series in Brazil. So after one event, that in Dubai back in November, this is the series table. This is how it looks. New Zealand out on top on 20 points, and if you run your eyes down to the bottom of that table, they'll give you an indication of the points on offer. But the cut-off point there is after France, the 4th place team at the moment, because the 4 top teams will automatically qualify for Olympic qualification in Rio in 2016. So we've had some tremendous sevens over the last few hours here in the morning. And following on from yesterday's proceedings, of course, we look ahead to the plate semi-finals. These are the teams that just failed to go through to the Cup semi-finals. It's going to be an intriguing contest between USA and Brazil, who've had their best weekend ever in Sevens rugby, and Russia against England, and that's a repeat of the pool game yesterday where they drew 17-all. New Zealand, well, they'll take on the challenge of France in the Cup semi-final, and it'll be an almighty struggle between Canada and Australia for the right to meet New Zealand in the Cup final. So the game coming up then is that between the USA and Brazil. The USA very unlucky not to get a result against New Zealand first time out this morning. USA lead Brazil by 5-0 in the series, and they last met in Amsterdam in May 2014, and that's the target, I think, Mel Robinson, for Brazil, is to reduce that 34-0 scoreline and get some points on their own side of the score sheet as well. It's a strong-looking United States side once more. Kelter starts for the USA in place of Meschizi for this one, but otherwise it's not really different from the side that took on New Zealand this morning. And for Brazil, well, their first outings for Karina Godoy, Amanda Araujo, and realizing perhaps, and I'm trying to be careful of my words here, Mel, that Brazil need a bit of beef against the USA team. It's a very physical side.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw the United States against New Zealand counter-ruck very effectively, and they sent numbers to the breakdown to stop that flow of the Kiwis. That's how they should always play, because they're so big and physical. Use that and then move the ball. As for Brazil, well, their Kiwi coach Chris Neal, he's giving the girls off the bench an opportunity, isn't he? He's got a squad of 36. His B team recently beat Russia, so it's all about putting their hand up for that Olympics next year.
It certainly is. And it's Rasta Rasavenga from Australia now, originally from South Africa, who takes charge of this match. Been on the men's circuit for any number of years, and takes charge of this one. Right. So number 9 there for Brazil, that's Bruna Lotufo from the Bandeirantes club in Sao Paulo. And it'll be Brazil to kick off here, desperate to retain possession from the kickoff. Raquel Kohan kicks deep. Well taken. Nice offload, but ball couldn't quite be gathered there by the number 4, Hannah Lopez.
Yeah, it was a perfect pass too. No excuses for that drop ball there for Lopez.
And here's the star of this Brazilian side, their captain, Paula Ishibashi. Very competitive player at scrum half.
In the middle, crouch. Down, crouch. Yep. Fine. Sit.
So the first scrum of the game. Good pressure being applied by Brazil. And this is Marina Ramalho. Well taken out on the right as Brazil go looking for their opening score. Aline Skatrut, she's done well when she's come on for Brazil. That's a neat little dink back to Paula Ishibashi. Ball didn't go forward, so Brazil still have it. Into midfield, Raquel Kohan, and they have Karina Godoy out on the left. Not the best of passes, but I can tell you, had that ball got to Godoy, then they could well have scored the opening score.
Yeah, Godoy needed to stay wide though. She started to come back in for the cut. There was space in front of her. Stay disciplined, hug that sideline.
So the first chance then goes to Brazil.
Blue, there's the mark, there's the mark. No, come closer, yeah.
Referee Rastaveng insisting that the Americans come up to the mark. An orthodox style of throwing into the lineup. We've seen that a few times during this tournament. Javelin with a long pass out to the left. It's for Lyon. From the Barclay All Blues. Ball on a plate for Kelter, the number 10. Very impressive throughout this weekend. And this is the speedster Javelin in the first receiver position. Oh, the gap is there this time for Lyon. Over halfway over the 10-meter line, and she'll go all the way here. It seems to be running out of gas, but I think she's just strolling in for the try and just conserving her energies.
Yeah, she's their top try scorer in the history of this women's series for Lyon. She knows how to spot the gap and just went past Skarkrut. It was a defensive lap from Brazil actually, because Godoy drifted early and Skarkrut had too much distance to cover there for Lyon over.
Yeah, when you look at these two sides, Mel, considering the depth in the squads, and the USA, of course, well, they have a wealth of talent, don't they, in Brazil. From what we hear, a lot of money is invested here in rugby in Brazil, and the second squad is quickly maturing, isn't it?
Oh, exciting times for local rugby for the Brazilian girls. They've put a lot of work into it. They've got 4 new athletes from other sports to come into the squad as well, so looking forward to seeing them.
In the meantime then, Brazil looking to get back into this match. The flick on from Koschan. Good into play. They're not going to get past Alev Kelter. Very physical player. Strong, broad-shouldered.
Yes, the Brazilian coach, Chris Neal, was telling me that the one thing he does lack in this team is just out-and-out top pace. So he's just looking for 1 or 2 speedsters like that to add to this team.
Yeah, can't fault their energy, can't fault their enthusiasm either. They've had their best weekend ever in defeating China and Fijiana. That was a big scalp for them. So the USA come again, running it wide and inviting Lyon to come back on the inside track. Injured in Dubai, but fully recovered. Kelter digs it out for Catherine Johnson. A change of direction here, runs into trouble. Javelin brushes aside the tackle there. Lopez on the Brazilian 22 for Lyon, and the USA have players over here. Johnson, one more pass should do it, but good solid defending again from Brazil. Then number 10, Koschan. Sterling work in defence, but you just sense that that defensive wall is going to give some time and again.
Gee, I think just moments ago Johnson should have straightened up and passed, just give her winger that opportunity.
Yeah, so often we've seen players running across field rather than straightening up, when a pass could well bring the odd try.
Oh, you the side, yeah. And bind underneath. Loose head goes under, touch it, yeah. Bind, set.
Neat little pass there from Kelter, and again it's the run across field from Lopez. Well, they'll be disappointed, and rightly so.
Yeah, I like it when they play more direct, the Americans, because they are such big, powerful athletes. A lot of strength in their bodies, as you can see the physiques there, like Kelter.
And how close did they come to defeating New Zealand this morning? Well, we'll never know. That dropped ball over the try line, which could have given the USA the lead, and who knows.
All breaking off binded, all breaking off early.
And it's a let-off for Brazil.
Well, they need to organise themselves now, talk through what move they're going to put through the hands. It's taken a long time, and they've gone for the line out.
It's not the longest of kicks, but they're confident that they can win their own line-out ball.
Yeah, it's open.
Yeah, most teams have actually been pretty accurate in that area of the game so far in this tournament.
Where are you? Are you in or out?
Some good variations on where the jumper goes up.
Well, Godoy stands at 178, but the ball didn't come her way. Stolen down the front of the line. Again, running wide, testing the Brazilian defense here. There's the number 4, Hannah Lopez, from the San Diego Surfers. It's certainly San Diego weather here. Calter pumping the legs, driving forward. But once more, the resolute tackling of Brazil just has to be admired. So there we are then. We arrive at the break. Just the one score claimed by Folayan for the USA. And Brazil still in it at half-time, although trailing by 7-0.
Switch rate to have Victor out, Chris are in. We're trying to do too much on our own. We looked on practice where we had the midfield scrum, we had all the backs on this side of the field. So we could do something exciting down in the air, get them all to go there.
Again, first one of the feeds. Inside the field, it has to work hard. You're letting the girl run across the field. And we're just watching, so they watch, but the inside girl needs to come in and really attack that girl that's carrying the ball across the field. It's the little basics, those little mistakes you need to capitalise on them. Ball first, 2 pass and attack. Get the ball to Karina early if it's coming her way. Okay? Let her have the ball, set that ruck and go again. Lastly is they are attacking your ruck, so you need to get past the ball, be strong, dive past, whatever you do, get it out. Okay?
You can hear the interpreter there giving the message from Chris Neal from Canterbury. The Canterbury Rugby Union have a 3-year deal with Brazilian Rugby to add the expertise, the intellectual knowledge from the New Zealand scene.
It was Beatrice Fitura's voice we heard there in the huddle, providing the interpretation. And it's interesting to hear just a little snippet we heard of Rick Suggett trying to do much on our own, as you said there. You called it, Mel, in the first half. Too many individuals trying to impress. Calter to restart. Gave it an almighty hoof. It looked at one time as if it wasn't going to get the mandatory 10 metres. Javelin, the long air pass into midfield. That's the captain, Kelly Griffin. Taking a foot race here. Ishibashi should win the race. What she does with it, that's the important factor now. Well, she's released and made it available, so it's there for Koshan. Amanda Araujo, another replacement off the bench in the opening matches.
Well, it wasn't too bad a result there for Brazil, but they must make sure that this time they throw the ball into the line out accurately. They needed to get it over the top of the player that the United States puts in the air.
Megan Lee Bonney down the front there stands at 173. Kelly Griffin a little shorter, and Catherine Johnson at 167. But Brazil certainly have the height. It's the accuracy that they need here. Again, it's stolen by the shortest player in that forward lineup for the States. Megan Lee Bonney pulled down 5 meters short. It's going to be advantage here. Penalty to the USA. Side entry. Javelin. Taken quickly. Brazil not back the 10 meters. Still advantage USA. They spread it wide early here. There should be a score on Kelter. Needed to offload earlier. She's done well to stay on her feet. Back they come, and I think, yes, there's a yellow card coming as well.
Not 10 yet.
For the captain, Ishibashi.
Well, they just continued to infringe, didn't they? Gee, I mean, it could have been a try to Javelay with that quick tap. Two of them were offside.
Yeah, you can take it back if you want.
She sprinted to the seat, didn't she? She obviously...
Well, time starts, the sin bin starts when you sit down on the seat. So hence the urgency. Yep. 2 minutes in the bin. And the USA could make the game safe here. If only they get the ball through the hands. Again, it's individuals taking up alone. But this time, yeah, it's Kirsten Thomas. Now then, hang on to it. It was Kirsten Thomas who lost sight of the ball over the try line against New Zealand this morning, and that'll haunt her certainly for some time to come. But she's certainly showed up well here in Brazil.
Well, if they win the plate, it won't be so bad. And here she is. She is a great finisher, a nice new name to see on the scene. And even though that ball wasn't passed earlier, at least it was percentage play and they kept possession.
She looks a balanced runner, doesn't she, Kirsten Thomas, from the University of Central Florida, combining rugby with a degree course, which is not easy.
Yeah, a lot of the Americans as students had degrees.
But look at the wealth of talent that Rick Seguin has at his disposal. He can tour the universities and take his pick really from players who might not have made the grade in basketball women's sevens. I was going to say what a take that was from Esteves Santos. Brazil have it. They're down to 6 players at the moment. Shibashi in the sin bin for another 45 seconds or so.
Johnson, you got an option.
Campos, there, the ball carrier who lost it in the contact. When you get hit like that, you've got to know that you have to go to ground a little bit earlier. She just went maybe half a metre too far, and the ball was attacked.
It's 14-0 midway through the second half.
Right, crouch. Bind.
Brazil without a scrum half at the moment. Kelter to Javelay into Doyle in midfield. Show the go. Again, possession is lost in contact. Esteves Santos, good strength. The support comes from Luisa Campos. But referee Rastavenga playing advantage here, and America could be at home and dry. Out wide goes Lauren Doyle. It's a touchdown for the USA, and that should be game, set and match.
Well, Doyle with the end result with the try, but it was the physicality of the hit, the tackle that the Americans put in initially, turned the ball over, and then it was a sprint race, about 50 metres or so, down the paddock, with Doyle the winner.
10, 10, 10, 10, 10.
10 seconds.
Come across, come across. Yeah.
Oh, 10. I thought he said 10 seconds, but he was calling the number 10. He's giving the USA the hurry up. I'll have Kelter. She has got a good boot on her. It's an aspect perhaps of play she needs to concentrate a little more on.
Well, for someone who's only started playing the game in the last year, her skill set's unbelievable. She's playing a halfback, which is, you know, one of the toughest positions to play because you've got to have width in your pass.
Just wait.
Yeah, not the finished article as yet, like many of her colleagues.
You know, the Americans across the park do have the width in their passing. I think it's just a mental thing. It's got to be ingrained in them to push it one more. They attack a lot through the middle of the field, don't they?
Megan Bonney gives way to Melissa Fowler. Another one who only just started playing rugby in May of last year, with the blonde flowing locks there, giving chase. There was a chance.
Yeah, that pass just a little bit too in front of Ishibashi, wasn't it?
Yeah, if only they could get one try here and break their duck for the first time in their 3 games against the Americans. It's North America against South America here.
5, 6.
5 AC. Yet another newcomer this season.
Yeah, she was playing her trade in Australia. That's where she was spotted.
Steady before the ball goes in. Yeah. Right, crouch.
She celebrated her 23rd birthday here in Sao Paulo earlier this week. from the Sacramento Amazons. Wouldn't you like to play for the Sacramento Amazons, man?
Oh, great name.
Oh, great effort here again from Paula Ishibashi. Certainly been the standout player for Brazil and leads by example. Now then, here's a chance into the last few seconds. Can Brazil get a try to bring this crowd to their feet? They've had some good support this weekend. The Brazilians, the Os Yaras, as the Lady Brazilian Sevens team is known.
Well, even though they haven't won this game, they've made progress, Brazil. They need to keep building from here. Plenty of positives.
So there goes the klaxon, and 3 tries to the good, 2 conversions. This will be the final play of the plate semi-final. USA will go through. Good pressure again being applied by Ishibashi. There isn't much of her.
Release now, tackle to tackle.
Yeah, Javelin just says that's enough. We've won this game and we've got another game to play. Let's conserve our energies. So let's congratulate the USA this time then. 19-0 against Brazil. They march on to the plate final.
Brazil bow out in their home tournament, but the fans will continue to cheer all afternoon. It's Carnival kicking off in Brazil next week, and Sue Day, it's kind of all happening here, isn't it?
It is all happening. A great performance from the USA there, though. They never looked like they were in trouble, did they? Didn't give the Brazilian home fans anything to cheer, really. Brazil had no space, no time on the ball.
But as Mel Robinson touched on earlier, they're a team heading places, Brazil. Their one-on-one tackling in particular, outstanding.
Yeah, they look like a team that's being coached very, very well. Chris Neal has done a very good job with that team. The one-on-one tackling, the full skill set, the handling skills, the game understanding now starting to get there as well. They've got some players like Paula Ishibashi who've been playing for years, others who are just getting into it.
So they bow out of the running for the plate semi-final. Coming up next, it'll be Russia taking on England, and of course, each of these teams chasing a Olympic qualification. The top 4 teams at the end of the series qualify automatically. Brazil already qualified for Rio next year, and based on what we've seen here this weekend, they might make an impression.
Brazil at the Olympics, absolutely. They're improving so quickly all of the time. This time last year, they'd have been lucky to come, 11th or 12th. This time, they qualified for the quarterfinals ahead of Russia, ahead of England, the 2 teams we're about to see now, who are powerhouses in the Sevens games. So really impressive from them.
All Blacks jerseys littered amongst the crowd here at the Arena Barreira in downtown Sao Paulo. It looks warm, and it really is in the sunshine. The mercury hitting 31, 32 degrees. Sue, you were out there basking a little earlier.
I didn't bask for very long. You can see the Brazilian fans are hiding in the shade, so what a pale-skinned English woman can't last very long in that sort of heat.
And as always, a bit of colour coming to the crowd, a few dress-ups here and there on the World Women's Sevens Series. And our next game is Russia taking on England. This is set to be a doozy of a match-up, and well, you can't split them in a series.
You can't. 2-2 in the series, and then they played yesterday 17-all. So close. That game England were winning. Russia scored with the last play of the game, got a kick with the lips with the last play of the game.
And the number 5 jersey will loom large today, no doubt, for Russia as well.
Yeah, she's been an outstanding player in this series, the last couple of series, but Kazakova, for me, has been the standout Russian player this tournament. So powerful, so strong, so fast.
And for England, Watmore has been good, and also Staniford in their game earlier today.
Yeah, the last game earlier on, Michaela Staniford had an excellent game, standing up Elia Green, top Australian winger, so they'll be looking to get the ball to her some more in this match, I'm sure.
So So England finished up on this side of the draw after going down to Australia early this morning, and that was close for a long while until Australia kicked here late.
Yeah, you could see Australia's class. They in the right moments, players like Caslick, Quirk just making the difference, but it was a much improved performance from England that they'll be pleased with.
And Russia, they ran into an informed Canadian team, so this one will most definitely go all the way to the wire. They will be looked after by Leah Barrage for us this afternoon. The sunshine in Sao Paulo. Really looking forward to seeing how this one pans out as they look to extend their time alive here in Brazil via the plate. So this plate semi-final, and off and running, and Russia choose to go deep. That'll give England a chance to settle themselves and work it out off of their 22, and footwork coming in early, but flirting with a touchline and just keeping it in. No. In a touch goes Danielle Waterman.
Smart.
Yeah, Danielle Waterman looking for the gap. We know all about her. She's got great footwork, but that time the gap wasn't there. Probably needed to give the ball off to Michaela Staniford. Interesting, the last game England played, they had Staniford on the wing, Joe Watmore in the forwards. This time they've swapped them round. Staniford in the forwards, Watmore on the wing, opposite Hamidova. So big challenge there.
So the line-out throw is a good one, as Russia now go on to the attack through Kamidova, and she winds up, fends off one, then swerves off the right foot, sets sail for the touch line, and she is over.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we know Hamidova can do. She's such a dangerous runner. We haven't seen it much from her in this tournament, but she spotted a gap between Watmore and Waterman, just a little bit too far apart, cut inside Watmore, the big handoff against Waterman, and she's in such a strong runner.
She's a much respected player on the Women's 7 Series is coming over, and the conversion attempt from in front is good. So Russia strike first, they lead 7-0. Tap back there by Packer, and I'll try it again after turning over possession and gifting Russia that opening try. Nice run there from Packer. Continues to drive in contact. That's good work over the ball from Russia, looking to turn it over, but it stays with the women in the white for the moment. Now we go long to Watmore. That's going to be a great battle all afternoon. The two rangy women on that far side, Watmore and Kamidova, knocked on.
Yeah, Hamidova watched Joanne Watmore very, very well there. Sometimes she can go a little bit high in defence, but there had her player, brought her down. Good defence from Russia.
Straight. Fine. Set.
There you go. So a little bit of a let off there for England, and now Waterman fending off one and spinning into her own player. She can be dangerous if she gets a nose through the line as well. Waterman runs a great line as Watmore comes in looking for a bit of work and cleans out nicely.
Penalty advantage, white.
Offside there, Seredina for Russia.
Yeah, Russia really having a go at the breakdown, but not quite to the letter of the law, pushing the boundaries, gifting a few penalties to England, but England have to make one of these count soon.
So they settle as Burford meanders up and taps. switching and plays in motion nicely out to the left. And the dummy from Waterman gets the ball around the corner. The skills that thrill from Waterman set up Watmore, and she does the rest.
Yeah, that was a piece of class from Danielle Waterman there. We were wondering whether she'd perhaps taken the ball into contact, left it too late to make the pass, but actually what she did by taking the ball into contact was draw two defenders. Here she goes, two defenders between Hamidova and Petrova, and getting the pass out of contact brilliantly to Watmore, who just gets there.
You could tackle Joanne Watmore on the 5-metre line and she could almost reach out. She's such a rangy player with huge arm reach, tremendous player, Joanne Watmore, and she has racked up plenty of tries this weekend. Two-point game here between Russia and England. It's a loose pass and good defence from England as they swarm and hit hard and force the penalty. Straight back onto attack, England. Watmore lined out to this right side. And again, there's a nemesis, though this time she sets off inside and steamrolls over one tackler. To really find their groove here, England. Watmore picks and comes a short side to Waterman, looking to put one on and over, but she's just caught the touchline, looking to return the favour to Waterman.
Yeah, England look like they're trying to play the short side, but just overdoing it a little bit there. That last foot went into touch from Waterman. There's a lot of space out wide, England. Yes, play the short side to make yourselves a bit of space, but when you've made the space, you need to use it.
Well, that's asking plenty of the player at the front of the line out to try and bring that one in. That was around the bootlaces, a worm burner as we call them in some parts.
Yeah, Russia at the moment making a lot of errors. They're playing into England's hands, being kind to England at the moment because England aren't making the most of possession, but Russia keep knocking it on, keep fumbling.
What do you expect the play here to be, Sue? Just clear it straight to Watmore down the left?
Get the ball out the scrum first of all. It looks to me like they're lining up for her to cut back in. I'd go for the outside. There's so much space there. She's good around the outside. Problem is off scrummage, you can get such a scrappy ball that it can be hard to get good ball into the hands of your wingers.
That falls fairly favourably, and on the inside switch comes Watmore. They choose to bring it tight. Now they can clear Waterman. She'll try and beat Hamidova, pushes off one, gets past another. Waterman still running, eventually wrapped up and thrown to the turf by Mukariamova. Good dummy there from Richardson and up to Waterman it goes. Good clean out, nice work at the breakdown from England. Good clean. Quick ball, Waterman looking to do it all herself. She's having a day out, Danielle Waterman.
England are in, Danielle Waterman's in, but they're making heavy weather of it, aren't they? There's a lot of possession. Russia defending very, very well, but England playing very tight. I can see the game plan, but you know, maybe just a little bit too tight at times, putting themselves under a lot of pressure. But there goes Danielle Waterman.
Saw her yesterday with some terrific touches as well, and she hits the line at such pace and can be a real handful when she gets in behind the defence, and on that occasion she punished the Russians. So at half-time it is England leading Russia 10 points to 7.
Вы себя жираете. Ну почему вы не можете эти мелочи убрать? Ну не жирайте вы себя, ну посмотрите, ну настройтесь на ловлю мяча, на пас настройтесь. Ну начали классно же.
а потом сразу начинаете отдавать мяч. Вы понимаете, если вы отдадите мяч, они будут играть, им нравится играть с мячом. Они не любят играть только без мяча. Ну дорожите вы мячом. Настройтесь, девочки, я прошу вас. Я даже не могу сказать, какую тактику.
Give it as options to play left and right. That's when they're getting in trouble. All right, but be patient. If we see it and it's on, we've got to be real dominant with that call as first receiver. A couple of times we've jumped down short sides, we probably ought to shift the other way. Okay, so hold your depth, all right? Because if they do cover it with a hard wedge, footwork will get us home. All right, so tempo, real good discipline around the ruck. Just possession, just look after the ball. Real simple things, girls, yeah?
Our Bs are working really hard, but our Cs need to go in because we've got them on the back foot, then we're letting them off the cosh because the big C's not in quick enough to move the ball. Guess what? When we see that happening, it's getting behind.
Midfield target, midfield fast, midfield targets, yeah? Quick taps, tempo.
Simon Middleton saying exactly what we're saying from up here. Yes, they're playing a game plan to take it tight, to take the blind side, but you need to play with your heads up, and sometimes it's on to go wide, and then you need to take your opportunities out wide.
So just 3 points in it between England and Russia in this plate semi-final. Tap back beautifully there. And here they go, straight on the attack through Packer. A switch play back to Watmore, gets through, goes over. She is really tough to stop from there.
Clinical start to the second half from England. First of all, excellent work at the kickoff from Michaela Staniford, tapped it back straight into Marley Packer's hands. She took it forward, set it up. Then England played the switch back in move. They played it at the end of the first half, didn't work that time. Played it with better timing, better pace, and Watmore straight under the posts.
So that's her 8th try in Sao Paulo this weekend to give England keep happy. She's been racking up tries left, right. I haven't seen her smile all weekend. Not in the hotel, not at lunch, never.
She looks quite fair-skinned. She might be finding a bit warm out there, maybe.
Flashes the pearly whites, Joanne, if you go over again. That's scrappy from Russia off the restart, and Chamberlain offloads very tidily to Packer again. She started this second half with a bang. Packer. Here we go, Watmore calling for the kick across, and it finds her with ease. Here she goes again. Watmore, wonderful, and there's the smile.
You got the smile from Watmore and from Alice Richardson. You could see that was a training ground move. You could see Watmore calling for it. You could see Alice Richardson go, shall I, is it the right thing to do? Eventually decides, yes, I will. A gentle little chip over, but straight into the arms of Jo Watmore. And as you say, finally, the smile.
So now really starting to edge away are England. The conversion attempt is cross to the left. 22-7 England lead Russia with 4+ change to run.
What's critical is Russia haven't touched the ball this half. That's off 2 kickoffs for England. We talked earlier about how important kickoffs are in sevens. Now, England are kicking the ball to Russia, but have reclaimed the ball twice, and that's been the difference. 2 scores later.
Having some headaches out over this side, Usate. And again, Usate can't field it, but it comes back for the ladies in red. Here comes Usate. Holding off the tackle initially and then coughing it up as Waterman goes back and finds her buddy Watmore. That's a nice tackle in the midfield there from Titova. They'll parlay that into a penalty as well.
I'm happy,
here she goes, Titova. She got it rolling here for the Russians. Can she set up? Coming over down the left side. gets inside Waterman. Now Jinx again, takes play centre field. Pretty well marked up to the right rusher, so they'll need to switch to the direction of the play, and that will make it oh so easy for Usate.
Yeah, that all came from a poor decision from England. Marley Packer took the ball into contact when she had players outside. Penalty Russia because she got isolated. Russia just then played the ball very simply down the line where they had numbers, challenged the English defence. They were in behind, and once you're in behind, so hard to recover, and an easy finish in the end.
And now gets a chance to add the additional 2 to her try, but it's a way to the right. So 10 points in it, 2 and a bit to run, so still very much alive. Keep in mind, you can't split these 2 teams through the World Series. They are 2-2 with a 1 draw.
England seem to have 8 players. I know one's gone off on the far side now, trying to get one over on the referee. 8 players in white on the pitch.
He's just counting them out, and numbers check out. So we'll need to run a little bit more off the boot. That one of Titova came up short, so resume play with the ball in England's hand. They can slow it up. They're 10 clear and can look to grind that clock down.
Certainly England won't be rushing at this point. They've got a few seconds to set themselves up. They're taking all the time they can.
Waterman again holds a pass up for Watmore. Already has 2 tries to her name in this game. 8 across weekend. Good tackle from Usate. Watmore clears for Richardson. Watmore again. Oh, that strong tackle came in and jolted the ball clear of
Vantage red.
Watmore. So Russia
Vantage over.
go on the attack. Oh, Watmore, great cover, made up for her mistake. Lickety split. She'll have to get up and get on a bite to come back and help shut down Kamidova and friends.
Side 3 white.
As they jump onto the attack. Minute 20 going, so a score here would make it really interesting for the closing moments in this plate semi-final. The winner going ahead to play the USA, Kamidova. Can she spark them?
Penalty advantage, kicking on the ground, white.
Kamidova can't bring that one in, so
White
they'll
on the ground.
need to go quickly here, Russia. Get their hands on the ball and get moving.
Back 10.
Yeah, they've got a minute left. They scored now. There's still time for Russia, isn't there? They've got to be quick. England with 6, 1 player on the floor, not what they need at this point.
Watmore makes the big tackle across the 22. If he sits up, it'll make it nice and easy for Usate, who's looking out on that left wing, crying for the ball. Doesn't find it. 25 to go. Time likely to beat Russia here. And it goes to Usate, looking for try number 2.
Playing on, thank
Jinking
you.
back into the traffic was Petrova. And away it comes for England. So they are good to go. They will move ahead to the plate final. As Elise Richardson says, that'll do us. England winners 22-12 over Russia.
Moving on to the Cup semi-finals, and the first of those pits New Zealand against France once more. I say once more because they met in the Cup semi-finals in Dubai. Game won by New Zealand naturally as they progressed to the final and won the final. Came from behind to defeat Australia, who are in the second Cup semi-finals here. And Melody Robinson would appear to have the more difficult task of progressing to the final against a very determined and strong-willed Canadian side.
Well, yes, Canada have certainly found some form in their last two games in this tournament in Brazil. New Zealand, meanwhile, well, they took down France 54-0 in their pool match on day one, and that was a record score for the Kiwis, and they were hot to trot in that one.
They certainly were. There were 5 tries for Portia Woodman. It's good to see a decent crowd here at the Arena Barueri, and the Brazilians are wise enough to know to seek the shade at this time of the day. It's coming up to 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun has gone behind a cloud for the time being, but we've had some fantastic scenes here on finals day at the Arena Barueri. Some 40 kilometers from the city centre, downtown Sao Paulo, a city of flyovers and favelas, but there's far more to Sao Paulo than that. The culture, the gastronomy certainly, and it's certainly an exciting place to visit. Huge urban sprawl, 20 million people, 11 million people living in the city centre alone, and you can see some of the sights of the favelas in the background as we look ahead to this Cup semi-final.
I think it's going to be a different French side that comes out there. I think they'll be far stronger than in that pool match.
Well, they have some strong players here, players who played in the Rugby World Cup, the 15s Rugby World Cup hosted in France, of course, last year. They were so disappointed not to reach the final themselves. So here we are then. Let's have a look at the teams. Sarah Goss leads New Zealand. Top try scorer there is Portia Woodman. 10 tries on day one. McAllister, Brazier. Brazier's in for Gail Broughton, by the way, who was injured last evening. Scanlon gets a start. And for France, well, Amiel has come off the bench a few times over this weekend. But other than that, it's as you were with Fanny Horter, the captain, wearing number 6. So out of the tunnel they come, up the steps, and onto this luscious green surface at the Arena Barueri, the home of the local soccer club. Soccer is king in Buenos Aires, but there is another Jogar Bonito, a beautiful game rising in popularity, certainly in Brazil, and that is rugby.
There's their pathway to this Cup semi-final, all conquering so far the Kiwis, but the United States gave them a scare. They ran a different game plan in that match, a lot of cuts. They were running it down that first 5 channel.
Now we have a referee from Fiji, Mr. James Mbalambiu. Very good communicator, and if I remember rightly, he was voted sports personality in Fiji a couple of seasons ago, and a very humble man he is, James Mbalambiu, and he was very humble to receive that award ahead of some illustrious rugby players, particularly so in their men's 7 squad. So France get the first Cup semi-final underway in the traditional blue shirts, of course. Les Bleus, and you'll hear the Les Bleus cry coming up from the stands here from time to time. Kayla McAllister, former IRB Women's Player of the Year, 25-year-old former netballer.
So that was just going in off her feet there, Charlotte Scanlon. You need to remain up, you can't go off.
Yeah, what was so impressive about New Zealand yesterday evening was they realized that Australia were top seeds, and in their final game, which came after the Australian game, they knew full well exactly what they needed to do. They needed to score 52 points or more, and they scored 54. That is the caliber of the women in the black shirts with the silver fern. Sarah Goss got a hand to it. Scanlon got both hands on it.
Yeah, that was a knock on there, I think.
Play on, says Mbalambiu. Change of direction from Tyler Nathan Wong. This is the captain, Sarah Goss from Manawatu. So in full flow, Taylor Nathan Wong, Kelly McAllister leaves it for Portia Woodman.
First by blue. It's a knock on. No. First one is knock on by blue. And the second one, let's go.
Portia Woodman is probably right. I don't think she got her hands to it, but it is black ball, so no need to worry.
Yeah, just a French knock on initially.
There she is, Kayla McAllister, the powerhouse.
Key player for New Zealand for the last couple of seasons. And look for the trademark sidestep.
Bind, set.
It's on its way. McAllister. There's a sight of the ball for a second there, but it didn't go forward. And France really contesting the breakdown. Well, they operate a sweeper system, Christelle Leduff. Well, she has to sprint across field here unless the tackle is good from Camille Grassino, as it indeed was. Good defensive work there by France. They've kept their shape here. Running up out of the line was Caroline Ladanius. McAllister, all sorts of problems. Marjorie Mayence from the Blagnac Saint-Laurent club. Good tackle, good pressure, but again, giving away the penalty. McAllister has got Goss on her left shoulder, taking on the French defence and committing 3 or 4 players. Should be some room out wide for the likes of Portia Woodman. Taylor Nathan Wong, tip over the top. This is Woodman, 5 tries against France yesterday evening. Top try scorer here this weekend. She scored tries in each and every match that the Ferns have played. Lovely step there from Kelly Brazier. 1, 2, and over. Good work by the Otago representative. Just her 4th event here. Well, she's known as a hot stepper. She was hot to trot there, wasn't she?
Beautiful twinkle toes. She did create this at the end herself, didn't she? 2 left foot steps, but a lot of the work was done also on the right-hand side of the field by Nathan Wong, Woodman and Schubach, and they allowed her at Brazier just a little bit of space to work with, and didn't she do it well?
Well, those blue boots have something to do with it, I fancy. So the opening score then goes New Zealand's way.
She's actually has English heritage, Kelly Brazier. Grew up in Dunedin, and she holds 2 point scoring records for both club and provincial level in New Zealand. And in one of them, club level, 10 tries. Not bad.
Certainly a useful player to have in your squad. Listen to the beating of the drums. It's a peculiar setup from Taylor Nathan Wong at the restart, aiming to kick one way, then turning on her axis and aiming the ball down the other side of the field. This is McAllister in full flow. Brazier, the try scorer, caught by Leduff just outside the French 22. This time it's one error too many for Mbalambu. France know that they need to up the tempo if they are to compete with New Zealand and claim a place for themselves in the Cup final. 4th in the table at the moment, and if you're 4th in the rankings, then you automatically qualify for the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. Over the top came Taylor Nathan Wong, but she was knocked back in no uncertain fashion. This is better from France, looking to release the speedster on the wide outside. This is the captain, Fanny Horta. Takes the ball into contact. She held on to it too long. Play on, says referee Mbalambu. It's a fair contest. That's a letter for France.
Whoa. The French players were on the ground. They were stopping the ball from coming out. Sarah Goss was on her feet. The rights were hers. Should have been a penalty to black there. Goss is not going to argue though.
Former Fielding high school player, hooker here in Sevens.
Okay.
She played in 7-5-8 in the game of 15s.
Looking back to last year, she was the most valuable player in the tournament in Atlanta. Of course, the 3rd stop on this year's tour will be Atlanta next month. Attack from Kelly McAllister. Legally done. Now then. Oh. Nothing wrong with the pass. And they'll get a second bite of the cherry.
10 meters.
I have to say Hazel Chubik there. She's playing in that strike prop position, the tight head prop for New Zealand. Usually Hani Hereme plays there. She's been out of the game for a little bit, but I think they've found a good answer there in Chubik. She's playing very well.
Got a glimpse there of the French coach without the cap. There was David Courtet, formerly with ASM Clermont-Ferrand, Central France. Some wild passes coming in from the French as we approach the break. Still time for 4-1 score. And how often have we seen New Zealand score after the klaxon is sounded, as if it's a spur to New Zealand? McAllister didn't go forward. Brazier goes to ground. In goes Portia Woodman. It's a penalty here for New Zealand. Will they kick it out? Will they run it? Oh, stupid question. Brazier take the ball right up to the French defensive wall. Big hits coming in from Ladanus. Nathan Wong looking to hold up Grassy Known to get the scrum perhaps for her team. Oh, they felt that one. Fanny Horton. No consideration at all really for her health and well-being. Chubik to Brazier. Goss should be looking for Woodman perhaps here, and that's what the French are thinking probably, just holding off there for a while. Chubik again, slowly but surely. Here come New Zealand through that woman, Portia Woodman. McAllister cuts back inside and sprints for the try line. In referee's time at the end of the first half, as France thinking, well, we've done rather well to contain New Zealand to 7 points. Suddenly it's 12 and a conversion to come.
How crucial will that second try be for the Kiwis? It went through 2 breakdowns. They recycled nicely. And Chubik, how about that pass? McAllister had a little bit of work to do there to beat Laganus, but she did so well.
And no need to rack up the points today, as they had to do last evening. Just make sure of the win and conserve their energies if and should they get to the final. Well, that's probably the worst kick of Taylor Nathan Wong's CV this weekend, if not her career. But never mind, New Zealand lead France by 12-0 at half-time.
Yeah, I think the French have learned a little bit from the United States, haven't they? They're putting a bit of pressure on them at the tackle ball, at the breakdown. It's a very different game from what happened in Pool 1.
Les rattraper, mais il faut réavancer, avancer en zone de cadrage et couvrez-vous un peu. On garde nos appuis vraiment, mais on avance, on prend l'initiative, ne leur laissez pas l'initiative. C'est ça la clé, ne leur laissez pas l'initiative.
That's a remarkable win ratio of New Zealand, 89%. Matched by their men's squad. Won the Wellington tournament this weekend.
Otherwise, if it opens, Ty, Hayes, Kelly, go to the middle, go to the short side, so front numbers down. Go out on your feet. You nail them now, the next 2 or 3 minutes they're gone. Okay, back to that energy. Go.
Well, the last time New Zealand lost was actually here in Brazil last season. I like what the Kiwis are doing in this match. They're taking the ball to the line, they're trying on the defence, and if they can't make the break, they're passing it along the line.
It was a 24-12 defeat 12 months ago to eventual winners Australia, still in the hunt to make it back-to-back wins here in South America. Much fancy coming into this tournament, and France trailing by 12-0. Need to score next if they are to stay in contention here. It's a peculiar style. I just can't get a grip of it at the moment. Seragos getting to grips with possession there.
Offside.
France quickly on the defensive then. Goss to Brazier, taking on Christelle Ledeuf and beating her. Brazier looking for her second. Pass not going to Charlotte Scanlon's hands. That's another let-off for France.
Gee, Brazier's powerful, isn't she? Not only has she got a step, but a big fend as well. Scanlon there, she's played for the New Zealand Women's Rugby League team at a World Cup. Big, powerful ball player in the 15er side too. Usually plays out at the flank.
Brazier, New Zealand Player of the Year in 2013. Some star players wherever you look in this Silver Fern squad. France in the end opting for the scrum, although the line had been formed.
Probably better quality ball for them. What do you do at this point? 12-0 down. You're very close to the Kiwi try line. Do you throw the ball wide? Do you have a go?
The pressure that Biscarat gets it away as far as Fanny Horter from the Perpignan club in the south of France. There's a big hit that came in from Hazel Tubik. Advantage France though. Creeping forward is Biscarat. Surely Mr. Mbolambi will call them back. Good kick, good relieving kick from France. Now that they have to win the line out.
Number 8.
Camille Grassino will give way to Elodie Guiglion, another French 15s representative. La Gigue, she's known, and roughly translated that means beanpole. Well, that's why she can win the ball in the lineouts.
No black, no! No black, good camera.
Yes, fair enough. Penalty against Goss.
Mayons on the angle. Oh, that's good work. Releasing Troncy. Troncy with a little space here on the narrow side. But a big hit came in from Tyler Nathan Wong.
Thank you.
She just lined her up.
Yeah, her defence has been very good in this match, actually. She's just a tiny little thing. Nathan Wong. Her granddad was the first of Asian descent to play rugby league for Auckland back in New Zealand.
And she's just 20 years of age. What a talent, what a prospect. Another one who's got Rio de Janeiro in her sights. Seragos. Brazier again, causing all sorts of problems for the French defence. Nathan Wong with that little hitch kick, going nowhere though.
Roll!
Long floated pass out to the right here. Scanlon will use her power. France somehow been able to secure possession here inside their own half, and they're still scoreless on their side of the scoreboard. 12-0. 4 minutes to play in this first Cup semi-final. Cutting back inside, Pauline Biscarat. Half-back or fly half in 15s. This is better. This is promising. Came off the knee, I think, of Guiglion.
Yeah, France making some inroads just down that short side, aren't they? It's difficult to predict where teams like France are going to attack because they're not necessarily orthodox. They don't play traditional sevens.
Since when have the French been orthodox in here?
That's right.
Yeah, it was just a shrug of the shoulders last night. That Gallic shrug we've become familiar with from the French, and they lost by 54 points to 0. Here comes Shannon Iza, yet another 15s representative.
Yes, sir. Okay, crouch.
Running 11 on the far side on that scrum.
Set.
Winyata to Fata Simpkins. 2 replacements. Dug out by Jordan Webber. And she emulates the feats of her brother. Well, more of that later as the replacement for France. Shannon Iza has claimed an important score for her side.
Very important indeed, isn't it? Because there's still time on the clock for France to attack this Kiwi side. Les Webber, ball just pops out the back of that ruck. No half-back around, and Iza picked it up and went over.
Well, I hope that the New Zealanders remember the lecture they had from James Mbalambiu in a previous match when he insisted that they go beyond the 22-metre line to give the opposition kicker a fair chance at the posts. Rather slow in retreating there, but France are on to the score sheet. Still trailed though by a converted try. It's giving them some momentum and some encouragement as well with 2 minutes remaining. It's game on. High hanging kick taken by Sarah Goss. Giglion with the tackle. There also was the try scorer, Shannon Iza. That's Webber. Brother Joe was in the squad that won in Wellington this weekend. Again, quickly taken. Biscara. Oh, she's a live wire, isn't she? And she's got support out wide. Oh, what a shame. Because that would have made it interesting. A scream of exasperation from one of the French ladies there. I think it may well have been Biscara, in fact.
She just maybe panicked a little. She saw it before it all happened, didn't she?
Okay.
Just need to be calm in these situations. I think a little bit of fatigue is setting in with this New Zealand team as well.
Either that or they're keeping the powder dry. I can't afford to do that.
Never, ever, ever. They set high standards for themselves, the Kiwis. They will not be happy with this performance so far.
Biscara gives way to Lauriane Lissard from the Bayonne club. She takes her place at the base of the scrum. Fata Simpkins, Winyata rather, prepares to feed.
New Zealand, even though the clock's off now, they're still eating into that, aren't they?
Pull and scrum this, and France will look to get the nudge on. Woodman, we've hardly seen her at all. Lisa is there, and it's a chance here for France. This is their best opportunity.
There was actually Ruby Tui out there on the wing who made the error. She looks like Woodman from this distance. Big ponytail.
1 and 11. We haven't got all the camera angles that we would hope for. That's my excuse, and I'm sticking to it.
Oh, absolutely.
So an important scrum here. France, some 15, 18 metres out from the New Zealand try line, looking for a score that'll bring them back on level terms. Neither team would want extra time in this searing heat. The temperatures in the high 20s. They've had the worst drought in 80 years here in the Sao Paulo region. Had a few thunderstorms. Will be another thunderstorm here if France could draw level.
Absolutely. I wouldn't call it an upset if they beat the Kiwis, even though they haven't beaten them before, because this is a very good French team. What are they going to put out there? Can't wait to see.
So we're in referee time at the end of this match. Another reset. Scrum France inside the New Zealand 22. How many times have France upset New Zealand's plans on the international stage? And here they come again. Now then, they need a score near to the post here. Lisa takes it, and Lisa is away. Well tackled though by Brazier. She's isolated, looking for James Mbalambiu's arm. It's in the air. It's a New Zealand penalty, and New Zealand will progress to the Cup finals. No doubt of it now.
Wow, the defence held. They put numbers to that breakdown, 3 of them. Great effort in the end.
Well, that was a close call, wasn't it? Right at the end there. And as you say, well, Sean Horan might not be happy with the performance, but he'll be delighted with the result, which gives him time to regroup ahead of the Cup finals with a tough semi-final to come. Australia against Canada, who will meet the world and series champions in the final, I wonder? Will it be Canada? Will it be Australia? Your commentary team, Sean Maloney and Sue Day.
Thank you, Wyn Griffith, and well done to you and Melody Robinson calling the action there as New Zealand progress, and they'll take on the winner of this match between Canada and Australia. Sude, this is really shaping as one of the games of the tournament thus far. Jessica Beard will take control of this match, and it's going to be a real shootout, isn't it?
It certainly should be. These two teams have both started to hit their straps in this tournament. Some real exciting runners out there. Karen Paquin has been phenomenal for Canada in this tournament so far. They'll be looking to get the ball in her hands as quickly as they possibly can.
So a spot in the big dance awaits the winner of this game between Australia and Canada. Coming to you from the Arena Barreira in Sao Paulo. This is the Brazilian leg of the Women's Sevens World Series. The action has been hot all day long. And expect that to continue right now between these two very evenly matched sides as Canada have to work it away with Kish, such a dangerous runner. Kish for Canada. Cup semi-final.
Advantage racks formed.
And at the moment,
No
Canada
advantage.
are forced
Hands
to
two.
do some tough stuff getting out of their territory.
Yeah, Canada lucky that Australia gave the penalty away there. They were just going backwards, very close to their own try line.
There's Landry with one of her first touches. Another one to keep an eye on from the Canadian team in the 9 jersey, Ghislaine Landry. That's a good charge from Paquin. And that's offside in the end, bouncing forward, and Shannon Parry just makes sure of it to
It's a penalty because Tree was in front.
shut that down. So Australia have dominated field position. Now can they make
Right
a
here.
count with ball in hand?
Yeah, they've not given Canada any space at all, have they, so far? Now they've got good attacking position.
So straight to one of their many playmakers in Charlotte Caslick onto Quirk, and now here is Williams slipping past one and Kish in hard on the ball, but
First one then.
lucky to get away with that one. Jen Kish didn't look to be supporting her weight at the breakdown, but she plays the cards and does well for her team. Williams, oh, that's a nice chopping tackle from Williams, and gets to her feet and tries to step across the breakdown, but Canada do well to maintain possession. They've had the majority of it early on as Emily Cherry wrestles Marchak to the turf.
Ball's there. Lost ball.
So just kind
Oh,
of
that's
feeling
just
each other out early on today.
Yeah, scrappy so far from both teams, but partly because they're both putting on so much pressure at the breakdown. You might say a little bit too much pressure, bending the laws a little bit, but yeah, both teams trying it on as far as they can to stop the other getting quick ball.
Yeah, just remember there's only tackles at the moment though. There's only about 2 racks. Triple. Lost ball. Good.
And their last encounter in Dubai was Australia coming away on that occasion.
Crouch. Bind.
Played each other a number of times recently. A little try series up on the Gold Coast in and amongst the men's in October last year. So they both know each other's games really well, these two teams, Canada and Australia. Good pressure from Cherry, but she'll be penalised as a result, and we might have ourselves a card.
Number 11. Number 11. Yellow card. 3. Hands in the ruck.
Okay, so 7 on 6, and Canada looking to strike first. Well, they come, oh, the pass to Landry just missed the mark, and now it's
Advantage
like that.
Vania Palit, who's in for Elliot Green, and this will help as they tap and go through Dalton. She's had a busy weekend. Chloe Dalton, good hands those, and unfortunately just evades Charlotte Caslick. So a bit of a scrappier run of play.
Much scrappier than we've come to expect from both these teams, partly because they're putting so much pressure on each other, and partly because they're putting so much pressure at the breakdown. Neither team is getting anything close to clean ball. Emily Cherry, the victim of trying a little bit too hard at the breakdown, hands in there.
Bind. Sit.
Away comes to Landry, who with 7 on 6 is going to kick downtown and hope that it sits up for the flying Marchak, who's in turn wrapped up nicely, gets up and goes, well, goes again and forgets to release the ball on the ground.
Yeah, if you've got to let go of the ball. If you're held, you've got to let go before you get back up again. Good call from Canada kicking over. Australia had to put 6 up with Emily Cherry off the pitch. Didn't quite get the direction right, probably needed a bit more in field, not so close to the touchline.
Here's Parry taking play up over halfway.
Advantage entry.
Another penalty advantage coming.
Ruck was formed.
So Jessica Beard's whistle working overtime here through the first 5.5 minutes. No score.
Yeah, the referee's having to blow a whistle a lot. You know, they want to let the game flow, but there's so many infringements at the breakdown at the moment. Neither team wanting to give the other any space at all.
Quirk floats a long pass to Shani Williams, who pumps her legs and takes a couple to get her to ground. Caslick going across the face of Parry, was looking for the switch, they couldn't link up. Parry resets well to get in and do the hard work to secure the ball. Williams again, nice tackle coming in from Paquin. And good follow up from Ghislaine Landry.
10.
On we go through Quirk and the Australians. Here's Caslick, holds it up for the switch with Dalton, who gets in there and cleans out nicely, holds her feet. And I'll suggest we might be getting a card the other way. So there's another card coming out. So 2 minutes in the bin there for Marchak. Emily Cherry will come on for the Aussies. So now it's 7 on 6 the other way.
Yeah, both teams just trying it on too much at the breakdown. I'm not sure why. This time Bianca Ferrella off the pitch for 2 minutes. They're just trying too hard at the breakdown, trying to get away with too much. Play a bit of rugby.
So the stutter and go again from Vania, and now the long raking pass is a ripper to Williams, who steps off the right and frees up Dalton down the right side. That is class from the Aussies.
Yeah, Shani Williams, we've said it before, we'll say it again, real class. So she was hanging out wide, the Canadian defence was up hard, so the long floating pass came over to her, and then she stepped inside, taking Marchak in, and had the foresight to pass the ball out to Chloe Dalton. Real bit of class from Shani Williams.
And the big pass from Quirk as well. Advantage with the Canadian player in the bin. Bianca Ferrella, she was all important for her team yesterday as well, so I'll be wanting her back on the park, trying to redeem herself when her 2 minutes is up.
Yeah, with Ferrella on one side of the park and Paquin on the other, Canada really have the potential to stretch teams. They haven't had the opportunity to do so yet, they've just not had any good ball.
So just the one score in the first half. It is Australia leading Canada 5-0.
Silly penalties, key penalties. Right?
out of the A's. Patience, internally and sealing. You're not going to be able to counter-ruck it. Get out and just be patient. You don't know that.
So Tim Walsh, the Aussie head coach, always very cool, calm and collected. He gets plenty of assistance from Scott Bowen, another accomplished ex-player himself. No doubt she'll be getting a bit of game time as well in this second half. They working overtime, the Aussies looking to stay alive in the hunt for the big prize here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, we've not talked about the fact that Emma Tonegato missing entirely for Australia. She's been the first pick on the wing for them in Dubai and here, and they're missing that ability, that strength, that power out wide.
So just 5 minutes. That's brought in beautifully from Vania Polite. Immediately, the pass out in front and knocked on. Uncharacteristic mistake that from Alicia Quirk.
Yeah, Emily Cherry to Alicia Quirk very, very rarely goes to ground, that's for sure.
Pitch your back here, ladies.
So Bianca Ferreira with a little whiles to go in the naughty chair on the sideline here in Brazil.
Other side, yep.
It's only cost her 5 points so far. Cost the team 5 points. Her sin binning.
Fight! Sit!
Kaslik puts some pressure on at the back and then it's joined by Williams in completing the tackle. Oh, that's good defence there from Cherry. Got a shoulder on, made it count. Kish floating the long ball to Molesky. Parry, she doesn't miss too many tackles, and bundles her into touch.
You're right, Parry doesn't miss too many tackles. She's one of the unsung heroes of this Australian team. She gets through a lot of hard work. She's not one of the flash ones scoring all the tries or stepping through the gap, but goodness me, she puts in a shift every single game for this team.
And just as good at 15s as well as 7s.
Yeah, captain of the 15s team at the last World Cup, playing back row.
Time's on.
Kaslik to Quirk and just over clubs a touch. Cherry will pick it up, however, and Dalton goes across to Polite. Polite looking to get round Landry. That's a tricky task given Landry's ability to cover the turf in a blink. Williams to Parry, who'll take it to turf 40 out. Kish looked to be offside there, and that's just how Jessica Beard, our referee, saw it as well.
Number 4 was in the ruck.
It's a tight one here, isn't it? 5-0. Australia getting the best of the possession, but not really getting out of their half yet.
Cherry comes a short side and floats it across to Polite, who goes back to Kaslik, and now it's Quirk in the midfield kicking. We don't see too much of this from the Aussies, and they've got that one wrong. Offside, the chase from out wide.
Oh, it was tight, wasn't it? It was tight. You could see why they were doing that. The Canadian defence is putting so much pressure onto Australia, getting up in their faces. They can't get the ball out into the wide channels.
So their turn now to try and hold out the Canadians.
Interesting decision to go for touch there. If you're going to go for touch there, then you really need to be making more distance, because by the time this ball gets back to the fly half position, that's pretty much where they'd have been taking the quick tap from anyway.
So back to 7-on-7 here after Ferreira returned from the sin bin. And down by 5. Quirk makes the tackle. And another penalty, yet another one against the Australians. Here's Landry with it. Stop and go again. She can really move, this girl. And she's gone in and levelled it up.
That is great work from Ghislaine Landry. I was thinking in my head, that's Emily Cherry she's up against. There's no way she's going to step Emily Cherry, such a class defender, but that's exactly what she did. Holds her up, that little step, that little stutter's what does it. And because Landry has the pace after the stutter, Cherry just can't quite catch her.
So this conversion attempt from the boot of Stacey to perhaps give Canada the lead, and it is a beauty. So Canada edge 2 clear, and we've got 3 to run in this Cup semi-final.
Yeah, Canada need to keep their cool here. This time last year, Canada were 2 scores up against New Zealand with less than a minute to play in the semi-final. Gave the game away to New Zealand, who got 2 quick scores with just a minute left. Canada this time, you have to keep your cool, keep this ball.
So what's the play? Do they go deep here off the restart, Sue?
I'd go deep, put the pressure on. They've been defending very, very well. Australia have struggled to get out of their 22. I'd kick it deep and then defend my heart out.
The kick is going to go into the hands of Quirk, who taps it back. So their big game, big name players have to really step up now. Australia, the defending champions, if they're to stay alive here in Brazil. Parry. Good tackle again from Kish. Elliot Green on the park now for Australia, trying to get around Landry, and does well to free up the runner on the outside. That's Polite, Vania Polite, Vania Polite, going, gone, in under the sticks.
We've not seen very much of Vania Polite playing on the wing for Australia, but goodness me, she has got a bit of gas, hasn't she? And who was it that made her try? Not any of the world-class playmakers that Australia have. Not Quirk, not Kaslik, not Cherry. Ellia Green just on the pitch, this athlete come to rugby who's got speed and nothing else apparently. Well, goodness me, she made that try, and Vania Polite finished it off brilliantly.
Still a long way to go, though, for Polite and her teammates.
Now.
Shani Williams gets the hurry up from the officials, and it is now 12 points to 7 in favour of Australia over Canada in the Cup semi.
Really impressive stuff from Australia. When you're a score down or points down with a minute or 2 to go, it's so easy to panic, but this is a team that doesn't panic. This is a team that stays calm. This is a team that came back from about 5 tries down to New Zealand in Dubai a couple of years ago. They know how to win matches.
And they opt to go flat and short rather than deep off the restart, so still some work to do if they're going to hold on here, the defending champions. Landry looking for runners, some kind of a chink in the Aussies' defensive armour. Parry. That's a huge play from Shan Parry.
Holding on.
She's forced the penalty, and that should be enough for the Australians.
Time is up.
Take a bow, Shannon Parry. We said she's the workhorse. She's not the one that runs in tries from 80 metres, but she is the one that wins the ball for them.
And winning the game after knocking in a touch, Emily Cherry. Australia get it done at the death against Canada, home 12 points to 7, and on their way to defending their title in Sao Paulo.
So let's congratulate Australia and New Zealand on getting through to the final. The bowl final will be between Spain and Fiji. The plate final, USA against England. USA looking good and England coming good as well. But the cup final itself has I've just mentioned would be between New Zealand and Australia. Australia looking for back-to-back wins here in Sao Paulo. New Zealand looking for back-to-back wins in the series. This game is for valuable points, championship points, that is. South Africa against China, and you don't have to tell either South Africa or China how important this is for their ambitions to stay in the series as a core team next season. South Africa, well, they lead by 2-0 in the series, led again by Zine Jordan. South Africa have Basweni starting, probably her first start. She's come off the bench a few times and has looked very competent, but Geldenhuys and Grain Gadu, they take their places on the bench for this one. And China, they'll draw on the strength of Sun Xiaoqiu as their captain. Yuan Yuan is out injured at the moment, so let's see whether China can come good. They finished bottom of the table in Dubai. They will look to go one better here in Sao Paulo.
Well, I think China will threaten South Africa in this one because they really have stepped up from what we've seen before. You can see the patterns are running out there. They like to go wide. They've got good skills. Their width of pass is fantastic. And they've actually got a couple of players in there like Chao Ming who can stand up the opposition.
Yeah, we should remind ourselves that both these teams came through the qualifiers in Hong Kong last September to claim their place on the Women's Sevens World Series circuit.
And China actually beat South Africa in that game, didn't they? 12-7. I think the South African team just needs more time in the saddle. They just need more competition against the best teams in the world.
Yeah, Alhambra Nievas is the referee in charge of this match. And it'll be Zine Jordan to kick off for South Africa. That heavily strapped right knee, had surgery after last season. She missed the Dubai tournament, but she certainly made her presence felt here in Sao Paulo over the weekend. And then more so than in that devastating defeat for them against Fiji earlier on today by 24 points to 22.
Offside, play advantage.
Advantage then early on for South Africa. Basweni, the newcomer, on to Plaiki. And Zine Jordan will get the first score. It's a captain's try for the number 5.
It wasn't that great. A fantastic start for South Africa. And it was turnover ball. Plaiki just giving a nice little simple pass there to Jordan. In fact, Plaiki's just been named the South African Women's Rugby Player of the Year too, so congratulations to her for that.
Zine Jordan, former sprinter and long jump athlete, gets the first score, the all-important first score for her team. Renfred Dezel, former Blitzbokke representative, 7 seasons on the IAB Sevens circuit, and won the championship, the IAB championship in 2008 and 2009 for South Africa. So China with ball in hand for the first time. Let's see what they can do. They're good handlers of the ball. They're quick learners as well. They'll have learnt a lot from their experience here in Sao Paulo this weekend, whatever the result. No home tournament this year, so no home pressure either. Lovely handling skills. South Africa protesting that the ball was forward. Binyang it was, taking the ball up to the South African 22, but the Lady Blitzbokke are back there in numbers. It's the vice-captain, Pina. Dug out there by Plaiki, the scrum half. Kriel with a kick downfield, so China will have to start all over again. First ever Asian team to secure core team status after routing Brazil in the qualifiers. Now then, there's a chance here for China to come back on terms, and if she comes round under the posts, then the conversion will be much easier. Chen Kie. It's a good effort from China.
Well, it's obvious that they've got plenty of fitness, haven't they? Shang Shen running through, and actually it was a defensive misread by Jordan, who was the try scorer earlier, who'd come in off her man, who was this young lady.
Yeah, from the Shantung region, as are most of the Sevens squad members here. Beijing used to be the power base, of course, of rugby in China. And it's now shifted to Shantung.
Yeah, it was a rather controversial national championship in 2013 when Shandong took over because Beijing protested about the referee and just stood in the middle of the field while the Shandong girls scored try after try after try.
That's right, it was a huge score in the end, and if you're interested, I'm sure it's on YouTube somewhere. That's where I saw it.
Back, play on.
So the rugby stronghold has moved to Jinan province on the east coast. And these young ladies are professional athletes. Yang, Min Yang, the Chinese number 4, goes to ground. And China will get the penalty here. So organising matters is Chow. On the loop, Lilian Chow. Bundled to ground by Shona Weston. Done well to regroup here. Back there was Leaping Yue.
Back. Release.
It's the 5th game, of course, for these ladies. It's very, very hard in the searing heat. South Africa scored early on. They're looking to reclaim the lead here. 2 minutes remaining of the first half, and no quarter asked and no quarter given either.
Yeah, they're losing their support play there, South Africa. Just a little too individual. Got to go on threes.
Yeah, such is the importance of just the one championship point. Perhaps it could make all the difference by the end of the season. Whether you stay in the championship or not.
Back. Back.
Show Ming Yu. Away she comes. Oh, lovely show and go. I don't think she's got the pace though. She needs support. Pass is not going to hand, and it's quickly snapped up by Nosipua Goda, and Goda will go all the way, surely, to claim South Africa's second try. No, she won't. Well tracked down there, but it's still going to be a try though for South Africa, and Siviwe Basweni round under the post. Cruel luck for China.
Well, the possession changed hands over and over, didn't it? And Goda, well, body swerve, beautiful. She looked like she was gliding, but just didn't have that top end pace. Look at that tackle there from Li Ping. But the support, Basweni, she gets the lollies.
But how many times have we seen China do some good work, and then that just final pass, that loose pass, straight into the hands of the opposition. So South Africa back in control here. It's 12-7. Just under half a minute remaining of this first half. The only tournament last season was by invitation. They attended the Amsterdam Sevens. 3 points, 10th in Dubai. Chancellor into referee time. Again, a Chinese player runs away from the supporting runners, but the passes are sticking this time. One-on-one here. Oh, lovely work getting back inside. This is going to be a fantastic try for China. In under the posts. They draw level just before the break.
They're relentless, aren't they? They keep coming and coming, never giving up. And it was Shi Chao who had the fitness and pace. Here it is. She was coming from a standing start too. Once again, a bit of a swerve on the inside. The defensive player was tracking to the outside too fast, couldn't change direction. 5 points.
Good work there by Shi Chao Sun. And the conversion is good. And China have retaken the lead at half-time. And by 14-12 over South Africa.
下起来线也不错，大家能明白吗？但是有一点不好是什么呢？就是你在进攻的时候有攻转防的时候，两个问题：第一，你反应太慢；第二的什么呢？你一看打不动了，就要找人找支援了，能明白吗？拿球的人找人找支援，没有球的人呢，赶紧跟着。那么在进攻的时候，那人就失去支援了。你累要跟一跟啊，累要跟一跟。
Xiao He Lu is the Chinese coach, but known as Mac to all who know him. Sharing the coaching responsibilities here with Renfred Dezel is Paul Delport, another former 7th representative with South Africa. Recently retired. There he is with his back to us.
No fucking mistakes. Come on, last 7 minutes in Brazil. Last 7 minutes, you guys owe it to yourself. How hard have you worked? How hard have you worked? You guys owe it to yourselves. You guys have this. Such good play that first half. Keep building, keep building. Let's use opportunities. Let's use opportunities. Show that Nessie. Let's use opportunities.
Some words of encouragement there from Paul Delport for the Lady Blitzbokke.
The question for these ladies will be sevens fitness, the conditioning, because they don't. And the ladies in South Africa have only been contracted for about a year.
Yeah, would you believe there's no words for rugby in Chinese? They call it the olive ball. But these young ladies, they're based mostly around Shantung, as I say, and they're mostly university students. South Africa spent a lot of time in camp in Stellenbosch. So Xiaoming Yue to restart. That's a good kick. The restart. It could work out for China. Yes, it has. And that's a skill, isn't it, to hoist the high hang kick from kickoffs and restarts.
Yeah, that's an area of the game that you must master, being aerial, running up, leaping in the air to take that.
Well, you'd expect somebody by the name of Leaping to go for the high ball, wouldn't you? Zhao, Lilian Zhao feeds the scrum. Through very quickly was Plaiki, too quickly for referee Nievas' liking. China waste no time whatsoever, and they could work another try here. One more pass could well do it. Out on the near side here, and it's going to be another try for China, and it's claimed again by Shi Chao Sun.
Yes, the South African team were busy arguing about the penalty. The Chinese girls jumped on it, quick tapped, moved it to where the defence was, and nice in and out there. See that? She had gas, and it was a perfectly placed pass there for Shi Chao.
And the ball tucked up under the outside arm, using the right to good effect to ward off any would-be tacklers.
Yeah, good basics rugby. You've got to put it under that arm because it can get knocked out if you've got it on the side of the tackler.
Well, we both agreed that they are quick learners, aren't they, these Chinese? They soak up the technical aspects.
They must drill them because, you know, the fact that their passes are so good when they are a new nation to the sport, it's very impressive.
But when there's a sniff of an Olympic medal, you can bet your bottom dollar or your bottom yen that the Chinese won't be so far away. Xiaoming Yue again with the more than half decent restart, and again it's snapped up as another penalty. Well, we had a try from a similar situation less than a minute ago. Here they come again, evading the tackle, bringing a player back in on the angle, and that's Xiaoming Yu. spins pass from Leaping Yu.
Time off. 11, green. 11.
So a chance to make substitutions. Jackie Khril was the player to be replaced, I think. I heard there she is, number 11 being called out. And Lorinda Brown is on. Very experienced Lorinda Brown, wearing 9 for South Africa.
We can't forget that the South Africans, the very first Dubai Sevens, which was part of the first official women's IRB series, they made the final.
Yeah, and also have to consider that South Africa did go to the Dubai Rugby World Cup Sevens and Moscow in 2013, so they're not newcomers to the sport by any stretch.
Offside, 1.
So China will get the advantage here.
Offside.
For offside. Yu taking the ball up and might go through herself. There's a gap opening up, a huge gap opening up, and it's a hat-trick for the number 10, Shichao Sun. And once she gets her breath back, I'm sure she'll give us a smile.
Once again, it's wave after wave of Chinese jerseys. There it is, Yu. Quick tap, footwork, drew in 2 defenders and got that lovely offload away to Shichao Sun. They deserve the win if they manage to get it.
Well, it's the best performance of the weekend without a shadow of a doubt. Lost heavily to Fiji and to Australia. They ran Brazil close yesterday. They're looking good here for the 11th position. They lead South Africa by 24 to 12. Still time for South Africa.
You know, one of the reasons South Africa were good in that Dubai Sevens is because they had some very big, powerful forwards. A lot of teams have moved away from that, you know, thinking about that Sevens conditioning and fitness. But you do have 12 players on your roster, so you can afford to have a couple of big, powerful runners there.
Now then, this time perhaps no, again. This time it did fall back on the side of South Africa, the kick at the restart, but once more. Problems on the floor, and China will seek to take full advantage into the narrow side this time. Came off the feet. Half chance for Plaike. South Africa need a score. Just under 2 minutes. Zine Jordan on the switch is Siviwe Basweni. She has support from Lorinda Brown. Pulled down by Yu on her own 10-meter line, and China once again will get the decision from the referee. This is good play from China. Quickly taken, and away goes Chen Cheng. Chen Cheng like a train down the tram lines and under the posts, and that seals it for China. And this will provide a fantastic base for them to build on as they move on to Atlanta next month and the rest of the series. Great score.
Look at that, no defence, got back the 10 metres, just too tight. Pienaar tried hard to chase Chen Chen. Shoulders up, heads down, she's through.
This is a very impressive score for China.
Finally we see some fatigue.
It's no surprise really, is it? 8 representatives here from the Shantung province, strongest region. Rugby played on the university campuses where rugby enjoys a strong fan base.
This is a big score, isn't it? Considering the last time they met at the qualifier. Just 5 points of difference then.
But China certainly looking good value for the scoreline, for their victory, which is inevitable. So South Africa, well, they'll have to regroup from here. They still come. Clock goes into the red zone. But South Africa still in their own half. Neatly laid back there. Basweni waits, there she is, to Zine Jordan, and it wouldn't be appropriate if she had the final word. Lovely offload off the ground there. Basueni takes the return pass. No, not quite. And Zine Jordan is away, gets support from Lorinda Brown here. One more pass should do it, and it will be Zine Jordan who has the final word. It will make no difference to the end result, however, but it's good to see the South African captain back in full health despite that heavily strapped knee of hers, and she is almost out on her feet.
Oh, what work rate. She recycled herself so well in that passage of play. She touched it about 3 times and was on the end. So well done to Jordan.
And to think that they're battling just for one championship point here, but how valuable a point will that be, I wonder, for China? And how costly might it be for South Africa? As the conversion from Marite Pienaar is missed, we'll congratulate China on a job. China 31. So we can take a breather and have a look ahead at the finals to come. In the bowl final, it'll be Fiji who will take on Spain. Whilst in the late final, it's USA against England. And in the final, it's that old trans-Tasman clash between New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand looking for back-to-back victories in the series. Australia looking for back-to-back wins here in Sao Paulo. We'll take a 15-minute break, but don't go too far away. We'll be back with more action from the Sao Paulo Women's Sevens.
A gente devia até cantar uma ou tá bom hoje, Anderson? Hã? Podemos cantar? O que você gosta de cantar aí?
It is great to have you join us here in the vibrant city of Sao Paulo, host to the Brazil Sevens, the second tournament of 6 in the World Rugby Women's 7 Series. The Arena Barweira is the stadium for this leg with 34 games to be played out over 2 days, showcasing the best women's players in the world, all hoping to qualify for the 2016 Olympics. This is the third season of the Women's Sevens Series. And for this one, the competition's been extended to 6. It began in Dubai in December, the Kiwis getting first blood over there across rivals Australia. After a 2-month break, the teams got together again for this, the Brazil Sevens in Sao Paulo for the second year. And in the second weekend of March, the United States host the third leg in Atlanta, the 8,500 capacity stadium for Third Bank at Kennesaw University, the venue. Canada is one of the 2 new rounds this season. That tournament being held on April the 18th and 19th in Langford, British Columbia. And also a new addition is the London Sevens. The majority of the women's games played at the Stoop in Twickenham in the middle of May. We find out which 4 teams top the points table and qualify for the Olympics when it all finishes up in Amsterdam the following weekend. And of course, the overall winner will be crowned. Well, unlike the men's, just 12 teams compete in each of the tournaments. And the points up for grads range from 20 for the cup win, 18 for second, and so on. Every point vital, because if you don't make the top 4, the teams will go through a very tough Olympic qualification tournament later in the year and next. For the Brazil Sevens, the teams were divided into 3 pools. The points available for this one: 20, 18, 16, 14, 12. New Zealand currently the leaders after Dubai, Australia second, then Canada, France. Those 4, of course, looking good in this one. Plenty of Brazilian flavour here, the samba, the dancing, the beat of the drum. Absolutely loving it. So let's have a look at what happened on day 1. Some fantastic action. Here it is from the 2015 Brazil Sevens.
So here they come, France led by Christelle Ledouf. In the blue shirts, Barbara Pla is the captain of Spain. Just like France to score here on the counter, wouldn't it? Ledouf, Mayont rather, Biscara. Let's see the pace of the French ladies and the defence of Spain being exposed here by Camille Gracineau. Balanced runner, a busy winger in the 15s, and she's no slouch in 7s either. equalised. France look to round it off here. Lina Guerin, she's the replacement, and she's away under the posts. France are home and host.
Last feet, move. Montage.
An advantage coming here for New Zealand. Goss goes across to Chubik. Good footwork, wonderful footwork, and she's in. Hazel Chubik, that was special. Nathan Wong gets us off and running once more. That falls into the hands of Griffin, who does well to free up a runner down the left touchline. This good play, this great play from the USA. Excellent interchange of passing for the corner. It's Johnson. Oh yes, that's good. Good footwork in contact, and now looking to open up down the left-hand side, and it'll be McAllister dotting it down.
Bind. Set.
Javeley finds herself in space, cuts back inside, away she goes. Look at this, Jessica Javeley over the 22. At last we see her at level best. Jessica Javeley surely seals it for the USA.
Woodman soars. Don't tell me, get right out of town. Portia Woodman, that is beautiful. Tapped on beautifully, here they go. With Woodman on the outside. Able to position herself. Goss links nicely. Now Woodman just, wow, here she goes. Hits the accelerator, the turbo button, not required. 10 tries in a day. How do you like that? Hey there, Portia.
Such a world-class team. They've just got class all over the park. At least in Quirk, you expect to be at the centre of everything good Australia do today.
It's Australia straight back on attack through Quirk, looking for the switch runner and picking it up and unloading. Evania Polite slides through, goes under. Lovely switch ball there to set her up. Two here in Sao Paulo as Murray tries to pressure onto the breakdown, and reading it beautifully, Shani Williams. That is an excellent heads-up play from the captain, and she has her second try of the morning.
We've seen a bit of everything from her already today, haven't we?
Brazil, well, they looked quite competent. They know what needs to be done. If they could put the game together, but they have got a very determined Fiji side up against them here, in the form of Elina Ratoluva there, and here is the speedster, Radinyavuni. Sardar digs it out for Ramalho. On the scissors, good work by Bruna Lutufo. The gap opens up for Amanda Araujo. And this will give Brazil the lead for the first time. Don't you just love this game? Look at the leg drive from the Brazilians, and they've won the turnover. It's there for Godoy, having her first taste of SEMS and her first taste of success. Karina Godoy seals it for Brazil, surely now. Fiji looking strong here again. Lovely take there by Coates. And the floated pass out wide. This time surely it'll come to the flyer out on the wing. Jemima Tamoy, lovely handoff. Good pace, good try coming up. A fourth for Fiji. Claimed by Jemima Tamoy. advantage England here. Good strength being shown by Katie McLean.
Back. Back, it's not meant.
It's advantage here to England. South Africa not back to 10 metres. They don't need the advantage because they have the second try claimed by Natasha Brennan.
They've brought on Karen Paquin, Canada, incredibly quick. Plays back row forward in 15, but goodness me, could be a winger.
That's a much better pass, right on the money. Out it goes to Farella. And that might be enough for Canada to get home against Russia.
Now they need to retain possession. Just over a minute remaining. Watmore is out wide once more, waiting for the ball to come. There's the kick pass. Perhaps a little too early, or the bounce might well work out there for Watmore. Watmore for the corner. It's England's game. Surely now, a hat-trick for Joanne Watmore. Take out quickly. The wild pass into midfield, but snapped up there by Seradina. Seradina's away into the 22. The support is there from Kabayeva. And Natasha Hunt making sure that she couldn't go round under the posts.
So great opportunity here early on for England to open their account. Look at this. Spearing off the right foot and flying away is Waterman. That is a perfect start. High fives all round. Charity Williams, we saw her grab her first try on the World Rugby Women's 7 Series earlier, and boy oh boy, it was impressive. So if she can get freed up with some room to move, she can really fly, as can Karen Paquin down the right-hand touchline. Oh, that is an excellent finish. She'll go all the way. Long passage of ball in play here. The ladies will be sucking in the big ones as Landry toes ahead, looking for it to sit up for her. Whatever she touches turns to gold. Landry, freak.
Lineup quickly taken by Russia. Here's the threat of Baizat Khamidova. So you've got plenty of pace, although I fancy she's slowed down a little from when we saw her here last year. This is better though from Marina Petrova. Petrova breezes away from Pumer Zagadou in under the post for a second try, a well-taken try for Russia.
So records were broken, a new milestone set by New Zealand on day one, which meant they topped the standings and played the 8th qualifier through, which was the United States. Crowd favourites Brazil played France, Canada met Russia again, and the final cup quarter would be Australia against England. And here are your quarterfinals. New Zealand in that 54-0 defeat over France in the last game of pool play yesterday, they made a statement. That was the best performance I've ever seen from the Kiwis.
Snapped up there by Sarah Goss, the captain, into midfield. Kayla McAllister steps inside. Lauren Doyle pins back her ears. It's a wonderful individual score for Kayla McAllister. They have equalled their try tally of yesterday against New Zealand. The switch between Sarah Goss and Hazel Chubik. Scanlon, powerful Charlotte Scanlon. Stolen though by the USA. Now here's an opportunity. Away goes Thomas. Thomas will get there. What a superb try for the USA.
Set. Flag.
Back from Favesi to Javelet, 2-on-1. Oh, lovely work, lovely interplay between Falayan and Javelet. Javelet, she's got pace. Back to strength into midfield. That's Megan Lee Bonney, but then again it's Thomas, and again it's the handoff, and this is the try. Oh my goodness!
Oh, just popped out of her hands.
That's Jordan Webber. She knows that her brother Joe was in the squad that won the Wellington Sevens this weekend. Can she repeat that performance? I wonder, but away goes Portia Woodman, and she's going to add another try to her impressive tally on day one. 10 tries on the opening day, and that's her first today, and that takes her to 300 career points.
If Brazil and France can follow that game, it's going to be a very, very good one, that's for sure. Goodness me, what a show of rugby we've just had.
This good play, really good play from Grassenot. She will put her foot to the floor and go all the way for the French's first in the Cup quarter-final. Just ghosting across the park and picking up the runs of Leduc. That's good play from France. That's an excellent finish. That'll be enough. They're on their way to the semis, and it is Laranu finishing the Brazilians off.
I think it's still worth reminding ourselves that Canada is the only team other than New Zealand and Australia that has got to a final of a series tournament. Landry to Moleski. Frella looking to get the better of Baizet Kamidova. She's one of the star players and has been for the last few seasons for the Russian squad. But Canada still have it through Stacey, the number 5. Now then, a chance here surely for Canada to open their account. In at the corner goes Paquin. Kudinova. Oh, good work by Kudinova. And Russia will claw one back here. In at the corner goes Nadezhda Kudinova, the Russian captain. It's on its way. Here is Landry. Long pass finding Bianca Ferrella. She had a good tournament here in Sao Paulo last year, but this is the young lady that's having an excellent tournament for Canada, Ghislaine Landry, and she's back now on the top of the points scorers list this season with her 8th try here in Sao Paulo.
They are taking on the defending champions, England. Australia getting the cash here in Brazil last year, and they'll certainly have designs on doing so again in 2015. Now that one just slipping forward, looked to be forward. Let's play on. Say our officials, and dart down the short side there. Forces the Aussies now to just bide their time, and it's Quirk ripping a long ball. The pick up from Williams is outstanding. She's got her foot on the floor. Ain't no stopping Shani Williams. There's Cherry going across to Quirk and holds the pass up for Green. Maybe on the second chance she can break clear, and another great covered tackle from England shuts her down. Cherry digs it out, comes across to Kaslik. Again, so dangerous. Kaslik at the line. Dummied now, gives it off. It is oh so easy for Cherry in the corner, but put it down to Charlotte Kaslik. Here we go again, the crash in tight. Brought down was Burford. And Chamberlain across to Hunt. Long ball there to their initial try scorer. The footwork is sensational from Staniford. She's in for England.
Advantage. Still penalty advantage, sorry.
Numbers queuing up to the right for Australia. The last pass is right on the money to Parry, and she steams over. That might be enough to send Australia to the semis.
Just watch the late hit there.
So all the favourites on paper go through from the quarters. The semi-final draw for the Cup would see a replay then of the day 1 pool match between New Zealand and France, in a classic showdown between Australia and Canada. Let's find out who took the victories in those.
This is Woodman, 5 tries against France yesterday evening. Top try scorer here this weekend. She scored tries in each and every match that the Ferns have played. Lovely step there from Kelly Brazier. 1, 2, and over. Good work by the Otago representative. Just her 4th event here. Tubic again, slowly but surely. Here come New Zealand through that woman, Portia Woodman. McAllister cuts back inside and sprints for the try line. Dug out by Jordan Webber. And she emulates the feats of her brother. And more of that later as the replacement for France. Shannon Izar has claimed an important score for her side. Australia against Canada, who will meet the World and Series champions in the final, I wonder.
Garnier, and now the long raking pass is a ripper to Williams, who steps off the right and frees up Dalton down the right side. That is class from the Aussies. And another penalty, yet another one against the Australians. Here's Landry with it. Stop and go again. She can really move, this girl. And she's gone in and levelled it up. Elliot Green on the park now for Australia, trying to get around Landry, and does well to free up the runner on the outside. That's Polite, Vania Polite, Vania Polite, going, gone, in under the sticks.
We've not seen very much of Ivania Polite playing on the wing for Australia, but goodness me, she has got a bit of gas, hasn't she?
So here then are the finals coming up in the bowl final. It's Fiji against Spain. Valuable championship points on offer here. The secondary plate competition features the USA against England. I wonder who's your money on? And the big gamble itself, New Zealand against Australia. New Zealand looking for a second series win in a row following their success in Dubai. And it's a repeat of the Dubai final, but Australia here looking to hold on to their Sao Paulo crown. They won here 12 months ago. Can they do it again?
Seven-a-side rugby, that's what we enjoy watching. Some tackle that. What a thriller here in Dubai. That was bang, bang, thank you. This is superb. Just confidence from the youngster. Straight, power, pace, wonderful try. Beautiful skills. Back try. Oh, lovely silky skills to step and go, and well, that is class out the top draw. The ebb and flow of this game is absolutely outstanding. Treated to some magnificent seven-a-side rugby.
And this is the future of the women's game.
We're all poised here at the Arena Barueri for the finals coming up, and to remind ourselves first of all that this is how the World Series table looks. New Zealand out on top courtesy of that victory in Dubai when they came from behind to defeat Australia. Points all the way down to the 1 point claimed by China in Dubai, but they've really done well here. They've defeated South Africa in the 11th and 12th position, so they'll climb up the tables, albeit slowly. And the 4 top teams, of course, at the end of the 6 tournament series will automatically qualify for the Olympic Games in Rio in 2016. So then we await the teams to come onto the field for the bowl final, Fiji against Spain. Fiji's record in World Series. They played 26, won 11, lost 15, but they've never met in the World Series, Spain and Fiji. Everything to play for. Again, led by Priscilla Siata, the Fijians. They've grown in stature as the weekend has progressed, and keep an eye out for the number 7, Ana Maria Rongitha. She is the playmaker. And there's pace also, and Tinai scored a hat-trick in the semi-final, but Spain also have their stars in Eli Martinez leading now this side. Barbara Pla is there, Patricia Garcia, Delpan, familiar names to those who support women's sevens rugby. An experienced Spanish side, but Fiji is pretty much an experimental side. Sue Day joining me for this one in the commentary box.
Yeah, experimental, 7 changes from Dubai, but there have been some impressive changes. Radinjavuni's on the bench, but she has been very, very good for Fiji. What they tend to do is make Tinai do all the running for the first half and into the second half, and then bring on the fresh legs later on.
And just like their men's counterparts, Fiji step onto the field and claim the centre circle. A little word of prayer, no doubt. Spain, well, that's their record. They defeated China by 7-5, but then China defeated South Africa by 31 points to 12. Referee for this one, I fancy, is not Rasta Rasavenga. Jessica Beard from New Zealand will take charge of this one. So late change. Rasta perhaps has twinged a hamstring, perhaps, who knows. So here we are then, the Lionesses of Spain take on Fiji for the bowl final and valuable points, valuable championship points. Ball taken in the air by Elina Ratauluva, ably supported by Timaima Tamoy, making her debut here in Sao Paulo this weekend in the sunshine. Let's hope for some sunshine rugby from these two teams. That is Rongitha. Spreading the ball out wide to Tinai. Some explosive pace off the mark as Lavinia Tinai. Fiji retaining possession. Now then, some go forward here from the captain, Priscilla Siata. Given possession away. Paula Medin. Good work, just holding off the Fijian defender and giving a little bit of space here to Patricia Garcia. The kick across field. The bounce not kind for Spain, but it's carried over the try line, so it'll be a scrum 5.
Yeah, Patricia Garcia didn't fancy her pace there against the strong Fijian runners, so they went for the kick through, which has worked out for them in the end. Can't see only TV screens from up here. Spain were defending so narrow from that first Fiji play. They'll have to watch that because Fiji have some very strong runners out wide.
Yeah, they've certainly got some gas on the bench in the form of Ruela Radinjavuni, who's come on as a replacement a few times this weekend and to good effect. Ella Marama is another one. Spain then, looking for the opening score here. Into contact goes Patricia Garcia, pulled down short of the Fijian try line. There were hands in the ruck there, so it's advantage here to Spain. Has to be a score, surely. Still advantage to Spain. Quickly taken by Garcia. This time it will go wide, and this time Spain will claim the score. Claimed by Vanessa Real.
Patient work from Spain. Fiji always up against it. By the time Spain had a 5-metre scrum and claimed the ball off that 5-metre scrum, they just kept the pressure on. In the end, Patricia Garcia gets the ball out, and it's Vanessa Real, experienced player, finishing on the outside.
It's a good start then for Spain. This conversion from Patricia Garcia from the Olympico Pozuelo club in Madrid. You could add Waikato, New Zealand to her CV as well. And it's a good strike from the Spanish number 4. The Lionesses of Spain steal an early lead over Fijiana, and by 7 points to 0. Spain get to restart. Garcia look to drop this one just on the 10-meter line. It's a well-struck kick. It's forward though from a Spanish hand. I think it was the try scorer of Vanessa Real. So Jessica Bier calls him back for the scrum. Under pressure. Spain slipping the binding, so there'll be an advantage. Taking it wide is Rusilla Tamoy. Good defensive lines here from Spain. Spain come again very quickly, taking penalty. Eli Martinez. Look at the effort being expended here by Fiji at the breakdown. Good work, exceptional work. Now then, can they work themselves out of their own 22 here? Not the slickest of handling. Still there though. For the pacey number 8, Lavinia Tinai.
And the Spanish defence is working at the moment. What they're doing is a press to the sidelines. It means that they're flooding the sideline and leaving about 3/4 of the rest of the pitch completely unmarked. But so far, they're luring the Fijians into that trap, and Fiji can't get it back out.
So just a one score, 2 minutes remaining of the first half in this bowl final. Rongitha out into midfield. That's Tinai, captain. Siata just holding the ball up, waiting for some support to arrive perhaps, and using her strength to outmuscle the Spaniards, and it's a good ploy, but still work out though. Tinai taking it into contact. This time it should go wide, because as Sude has just said, the Spaniards, they're defending very narrow at the moment. The overhanded pass from Rongitha to Ngusuyivalu. There she is, the long striding Josie Ngusuyivalu. The pass should have come out, I fear, rather than looking to go back on the inside, and the try might have come.
Yeah,
they were stretching the Spanish ladies, weren't
they? Two things they did wrong. One, not pass the ball, and two, not straighten up. So they're drifting across the field with the ball, which is playing into the hands of the Spanish defence, because it allows that defence, which has gone all one way across the pitch, to just follow them back. Once Spain have played that sort of defence, they just need to fix Fiji, pass it into the wide open spaces.
Penalty not finding touch. Fiji back in their own half here with Timaima Tamoy to break down this resolute Spanish defence. Rongitha to Tamoy there. Priscilla Siata looking to pick up a little bit of pace here. Oh, lovely flick pass. Now then, here's a chance. Lavinia Tinai giving chase is Vanessa Real. Good tackle. Hunting down her prey there. It looked for certain that Tinai was going to go over. Well, she did score 3 tries in the semi-final, but perhaps she lacks the legs at this stage of play.
Yeah, you put your money on her, wouldn't you, a game or two ago to get in there? But as we've both said, this is a quite inexperienced Fijian side. Probably doesn't have that repeated speed fitness yet that she'll have in a few tournaments' time.
Yeah, it's a new experience for Ilyas Tanivalu's side. 5 games here over the weekend. Recovery is so crucial. Your reserves are sorely tested. So a chance then in referee time at the end of this first half for Fiji to come back on terms, and good pressure being applied, albeit illegally. So another chance for Fiji. Spain and not back to the 10 meters. Will it come out this time, I wonder? Tinai waits on the near side here. The kick pass is good. Will the bounce be kind for Tinai? Yes, it will. And expertly done, round nearer the post for possibly an easier conversion.
Yeah, popped up into her hands, didn't it? You're never quite sure where they're going to go, those kicks. We've seen a few kick passes this tournament. Mostly they've come off. There she goes, beautifully weighted, really well weighted. Didn't go into touch, just sat up in front of Tinai perfectly.
First kick to draw level, and it'll be the try scorer herself, Lavinia Tinai from the Marist Seahawks, to attempt the conversion, draw the teams level. It's not a bad effort. It's crept inside the far upright, and it's all tied up at 7 points all at half time.
Pero para la vuelta no podemos llegar hasta el final otra vez, con lo cual vamos a subir más sobre la defensa, ¿de acuerdo? Vamos a subir más sobre la defensa. Podemos pasarnos sobre esta defensa que estamos haciendo, pero a la vuelta subimos, ¿de acuerdo? Y es tener el balón. Si tenemos más tiempo en el balón, el partido es nuestro, ¿no? Es buscar cada...
Pues Antonio Barrio is the coach of Spain.
Escuchar, van a subir otra vez, acordaros. Volver es bueno, volver es bueno. Abrir el campo y a la que podamos empiece a ver jugadores.
The space that you be some. Vamos realizar. Ona vez essa câmera tu mulai. Vamos. Tu sata. Tu sata ele não é muito. Só. Vamos na palma lá pusão. Eu queria dizer, vamos na palma lá. Certo? Mas eu disse o Lexio Roy.
Some stern words there from Ilyesa Tanibola. More than 10 minutes here for Fiji.
Not sure what he said, but certainly what I'd be saying to them is get a little bit deeper, work a little bit harder off the ball. It makes it so much easier when you're running onto the ball at the moment. They're too flat and going too far sideways.
Yeah, the tone of his voice indicated that perhaps he wasn't totally satisfied with the first half performance.
We can guess that, yeah.
So Fiji will be to restart. The try scorer, Lavinia Tinai, the first woman from her village and family. The Wainemunka district of able to play rugby. She's certainly done them proud here. That was knocked forward by Tamoy. Referee Beard waiting for an advantage. Spain, on their day, they can be very competitive against the top sides. They perhaps lack the size and bulk to make a real impact. Wondo, replacement. Much room on the near side here, but this young lady will make room for herself, and Fiji will take the lead through Ana Maria Rungitha. She's the little playmaker, the fastest and smallest in the side, but she's given her side the lead here.
Yeah, she's been impressive for Fiji, Rungitha. She really has. Such a pivotal player for them. Usually it's the playmaking role. This time it's the finishing role, but she's on hand in the right place at the right time.
They've heeded the warnings, the stern words of Ilyesa Tanibola. That's half-time. Snatched the lead from Spain. Conversion is missed, but Fiji lead by just the one score, by 12-7.
Big test for Spain now. Spain have played a lot of sevens. They're one of the most experienced teams here. They are not used to being behind to a team like Fiji, new on the scene. Spain have to pick themselves up now and really have a go at this Fiji side.
Yeah, they've given away a handful of tries this weekend, have the Spanish ladies. Fiji in turn, they defeated China, they lost to Brazil, and that was an upset. And as expected, they came off second best against Australia. But they defeated South Africa this morning by the odd conversion, 24-22. Show on the go from the captain, and Rungitha had called for the ball early.
Around the head.
It's a penalty for Fiji. Out it comes. Tinai on to the speedster Radinjavuni. I don't think she'll be stopped. She's got strength, she's got power. Three Spanish tacklers pull her to ground. She is penalised for holding on to the ball.
Yeah, and that illustrates the problem with Fiji's game. They're not working hard enough when they don't have the ball in their hand. Had there been somebody on the shoulder of Radinjavuni then, she'd have been able to offload it. Certainly they'd have been able to recycle it, but as it is, penalty given away.
Yeah, that's the inexperience of this Fijian side. They won the qualifying tournament in Hong Kong to secure themselves a core status on the circuit this season. That was back in September of last year. Series this year, of course, travels to Canada for the first time, and a tournament in London and Amsterdam. It's 6 tournaments this season, one more than last year.
Spain choosing to go for the territory. Good call, I think. 5 metres out from their try line. As it is, they're now closer to the halfway line than the try line. Chance to take it to Fiji.
There's plenty of time, 4 minutes. It starts with this line out. Won by Paula Medin, unopposed. Vanessa Rial saw her path blocked. Good work here by Timaima Tamoy, working hard to try and secure possession. It's still there for Fiji. Oh, that tackle gone in. It would have been a really big hit. That's Barbara Pla, squad captain. Spain have numbers here, but again not really committing themselves, and in the end was possession lost. I thought it had been knocked forward there.
Yeah, referee judged it, went backwards, so Spain let off the hook, but they've got to take some of these opportunities. They're making gaps at the moment, but not taking the right option to run through them.
Still camped in their own half, but Barbara Pla is with the breakout. Captains locking horns there. Siata with the tackle on her counterpart, Barbara Pla. And that's one unholy mess.
Yeah, Spain just not working hard enough at the breakdown, not getting low enough, not hitting hard enough.
Ratauluva to Talitha Vondo. And support a little slow in arriving, but there it is, and there's a Fijian player down inside their own half. Rongitha, now then, an injection of pace perhaps. Has she got the speed? No. But this lady has. She's got the power and the strength as well. This is better. Change of direction from Ratauluva. The long pass from Vondo to the speedster, Ruela Radinyavuni. Again, not having the confidence, or does she? Looks for support. It wasn't where she expected it to be. There's a huge gap on the far side of that ruck. Ratauluva comes back on the open side. Rongitha, and now Tinai looking to get into her stride.
Rongitha's running across the pitch, hoping for Tinai to come on the switch. Tinai just isn't reading what she's asking her to do, because what Tinai's doing is pulling the defence across with her, creating the space on the inside. I think tiredness setting in though for this Fiji, well both teams, but especially for Fiji, who are just not experienced in this tournament play.
Yeah, it's a new experience, and the captain is back on her feet, Priscilla Siata, having received treatment. So Fiji back to a full complement of 7, but it's a Spanish line-out. 2 minutes remaining of this bowl the final. On comes Irene Schiavon for Spain, wearing 10 with the red scrum cap. And off comes Timaima Tamoy for Fiji. Good work by Fiji at the line-out. Now then, will it go through the hands this time from Ratauluva? This is Siata, the captain, just checks, looking to find space perhaps on the outside for Radinyavuni this time. Again looking to take the ball into contact, but it's a second try for the number 8, Lavinia Tinai.
And that's the one. This time there was support on the shoulder, wasn't there? This time, when Radinyavuni took the ball into contact, there was someone there waiting. She managed to get her arms free, got the offload to the Tinai, who's just scored so many tries this weekend.
Yeah, that's 5 tries now for Lavinia Tinai, but you can tell that the heat, it's taking its toll on these players. But Fiji now have a respectable lead as we go into the last minute of this bowl final.
Yes.
Taking on water.
Spain will be disappointed with their performance. They've really not strung anything together. They've not been strong enough at the breakdown, so they've not been able to give themselves good ball. And when they have had the ball, they've just not taken Fiji on enough, carried the ball at pace, tried to get over the game line.
17-7, 10 points the difference with very little time to go. It's game management for Fiji. Just need to retain possession at the restart here. Yeah, just a little dink beyond the 10-meter line, and it's been expertly done by Fiji. Oh,
Yeah, you tapped it.
cruel luck. Tapped it forward.
Yeah.
Try scorer Tinai. And only crouch and watch.
16 seconds left though, and 10 points in it. Fiji should be pretty comfortable now, pretty happy this game's going their way.
Yeah, it's not been the prettiest of games perhaps, but the result will stand and speaks for itself. 17-7. Final play then in the bowl final. Spain have it. They had much of their own way at the
Advantage, hands on the rock.
top of the first half. And they scored the first try. They might have the final word here yet, as Barbara Pla takes it out onto the extreme right here, directly beneath us. This is the replacement, Scavion.
Advantage, offside.
Onto Vanessa Rial. Jessica Beard spots an offside.
I think Spain might have preferred to play on there, big space on the outside, but they've got another shot.
Well, high tackle.
Advantage.
That'll be penalised, Scavion. Lovely little step there from Yera Echeverria in the shadow of the Fijian post, and Spain will have the last word. They scored the first try, they scored the last try in this match, but it'll make no difference to the final outcome. Fiji have done enough to claim the bowl here in Sao Paulo in 2015. Ellie Martinez then with the score. Handshakes all round. 17-12 the final scoreline, but the Fijians, the Fijiana, will take home the bowl, which will be presented to them shortly. So it'll be interesting, as I've already alluded to, as to which side Iliesa Tanibula takes with him to Atlanta next month. He's seen the depth in his squad. He's probably been impressed by 2 or 3 players here this weekend, the 2 or 3 players that he's brought in.
Yeah, some standouts both brought in, like Nadinia Vuni, and who are already around, Rongitha. Tinai's been good, Brittany Coates has been very good, didn't play in this match. You have to assume there's an injury there. But there's some good players, and if he gets the combination of the best of Dubai and the best of this tournament, he should come out with a pretty good squad.
The support has been good here this weekend for the local team, the hosts, Brazil, who defeated Fiji on the first day, much to the delight clearly of the Brazilian supporters. It's a new experience for them as we get ready for the presentation then of the bowl. And the players come up in turn to be congratulated by Mark Egan, head of competitions and performance in World Rugby. Sami Arap, the president of the Confederation of Rugby in Brazil. There he is on the right, Mark Egan on the left. So Sami Arap, the president of Brazil Rugby, to present the trophy to the victorious Fijiana side, and holding the trophy aloft will be the captain, Priscilla Siata. That's their reward for a hard weekend of rugby here in Sao Paulo. Fiji are the bowl winners in Sao Paulo in 2015.
So that's how our World Series table looks ahead of the last couple of games here from Sao Paulo in Brazil. And it has been some terrific sevens rugby that's been displayed here across the weekend. Each of our sides delivering moments of brilliance, and the locals have been happy the whole way through, banging their drums, and Sude knocking back a couple of refreshing beverages in the nice warm weather here in Brazil.
Well, I'm mostly hiding in the shade. It's got pretty hot at times, as the players will attest.
So the points available later today, and well, it'll be New Zealand and Australia chasing the maximum that's on offer. That's set to be a cracking way to wrap up the weekend.
It certainly is, and we've seen such good contests between those two teams in the last few finals. Interesting to see. In Dubai, Australia played some amazing rugby, but New Zealand picked them at the post at the end. This tournament, both teams had really strong first days, perhaps not quite so strong second day, so who's going to come out on top? Hard to say. Very evenly matched as the sun continues to bathe us here in the late afternoon in Brazil. We hope you're enjoying watching on wherever you are around the world. And well, look at some of the names at the top of that list. They are, each of them, world class. Portia Woodman has been unstoppable at times. Yeah, she certainly has. She is a world-class finisher. Ghislaine Landry, a slightly different player, isn't she? A bit more of a playmaker, but also has the gas to go with it. And Vania Polite has made the most of her expanded playing time in the Australian team, scoring the match-winning try in the Cup semi-final to push her team through to the big dance. So she's had a good tournament also. Yeah, showed some real gas in that. We've not seen that really before from her quite so explicitly in big games. Outgassed Karen Paquin, which doesn't happen very often. Interesting for me on that list, Kristen Thomas for the USA. She's new to this series, and she has been a real find for them. Indeed she has, and a couple of the top point scorers there, and no doubt some potential MVPs, players of the tournament, on that list as well. Yeah, well, you can't argue with people who score that many tries. Woodman, Landry, Watmore. Interesting, though, that Dalton and Nathan Wong both on that list. The kickers for Australia and New Zealand, so important in sevens. You get those extra 2 points, and that's where most of their points have come from, getting those conversions out from all parts of the pitch. They're some of the best women's sevens players on the planet there, and they are off to Atlanta next. So it's some life for these talented women's sevens players, and there are the dates for you, March 14 and 15. That's set to be a super weekend at the Kennesaw State University, also known as the Fifth Third Bank Stadium. It's always a crack offer. Yeah, this time last year Atlanta was a little earlier and it was freezing. The snow was coming down, so the players went from the freezing cold of Atlanta to the boiling warmth of Brazil. Well, no such conditions here. It was rainy early in the week, rather tropical, and then across the tournament the sun has come out and just hammered us, kept us nice and warm, and the locals here too, such great people. If you've not been to Sao Paulo, Sue, what would you say to those who've not tasted the delights of South America? They've been so welcoming, haven't they, the locals? Everybody here has looked after us. Everybody here has taken to the party. They're all having a little relax now, taking it easy between the games, but that's because they've been banging the drums and dancing all the way through this tournament. Well, they've got 4 excellent games to look forward to in the coming hours, with Brazil and Russia next up, followed by the United States and England, the third-fourth playoff between France and Canada, and then the big one between the trans-Tasman rivals, New Zealand and Australia. They'll be getting up all around both those countries in the early hours of the morning, pouring a bowl of cornflakes, a little bit of light white on top. Sit back and watch some of the best sevens players on the planet go toe-to-toe. Quite right, some of the best sevens players on the planet. Great timing that everyone will be getting up in Australia, New Zealand, ready to watch it. Not sure it's the way I'd want to start the day, with my heart in my mouth. There are always tight games between those two teams. Set you up for a very nervous day. Could set yourself up for a cracking week if your team gets it done in the big one. Earlier though, we'll see Brazil and Russia go toe-to-toe. Brazil have really come on in terms of their standing in the World Women's Sevens Series. Not yet defeated Russia in this series, but so they can really ask some questions in this coming match. I've been so impressed with Brazil, so impressed. And we keep saying it, tournament after tournament, they're getting better, but they've really laid a marker down this tournament. They really have, they've got a chance against Russia. Russia are a much more physical team, but Brazil move the ball really well.
In terms of attack, they'll look for Ishibashi to do the damage.
Always, she's at the heart of everything. She's a fantastic playmaker. She's also the leader and the communicator. Sada Esteves on the outside, Hosha, they all play their part, but Ishibashi is so important.
And look for Mariana Hamaliot to do plenty of work in defence, and across to the Russian team. Well, look no further, do we, than Hamidova, and Petrova had some nice touches in their last game also.
Yeah, we saw a bit more from Hamidova in the last game. She's been a bit quiet this tournament, but just started to come into her own. Kazakova as well, another favourite for me. So strong on the ball, so quick.
So here they come onto the park. There is the captain, Paula Ishibashi. She is a crowd favourite. Very talented little sevens player. Not a whole lot of her, but she gets around the park and asks plenty of questions of her opponents. And just wait till you hear the locals really rev up as they try to lift their team over the Russians, who went down in their last match 22-12 against England. There it is, waving proudly the Brazilian flag. Such a passionate, vocal run of supporters. Speaking about being vocal, expect plenty out of Rasta, our referee this afternoon. He will be at the forefront, taking charge and letting the ladies loose in Sao Paulo. We are up and running in the 7th-8th playoff, and a great take from Esteves. Brings the crowd into the mix right off the bat. Now they go to the midfield. Good long ball there from Ishibashi, right on the button. And big tackle coming in from over on Julia Sada. Just to work the fringes here is Esteves again, gets through a couple of first up tackles and now takes play inside the 22. Darnage coming, Ishibashi. And the bounce pass it across, and once again they just repeat the dose down the left side through Julia Sada. Come back to the offside penalty against Russia.
Good start from Brazil, keeping possession off the kickoff.
Just a little tricky and just forced to check the run there, and again that one just misses the mark, so I'll just need to compose again. That looked high, that looked really high.
Get it done.
So just a penalty, perhaps lucky to get away with only that.
Yeah, definitely a high tackle. Sometimes referees will give you a couple of minutes rest for those to get the yellow card out of their pocket, but that's the referee's call, so that's how it is. Good Brazil, good possession here. Just need to make it count. At the moment, they're going from side to side. They need to punch a little bit. You create holes by moving teams across the pitch, but then you've got to take those gaps.
So Ishibashi plugs it into the corner. Will need that to kick right. It kicks the wrong way, but Esteves has a presence of mind to soccer it ahead, and they'll parlay that into another penalty. Fortuitous for Brazil. Chasing the opening points here and bulleting the pass across, and now it does find Julia Sada. Rangy frame of Hamidova brings her down short. Excellent build-up this from the locals. Turn and spin for Esteves. Stutters, goes, drives, gets there. Brazil try!
How fitting that it was Esteves. She has been inspirational so far in this game from Brazil. It was her take off the first kickoff that has handed Brazil the possession that they've kept ever since. What a try! Here it comes. It's the handling skills that get it there. The ball was in a breakdown right on the other side of the pitch. Their handling skills got it over to this side of the pitch, and Esteves just creeps over the line.
Nice to see. Juliana Esteves says, look at me, I'm in for the first. she's had a huge impact early on in this game from the very opening whistle.
Very, very much so. Inspirational, catching that kickoff. We've not seen that very much of that from Brazil. This is a much bigger, more physical Russian side, so they need to try and keep possession. They don't want to be competing with them at the breakdown. So brilliant that Esteves got a hand on the ball. And quite right, if you score a try on home ground at a special occasion like this, you've got to celebrate.
Expect that she will be looking to retrieve another here. I'll be looking for her off the restart. Esteves and taps it back. The trailing work is good from her teammates as well. So bright start from Juliana Esteves. Ishibashi goes wide and left, and Sada trailing Hosha. That's ties Hosha, carrying it on. Esteves relocates to the midfield, and a nice dummy there from Ramalho. All the running with Brazil early on. Scatford. Ishibashi, they reload the short side. The dummy comes from Ramalho. Charging onto that was Ishibashi.
Brazil at the moment. I don't think Russia have had their hands on the ball, dominating possession. Excellent play.
Esteves fishes it out. Just track across the park and look to hold it up, and then getting their nose through the line was Hosha. Penalty as well. Not releasing the tackled player.
And the penalties are all going against Russia. Brazil putting so much pressure on them. The moment Brazil keep playing it side to side absolutely wide, I'd like to see them do a switch back in or something, just test. Russia at the moment know what they're going to do. They know they're going to go wide. Test them a little bit, change it up.
Esteves, a tough pass to bring in and look to go forward. So through 5.5 minutes of sevens rugby here at the Arena Barueri, Brazil have been camped in the Russian half.
They really have. They could have done with another score with all that pressure, really. This is a good Russian team. They'll be tired from all that defending. 5 minutes of defending in sevens is hard work, but they do have some strong runners out there. Kazakova, Hamidova, they'll be looking to get the ball into their hands now because they've got the size advantage over Brazil.
Just wonder how much they've taken out of the tank, being forced to defend for such a long period of time. Gee, that won't impress their coach, Pavel Baranovsky. He will not like that.
It really won't. This is a bigger Russian team. You expect them to dominate at scrum time. They haven't. Great work by Brazil, playing out of their skins at the moment.
Yeah, crouch. Bind. Sit.
Big shove from Brazil. And now they just ghost and to fire the pass across to Scatford. And she does well to reel it in and then winds up, tackled just inside the touchline. In fact, she went into touch first, so not a bad result.
Yeah, really good defensive work from Kazakova, I think it was, right out there. Sada trying to take her, Scatford trying to take her on the outside, but that's what I keep saying. Brazil keep going for the outside. They keep doing that. They need to change it up, I think, now, because Russia know that's what they're doing.
2 meters, 2 meters.
The line out is a good one from Russia. So at long last, they can perhaps string some phase play together, or even go a little better again and score some points just before halftime. For the first time in this match, Russia are inside the Brazilian half. Offside there. Advantage over. Good tackle coming in from Campos. Forced it free.
First shot, let's go 1-2. All right, let's go halftime.
Big play on the stroke of half-time from Luisa Campos, and it is the home team leading Brazil 5, Russia 0.
Brasil.
Meninos, okay, listen up. You're doing everything right by holding the ball. Hands are dropping away a little bit, so that's need to bring up your accuracy. It's everything in this game when you're tired.
mais de precisão, tá? Pra gente continuar fazendo o que a gente tá fazendo. Tá muito bom, só que a gente começou a
You're not going to beat them on the outside, Maninas. They'll show you it, and then they're going to march you out the sideline. So bring it back in, or stop, pull out, bring it back.
Traz a bola de volta ou pisa pra dentro.
Tá, bora. They don't like the contact in their face when you come back in and you fight. Okay? But it's about patience. Patience.
Paciência.
Yeah. Give them one sniff, they will go the whole way. That's why we have to control the ball, link
O
ourselves.
tempo todo, vieram até aqui. Tá? A gente é mais ligada e empurrá-las pra fora. A gente deu muito pra trás.
Vamos, Brasil! Vamos!
So almost like Sude was inside Brazilian coach Chris Neal's head there. She called for it, that they were trying too hard to get on the outside of the Russians. They need to be more direct, switch play a little, and that was just the chat he had.
He also said accuracy when you're tired is everything. It's so true. Get tired, your hands drop. They've just got to keep their heads up.
Esteves, she's a rock under the restarts, chasing and receiving, and now she links up again. Excellent interchange of passes from Brazil. Kind of slippery pill to bring in. Still got numbers loaded to the left, so too many dramas as their number 8. Beatrice Futuro comes down to the park and coming over, can't bring it in, and she would have gone the duration if she had off.
It's like fortune's favouring Brazil. Hamidova is known for lurking around the breakdown, picking up the loose ball and then just storming over the try line. That time it was there in front of her. She could see the try line. She could see no Brazilian players between her and it, but she just fumbled it.
Catch. Line. Sit.
Ishibashi feeds and clears it for Hamaliol, who has to go back, and then it comes loose. Good pressure from Russia as they try to drive themselves back in this game.
Too late.
Campos,
too late.
a little late to the party there. And gave away the penalty. It's better from Russia, more direct. Dragging herself towards the line is Seredina, and they somehow the Brazilians prevent the try. That is excellent work.
Held up, it's not Finicia, held up try in 7. There aren't enough bodies on the pitch, but the Brazilian putting their bodies on the line there, stopping the ball going down. Rastin being in exactly the right position to call that.
So they dodge a bullet, the home team. Not out of jail just yet. Russia will feed the scrum. Shove comes from Brazil and backtrack Russia. They beat the first up tackle via Petrova. Esteves got it done the second time. Oh, the good dummy coming there, and then the footwork too to finish it off and go under the sticks. It is Maligina going in for Russia.
Yeah, Maligina's usually the one helping the others score the tries. This time she does it just when Russia most need it. They had to get themselves back into this game. They've hardly had any possession, so when they did, they needed to make it count, and she has.
So the domination of territory eventually comes up with a result for Russia, and they take the lead 7 points to 5 over Brazil. Russian coach looking rather pensive, Pavel Baranovsky.
He's never normally that quiet on the sideline. Usually there's some gesticulating, some shouting. He really lives these games with his team, he really does.
So just a 2-point game between Brazil looking to cause a boil over on their home turf here at the Arena Barueri in Sao Paulo. They've been pinned in their own half, similar to what they did to Russia in the first. Just unable to clear That's not a bad ball, but Ishibashi went without. Pulled forward anyhow.
Just not quite well timed enough, was it? Brazil have got the players out there, can't get it into quite the right places at the moment.
So coming onto the park for Brazil is Amanda Araújo.
Let's go. Crowd. Fine. Set.
Excellent work at the scrum from Brazil. They've forced the tight head. Excellent work from the home team. Now trying to somehow fashion their way out of the danger zone, but Kamedova was up to it from Russia, and they shepherded them and then pinned them and then ripped the ball back after a little spill from Brazil. Kamedova tackled nicely by Ishibashi, opposite number. And somehow that falls back for the Russians, and charging into contact was Petrova, and there's Kudanova having a little dart herself.
What's that? I didn't hear you. Tackle on you.
So they're going to have to slide hard here, the Brazilians, to prevent Kamedova from cruising in, and there's no way to bring back the prolific try scorer Kamedova, and Russia extend their lead.
Yeah, there was too much work for Brazil to do then. They've been trying really, really hard, putting so much effort into defence, but in the end, Russia just kept recycling, got the ball out to the dangerous hands of Kamedova, and there's no way she's been stopping there. Quite how, at her size, Udatski managed to high tackle, sorry, Araujo managed to high tackle Kamedova, but she did.
Yep.
So the margin now 7 points in favour of the Russians. It's a all-important conversion, however that's way to the right. So 12-5, Russia lead Brazil. Okay, can they somehow conjure something here, the Brazilians? That won't help. I'm sure they'd love to cut that ball up and out of their half for just the one time in this second half. That'll go in a touch, but should be a Brazilian throw.
Yeah, certainly looked like it ricocheted off Russia, didn't it? So last chance for Brazil, a few seconds left. They need to claim this ball and they need to move it into the wide open spaces. Or they could just give it to Godoy. She's been a very strong ball carrier. Number two's come on. Let her have a little trundle first and set it up.
Starts at the line out, the slap back, and Russia knock on. And that will do it, says Rasta. So Russia score 12 second half points to defeat Brazil, but they have been one of the most improved teams in the tournament. Brazil, Russia 12, the home team 5.
Sean Maloney just called it there, the most improved team in the tournament, Brazil, and taking the applause of their supporters. And it's good to see the photograph in the papers today of this Brazilian team following their magnificent wins yesterday over Fiji and over China, and that will bring them a huge number of new supporters, no question of that.
Well, when great, they're going to be competitive. That's the key at their own Olympics in Rio next year. And they have improved so much, their passing. Russia, on the other hand, well, victory for them, but work to do.
Yeah, Brazil, of course, the only team to qualify so far because they are the hosts and they get automatic qualification, and deservedly so as well. They've got 12 months to improve on their skills, and how have they come on in the last 12 months or so? You commented, Melody Robinson, on the passing skills of the Brazilians in particular in that game against Russia.
Yep, the coaching system they've brought in has really helped them out for sure, linking up with Canterbury in New Zealand, getting that IP over. Really enjoyable to watch.
So the points on offer here then for the plate winners. England and the US of A will face off here. Valuable points at stake at Dubai before Christmas in November. It was England who claimed the plate as the United States finished 7th, but we can only reflect on what might have been for the United States. They ran New Zealand close earlier on today, but for a dropped ball over the try line, which would have given the USA the lead at 24-22, but who knows? Who knows?
Yeah, they must have been gutted after that because it was such an improved performance there too, because they played to their strength, their physicality, attacking the rucks, the tackles. A big game for both teams though, isn't it? Because if they want to stay in the hunt for the top 4, they must win. England, of course, 5th after Dubai.
Great scenes here at the Arena Barueri with the temperatures just about to turn up a notch, I would say, with United States against England, and the United States probably realizing that they could claim a scalp here. England lead 4-1 in the series. Not been firing on all cylinders here this weekend with any number of changes. All experienced players, I have to say, but they last met in Sao Paulo back in February of last year. And here we are again. Kelly Griffin, the captain of the United States, the pace outside there of Jessica Javelet and Victoria Folayan and Dana Meskizi as well. Has got a fair turn of speed, but she's up against a very formidable speedster in Joanne Watmore, the England number 10. Marley Packer will have something to say in this match, no doubt. She is superb at the breakdown, the England number 8, led here by Abigail Chamberlain, the number 7.
Well, that's why they've selected Packer, isn't it? Because they're expecting the US of A to attack them in that area. I really liked number 6, Danielle Waterman, too. In the game prior to this, she's starting to break tackles and look very elusive.
Yeah, the names that you mentioned there, Mel, they were members of the victorious World Cup squad of 2014 in France, where they clinched the World Cup. They defeated Canada in the final by 21 points to 9. Rachel Burford here, veteran of the Rugby World Cup Sevens in Dubai in 2009 and Moscow in 2013. Just gathering together there, knowing that they need the points here to keep in contention with the top 4 and to retain their hopes of qualifying automatically for a berth in the Rio Olympic Games in 2016. Victoria Folayan, keep an eye out for her when she gets ball in hand. She's very strong and very quick as well, from the Berkeley All Blues. Gabby Lee from Hong Kong is our referee for this match. We've seen her many a time in the Hong Kong Sevens, but it's good to see her away from a natural environment in Hong Kong as England prepare to get this plate final underway. It'll be Alice Richardson with the first kick, and not going the required 10 meters, so it'll be a free kick for the USA on halfway.
These teams take the risk of going slightly short because they want to compete for possession at kick-off time.
Yeah, there is a slight breeze blowing in our faces here in the grandstand. So that might have something to do with the wayward kick from Alice Richardson. This is Folayan. The ground and setting up, and not sure whether Gabby Lee had a back turn there because the ball was knocked forward. Getting some help from the sidelines.
I think it's going to be a battle royale when it comes to the rucks. Throw bodies in there.
Well, we can expect some collisions, I should think.
out.
5, that's Rachel Burford from Thurrock.
Set.
Been involved with Sevens since Dubai, an invitational tournament back in 2005. Penalty against England. Let's see what the USA can do with this. Folayan is out on the left flank, drawing back to strength here. Megan Bonney, quick ball this time. Naskisi to Lauren Doyle. And England committing players to the tackle area, something which they didn't do to good effect yesterday. Watmore, the USA were waiting for her to come in on the scissors perhaps, but England have created space out wide. Not worked out as they would have hoped for though. It's still there for Abby Chamberlain. It's Staniford again running back towards the forwards and looking to set it up again. Richardson on her own on the narrow, on the wide open side rather. Now then, this time perhaps taking on Lauren Doyle. It's going to be a close contest, that's for sure. Gabby Lee has her arm out here, waiting for advantage to England. Now it's over. Molly Packer driving hard. She needs some support here, gets it from Nolly Waterman just inside the American 10-meter line. Abby Chamberlain to Burford. Snapped up though by Folayan. The wayward pass. The USA on the front foot. In goes Lauren Doyle. Folayan is there with her. Javelin waits. It's a little untidy. And Gabby Lee will call them back for the penalty.
Untidy from both teams. In fact, England, very confusing. They're not using the width of the field at all. They're just attacking through the middle of the park. They've got the playmakers there. Use them, and certainly Watmore.
And the USA will have spotted that, I'm sure. And we'll look to utilise the speed of Javelin in particular. Naskisi also from Florida State Seminoles wearing 8.
Time off.
They obviously just don't back their speed on the outside, and that's the game plan they've decided to go with, being confrontational.
So Folayan is just inside the England half and some 15-16 metres in from touch. This line out taking on the 22. The underhanded throw-in, which is popular these days with many teams. Javelin has a go. Looking to use her pace to good effect, and she'll have to go herself here. Folayan. Misunderstanding between Javelin and Folayan, the speedsters, has left England off the hook.
Yeah, Folayan once again, that's a basic. Just hug the outside, stay near the sideline, let Javelin do all the work on the inside. And if the defence commits to her, then she can pop that outside ball to Folayan. She cut too early, didn't she?
So still waiting for our opening score of the plate final. 2.5 minutes remaining in this first half. The sun has gone behind a cloud, and that's very welcome, I'm sure, by the players. A little gentle breeze as we approach 5:30 in the afternoon here at the Arena Barueri in Sao Paulo.
Entry.
Tremendous weekend entertainment.
Number 2, entry.
Quickly taken then by Molly Packer into Rachel Burford. On there to Alice Richardson. Oh, good angle there chosen by Nolly Waterman, and this could well be the breakthrough. Waterman almost up to the American 22, challenged by Jessica Javelin and wrestled to the ground. Quick ball, that's what England are looking for here. Out on the narrow side there was Michaela Staniford. She has to come in to do the duties of scrum half. This is better. Richardson onto Watmore. She's scored a hatful of tries already. Tracked down there though by Victoria Folayan. And a little kick pass backwards. England on the retreat, but looking to get on the attack immediately. Sometimes you have to go backwards in order to go forwards. Well, this is a long passage of play. Naskisi coming in from the side. You couldn't miss that, could you? still waiting for that first score. Richardson into midfield. Chamberlain well tackled. Good challenge for the ball from the USA.
Too much, guys. Stay on your feet.
Griffin, not for the first time this weekend, seeing yellow.
Well, it's a pity for Griffin because, you know, she basically came from outside in with that big hit and she shut down that attack of England. She needed to remain disciplined. She will not be happy.
So England have the advantage of numbers as the clock runs down to 0 in this opening 7 minutes. Nothing to choose between the teams. Mistakes galore. But who will make the initial breakthrough? Could it be Joanne Watmore, perhaps? Not this time. England still have it, and Gabby Lee is waiting for advantage.
Well, they've got 7 on 6, England. You'd want them to push it out to the wing at this point, wouldn't you? Watmore is a great finisher. Give her a chance.
Yeah, Watmore is in midfield there. And the USA is 2 defenders on the outside. There goes the klaxon. Will we have a score in referee time at the end of this first half? Problems at the scrum.
If you looked at the setup from, say, an Australian team compared to England, they are a lot wider where they stand. And it's harder for the defence to come over.
Oh, poor pass. We've seen some lovely kick passes from Alice Richardson to Watmore this weekend already. There's a hint of a forward pass there, surely. Watmore cuts back inside, stretches those long legs of hers. I will have to go the long way around if she's to get there. The support is there from Burford, and at long last, Burford with the breakthrough and the opening score in referee time at the end of the first half.
Wow, Burford, she just shaped up that dummy to the inside player, and that fooled the defence. That was Javelay. Of course, Watmore started it all here. See Javelay coming over. Watmore stops, resets, gives it to Burford. Burford with that dummy. Javelay just cannot accelerate to take it down.
Good work by Burford. She stood up Jessica Javelay. And that was enough to take her clear of the USA defence. And the conversion is good to give England the lead at the break. And by 7 points to 0.
Might be a small score, but I'm tired watching this because they've done a lot of running.
They certainly have. Let's listen in. Rick Suggett on bended knee.
It's good rugby. It is. Hey, it's the pace we wanted that. Way to hustle back. We're going to keep chasing all the breaks. Now when Big Red's going, we've got to get underneath. She puts her arm out. Down, take your legs, get on your feet, and contest right away. Try to keep it balanced. Get your aims, like what she did in the warm-up with you, make sure those are set, and then we get another line to go and move again, all right? Keep working, keep getting onto the threes, we got them, keep pushing the tempo, don't forget that.
That's Simon Middleton, the England coach. England are ahead, but there would appear to be more urgency in the talk at half-time from Simon Middleton.
Well, I have to say, Rick Suggett, his half-time speeches are very nice. Our New Zealand coaches were never that nice.
He's not a shouter, he's not a screamer either, Rick Suggett. Never has been. Teams turn around, and the USA have a bit of work to do here. Bowl winners in Sao Paulo 12 months ago. The restart, so important for the USA. Catherine Johnson will look to put this one on the 10-meter line. See whether they can. Well, I was thinking perhaps that they would want to try and regather possession, but they've given possession away to England, looking to crowd them out perhaps. It's there for Richardson. Chamberlain, the captain.
Move back.
Setting it up again. United States back to full strength. Oh, lovely breakout here from England again, and it's Nolly Waterman this time. Watmore couldn't gather, but no harm done. The ball went backwards. So let's go to ground and let's set it up again. Watmore in the duties of the scrum half, Chamberlain. Planning Staniford on the outside, back on the inside shoulder, the weak shoulder came Abby Chamberlain.
I like that break from Waterman. The key to it was she changed angle and she hit the hole.
She's a very experienced player, is Nolly Waterman. Very experienced international, Rugby World Cup sevens in Dubai. She missed out on Moscow though through injury. Scored a try for England against Canada in that Rugby World Cup 15s final in Paris last August. So United States making a substitution here. Dana Miskizi is the player who's been replaced. Joanne Fa'avesi.
Number 5.
She wears 9.
Number 5 white. Stop. Number 5.
And England also will make a replacement. On comes Tasha Hunt.
Oh, Hunt's a good player. Super quick off the mark. I'd expect her to change this game up a little bit.
Yeah, she scored 2 tries against Fiji in the plate final of Dubai. That was a brilliant score in extra time to claim the plate, 17-12. And here they come, England in the hunt through Natasha Hunt. Big hit, but it's there. Oh, once more, England penalised for holding on there. Fa'avesi quickly taken the penalty, and in they go. Folayan waits on the near side here. Lauren Doyle, oh, good offload to Folayan. Folayan against Watmore. Folayan for the try line. Folayan for the corner, and in for the try. Good work by the US of A.
Great work by the Americans indeed, and man, can she finish. She looks so quick. This pass there by Doyle, put it through the contact, arms free, ball under one arm, and she was away, wasn't she?
Yeah, former track and field athlete, and clearly hasn't forgotten any of those skills, but that try came as a result of a penalty against England when they were on the attack. Johnson, is it going to carry? Just falls short and under the crossbar. So England hang on by the skin of their teeth here. 7-5.
Gosh, it's so close. England will get possession though.
Yeah, if Kathleen Johnson is true to form, she'll kick deep again. Well taken. Cut back inside, and the opening for Alice Richardson. Now that she's got options. Supporting runners left and right there. And once again, England failed to capitalise.
Look, I just think it's tiredness there. Your concentration wanders a little when you're so exhausted. After 2 days of play in very hot tying conditions.
And for the coaches, of course, it's how you manage your resources. And your players, who do you put on as first pick? So England get the benefit of the penalty this time, and it's Richardson again. This time it's Wilson Hardy, the replacement with the blue boots and the orange laces. Well, how many times has Gabby Lee penalised England on the deck?
Yeah, both teams are making mistakes in that area at the moment, aren't they?
It's the team that makes the least mistakes, I think, that's going to take the plate here. Fa'avesi to Javelet. Oh, that's a dangerous pass. Oh, good work by Watmore.
Taking back.
Pressing Lauren Doyle there and shoving it over her own try line.
Doyle will not be particularly happy about receiving that pass like that.
Well, Javeli would appear to be in the unfamiliar position of, well, inside runner there, where she's more accustomed to the wide open spaces where she does most damage.
Keep it left. Keep one step to the left, please.
So real chance here for England to add to their tally. 5 meters out to Watmore is just 5 meters in from touch, just inside the 22.
Set. Offside now.
Advantage England.
Offside this one.
Skeezy was offside. Wilson Hardy goes almost to the try line, inches short of the US of A try line. And the ball is tied up under a pile of bodies. The penalty will come, and there should be a yellow card here. Yeah, has to be. Catherine Johnson, the second USA player into the sin bin. And surely now England must take charge here. Options left and right for Natasha Hunt. Chooses left. Chamberlain, yes, the easiest of tries for Nolly Waterman. It had to come.
Yeah, well done, Waterman. She's been threatening over the last 2 days. Richardson with the lovely pass as well. Yeah, basically Johnson led her team down by making them have 6 on 7. It's just too difficult for the defence to get across.
So this conversion, 15 meters in from touch on the far side. And expertly done. And England are well in control here into the final seconds of this plate final. 14-5 the score.
When I look at this English squad, I just wonder if they need just some out-and-out pace just to add to that team, because they have got creativity, they've got lovely, hard-working props.
Yeah, there's any number of this England squad, though they play 15s. I mean, to make the transition to 7s in a matter of days, if not weeks, well, it's a big ask of them. But if they had to have Olympic ambitions, then I suggest they might have to lose a kilo or two, as they have done probably in the heat here of Sao Paulo this weekend. But can't fault the performance there, really. They did what was required of them, and they've defeated the US of A by 14-5. It was a hard-fought victory against a very determined and spirited USA team coached by Rick Suggett. 2 tries to 1. It's handshakes all round as we get ready for the presentation of the plate, and of course valuable points for England as they keep up the pressure on the top 4 in the rankings. Top 4 will gain automatic qualification for Rio in 2016. After that, it's going to be a repechage. England back-to-back plate winners in Dubai, and now here in Sao Paulo. Joanne Watmore, top try scorer this weekend. Good work by Alice Richardson. Some lovely touches from her. The kick passes resulting in 1 or 2 tries for Joanne Watmore.
Well, she's an asset, isn't she, Watmore?
Yeah.
So big, very deceptive. She's got a swerve. Hunt, of course, fabulous wee player.
Yeah, she started the tournament here amongst the forwards yesterday. Well, she's got 2 brothers, grew up with 2 brothers, so she's quite used to tackling. That's what she says, 2 rugby mad brothers, so she had no choice really. So the players being introduced and congratulated by Mark Egan, Head of Competitions and Performance, World Rugby, Sami Arap, the President of Brazil Rugby. Strolling across there is Katie McLean. We saw her early on yesterday. It's Mark Egan this time, Head of Competitions and Performance at World Rugby, who will present the plates to England. And let's congratulate them. They are the plate winners here in Sao Paulo in 2015.
So at least a little bit of something for England to take out of Brazil. Sude, ex-England international at 15s and 7s level. That must fill you with a little bit of joy.
Yeah, it's a good way to finish the weekend for England. Of course, they would be disappointed not to be in the semi-finals, but they controlled their matches today, every single one of them.
Okay, up next it'll be the third, fourth playoff, and then following that, the big one, the big dance between Australia and New Zealand. It'll be the Cup final featuring Emily Cherry.
My name's Emily Cherry and I'm originally from Roma, now living in Sydney. Growing up from a small country town, I played every single sport imaginable. I have an older brother, so rugby in the backyard was always on. Growing up, I played a lot of touch football, and that's where I got scouted from, playing for Australia for touch football, scouted across to come to rugby sevens. The skills that transfer from touch football to rugby sevens are so high, and you can see in the likes of, the Charlotte Caslick, myself, Quirky, the ball passing, the awareness of the game, and really the only thing missing is that contact side. And we started at the very basics, and the contact is something that we've had to get used to. Our coach Tim Walsh always says to us, enjoy the hard work, and for me that contact is hard work, and I'm really starting to enjoy it. So, as a sport at the moment, we're really looking forward to that qualification process this season. We know we have to finish top 4, and that's ultimately our goal at the moment. Obviously, our eyes are on the Olympics, but first, that qualification this year. The opportunity of going to the Olympics, now the Commonwealth Games, that's an absolutely huge draw card, which you can't get in any other sports like touch football, where we come from. Last year we had an absolutely amazing year, and I don't think we could have ever dreamt of going that well. We made 4 out of the 5 finals, and finishing second to New Zealand was devastating coming down to that last tournament, but knowing that we're up there and we're still pushing the Kiwis was a really big step for us. The development in Australia is going really well at the moment. They keep bringing in those young girls, and being able to mentor them at training and then onto the IRB series is something that's very important, because I know how I felt when I started 2 years ago, standing on Dubai, having kind of no idea, and just having that one person to look up to, those little, the little advice you can give makes a world of difference. Winning the IRB Women's Sevens Player of the Year was absolutely huge, and it was a very humbling experience, because I never thought, you never go out on the field wanting to win those individual awards, and although it was a lovely award at the end, it was a bit hot and cold losing to New Zealand in that final game, then winning the series was a bit heartbreaking, but yeah, it was a very nice and humbling award to win. It's so much fun. We are so privileged to be full-time athletes. We're so grateful for the ARU being able to have belief in us, backing us for those top spots in that IRB series, and getting to travel the world with some of your friends and meeting other people along the way is just an amazing experience. I just absolutely love rugby sevens because it's such a fast-paced game, and you've got so much space out there that some of the tries and how exciting everything is just amplified from the 15s games. The one-on-one tackling, the one-on-one attacking, the long passing games, it's just also entertaining and fun.
So Emily Cherry and the Aussies will take on New Zealand in the Cup final. Prior to that, though, it'll be France v Canada in a 3-4 playoff.
I'm Jen Kish, Canadian Sevens captain, and here's my 7 and 16. I have 2. I have Hong Kong because of the atmosphere and Amsterdam because we do really well. Kayla McAllister, because she just runs and scores a lot of tries and she's hard to tackle. Taylor Swift, and a little bit of gospel music, which is a little bit shocking to everybody. I Will Survive by, well, I don't know who sings that. First I was afraid, I was petrified. No! My whole team. Everybody. I'd be a lion, king of the jungle. Calm, cool, and collective.
Well, if you like that little spot with Jen Kish, that's good news because you're going to see a whole lot more of it in this third v fourth place playoff game between France and Canada. I'm Sean Maloney, joining commentary by ex-England international Sue Day, and these two have played out some humdingers in recent times.
They certainly have. Canada have had the edge recently, but France really coming into their own in this series, bringing back a few top players like Le Duff, like Grassino, like Izard. They're really challenging now.
And for the Canadians, well, Kish will be in everything. And one of the women to really come on in this tournament has been Kelly Russell, who's really dynamic in contact and can put on a lot of hurt.
She certainly can. She's got the big hits in her. John Tate's really changed up the forwards, keeps rotating them so they're well rested. This time Karen Paquin and Mandy Marchak on the bench, but Kelly Russell didn't start the last game, so she starts this one fresh and raring to go to put those big hits in.
Looking forward to seeing her go about her work. There she is, Kelly Russell. She's already gone around the world via Twitter after landing a huge shot yesterday in one of their wins early on day one. They are a together team, very tight, the Canadians, and into this game, I guess Sue could say as favourites.
Oh, absolutely favourites. Canada, they've beaten France more often than not in recent past. They have the history of the World Series, of getting to finals, of winning third, fourth place playoffs. France don't, but we've seen from the evidence of yesterday and today, France ran New Zealand very, very close indeed. Yesterday they lost to them 54-0. Which France will we get? If we get the right France, this will be a great game.
What a form reversal that was from the French. So they will get underway via the boot of Le Duff in this 3v4th place playoff, coming to you from the Arena Barueri in Sao Paulo, Brazil. And right away the Canadians get their danger woman into the attack. Landry, it sits up beautifully for her. Now numbers to the right for the Canadians. Off clears Popov, brought down beautifully. Now Kish, the captain, trying to power away to the line, gets the ball away nicely to Russell. Oh, that's terrific work at the base of the ruck by France. Heads up play from Tronci, Jennifer Tronci. Saves the day for France, and now they hack it downfield. Cross it comes to another of the more dynamic Canadian players. That's good from Bianca Ferrella. That's real good, and she'll open up the scores for Canada.
Good running from Bianca Ferrella. Fanny Horter will be disappointed with that. She allowed Ferrella to stand her up. Fanny Horter could have used the sideline as the extra defender, but just let herself get stood up here, a little bit flat-footed, and then Bianca Ferrella was around her. Probably see more kicking in this game of sevens than you often see in a whole tournament. Landry a little bit lucky with the bounce on her kick, and in the end, it's paid dividends for Canada.
Has had some great involvements across both days. Bianca Farella, and the conversion attempt away to the right off the boot of Stacey. So Canada take an early lead, 5-0 up over France.
Important for France to strike straight back. I was talking about the New Zealand game yesterday. They did so poorly in that because their heads went down. They've got to keep their heads up. They're a good team. They played some good rugby in this tournament. They really need to take the game to Canada, not let their heads go down after that.
Good pressure coming through from Canada, but France up to it, and now clear it away to Troncy. Jennifer Kish, excellent tackle. Then pilfers. Oh, that's absolute class from Kish.
Holding.
Down in sevens in rugby. Get those turnovers, get the ball in hand.
Just switching the play here, but the French flood up and make a good tackle to take play back over and into Canada's half. But here come the two of the most lethal women on the circuit, and there's one right there. Landry is off and gone. In for Canada's second.
Great footwork from Landry, and it was Horta again that she stepped. Didn't really look like she had any space at all. Grassino and Horta not far apart, but Landry managed to create the space for her. It's just that little hold up. She cuts inside as if she's going to go on the inside of Horta, but steps off her right and she's in.
She's chasing New Zealand's Portia Woodman in terms of the top try scorers here in Brazil. And a couple more here will make it interesting with a final still to come, of course, for Woodman. The conversion is good. Landry has had a tournament to remember there. She is just a 1 5-pointer behind Portia Woodman.
And what's more impressive is that she tends to, occasionally she does, but tends to not play in that outside position. She tends to be centre, one of the playmakers. So generally the players that don't score quite so many tries, but she's so good at darting through a gap.
Here's Stacey once more with another fairly well-weighted restart, and they'll come away with it, Canada. Compounding issues there for the French. They'll give away the penalty, and Kish will look to ignite her team once more. Just sitting back in the pocket is Landry, happy to work the width and take the tackle in this near channel. That's going to be a big bit of contact between the Canadian-French girls. Are now back to Kish. Delays the pass for Landry, almost skipped through again.
Yeah, Horta was equal to it that time. She's not going to be beaten 3 times. He chopped Landry down. In the end, there were just too many French players on Landry. Gives the ball away.
So that is going to be a great kick if it can squeeze in a touch for France. It won't, though. The ball does not obey on this occasion, and Canada can launch again through Russell. Oh, that knockdown. They've called that an intentional knockdown, so that'll be a penalty.
Yeah, and you can see France are tired. The chase on that kick, Izard was up there, but hardly anybody else, and that's what gave Canada so much space.
So Kish does well to angle back in field.
Roll. You must roll 9. Roll.
How tight are you? So you've got experience in this form of a tournament. How tight are you at this stage of day 2?
It's almost impossible to describe. Sevens rugby sounds short, right? 2 halves of 7 minutes, just 6 times in a weekend, but you are pretty much sprinting the whole time, and it's mental now. You're telling yourself, yes, I feel tired, but there is more in the tank, because there is always more in the tanks. You've just got to tell yourself it'll be over soon. Keep going.
All right, let's see who can come out on top here. Landry slips the first tackle. Almost impossible to bring down first up, and Then steals a few more metres to create an opportunity for her teammates down the short side. Back it comes via Farella, and now Russell, the rangy runner. Kish holds her feet well. Russell wraps, and now they free up a runner in Popov. Popov, excellent cover tackle to shut her down on that first instance, and then to get to their feet and attack the ball.
Yeah, brilliant work by Grassino in defence. We've said before, a winger in 15, so she's used to being in those open spaces. Popov, a strong runner, so a great tackle, and then got to her feet to compete for it.
Well, let's see if they can go 95 to try and claw back some of that 12-point deficit before half-time. They're going to flirt with this right-hand touchline. Good tackle, Russell. Another hit and spin. Just looking to somehow breach this Canadian defence. That's Ledoux taking it on. And the all or nothing play before half-time might cost them another 7 here.
Yeah, France are having that battle mentally with themselves. They had good possession there, but because they didn't retreat, because they didn't get deep to play onto the ball, they were so flat. The Canadian defence was able to put them under pressure. They're so tired, but just work that little bit harder to get deeper, and it's so much easier.
Here comes Landry, and Russell hoiks it up and over the top, and that'll run away in a touch and give us a half-time score that reads like this: Canada 12, France yet to score.
Comme tout à l'heure, il faut réavancer, garder nos appuis et avancer ensemble, se couvrir l'intérieur. Et sur les bouts de ligne, quand on arrive à les contrôler, à fermer la porte extérieure, il faut absolument que l'avant-dernière sorte. Ça l'embrie les 2 fois, c'est la même chose. Il faut que ce soit l'avant-dernière qui sorte.
We gotta work hard, right? 2 minutes and you're off, okay? Connect, finish. All right, let's finish on the back.
So the big Canadian coach would be fairly happy with where his side sits. John Tate, we speak of, all 6'8" of him.
He's the coolest dude, John Tate. He walks on, says a few calm words, walks off, really exudes calmness, which helps the team in those situations.
I've noticed in each of their huddles when they first come in, he makes them all have 3 big breaths together as a team just to take the edge off, and then they're into their chat about how they go again in the second half.
As a player, you can hardly breathe and you can hardly speak. You know, if a coach comes into that huddle and starts shouting and screaming at you, giving you all sorts of information, it's never going to go in. You need to get your heart rate down, and then you need to hear a couple of really pertinent points from your coach. That's all you'll take in, and then that's it.
Okay, so it's 12-0 in favour of Canada over France, with all-important Olympic qualifying points on offer here in Sao Paulo, fitting that next year the girls will be in Brazil once more, up the road in Rio. Getting a taste of South America in 2015, the perfect way to look ahead as Russell rumbles it up to the 22. Right, they come across to Farella.
Roll 6.
Once again, it's nice and patient build up from the Canadians. Just taking into contact there is Popov, who's had a couple of excellent runs in this match, and on that occasion the pass goes to deck via Ashley Stacey.
Yeah, tired drop, and lucky for France. France need to get their hands on the ball. They look tired. It's much, much harder defending, as we keep saying. They need a chance to have some possession here, some territory.
Good binding, hold onto the ball, okay? Thank you. Crouch. Bind. Set.
So France coming this way and then going that through Ledouf. A good press here in defence from the Canadians as they look to pin down the French, forcing them to come back. The short side and the pass there from Izzar beats her teammates in a touch.
Yeah, just forcing it. They'd made some space there, France, hadn't they? The offload wasn't on, just needed to take it into contact, reset it. You keep hearing from the referee, she's saying tackle only. They're not setting up rucks, which means that the Canadian defence doesn't have to get back on side. Sometimes the right thing to do is take it into contact, set up a ruck. The defence has then got to backtrack.
So the Canadians find themselves in this 3v4 playoff game after going down at the death against the Australians earlier today. France were beaten in another tight game by New Zealand. Sude, who's your pick for the big one and coming up in a few short moments?
That's a tough one to call. I said in Dubai I thought Australia probably played the best rugby. New Zealand came out on top in this tournament. I'd say New Zealand have been playing the best. When you get Kayla McAllister and Portia Woodman together on fire in form, you put your money on New Zealand, but who knows? With Kaslik, Cherry and Quirk pulling the strings for Australia, anything could happen.
For the moment, though, it is Canada, and picking and going all the way is Bianca Farella. There's her second for today's 3v4 playoff.
Yeah, easy in the end for Canada, wasn't it? They just keep putting the pressure on, putting the pressure on. It's the contact area, creates the loose ball, and Farella just pounces on it. No defenders in her way. She looks pretty pleased with it too, doesn't she?
So it is now Canada 19, France still yet to score. So again, it'll be Canada straight back on attack as Marchek, who's come onto the park, has an early handle, and now back to Farella. She's really enjoying her afternoon here in Sao Paulo. Good charge down this right-hand side before being dropped in a touch from Marchek.
Leave it. Come in. Stop.
Well,
come in, 11.
Charity Williams has been on
11.
the park for all of about 6 seconds, and she'll spend the next 2 minutes off it.
I'm not sure if she even knows what she's done. She's a crossover athlete, not been in the series too long. I think she was just taking her time. She wasn't intentionally getting in the way, but either way, it's in the way. Penalty to France and chance for some territory for them. They have to make this count now. They have to.
His red ball is free kick. His red ball is a free kick. His red ball is free kick. Yep.
Okay, a bit of confusion there. The ref has given a yellow card, but it was only a short arm free kick against Charity Williams. So it'll be a Canadian throw to the line out.
Fooled us all.
That's Greenshields launching it in, and Landry, who's made a real go of this chip and chase across the last 2 days, and this will help her team down to 6 players, but they are enjoying some great territory.
Yeah, it's a gamble kicking in sevens. Those sorts of kicks, a bit of a gamble, but at the moment they're paying off for Canada every time in this tournament. Landry certainly gets good weight on them, so there's a good chase on. And that time it just went forward off a French hand, penalty to Canada.
There she is. So just near the circle, we saw her yesterday. When she gets in some space, she can move quickly. No doubt see her in action in coming legs of the Women's Sevens World Series. Charity Williams.
Yeah, accidental, but most certainly obstruction. Ball to France. Go, France. You've got to go now. You've got just over a minute left.
So it's taken a while, but France will be able to enjoy a little bit of possession. What can they do with? That's a flat ball that's been coughed right up and out.
Advantage over.
A lot of sore legs out there after they've run themselves into the turf across the last 2 days here in Brazil. Both these teams getting a nose through the line. There is Greenshields. Andrew rips a pass across to Paquin. She too has had a good tournament. There we go again. That's a nice tackle to drop Greenshields. It'll fall back, luckily, for Popov. And again, the hit and hope, this time via the boot of Marchak. Just 10 to go here, so France will hope to finish their tournament here in Sao Paulo with a flourish. It's much better from the French, and ambling towards the line, looking for a little bit of help, and then throwing, well, the pass that's gone just a couple of metres forward was Audrey Amiel, and that is full time in this third v fourth playoff. It is Canada getting the points. They win 19-0 over France. Coming up next, their big one, their big dance. It is Australia taking on New Zealand in the Cup final.
My name's Portia Woodman. I play for the New Zealand Women's Sevens team, and this is my 7 and 16. Porsche, a bit like a car, but just shortened it. Chocolate and lollies. Amsterdam, because I love the Europe environment and I love the canals. Probably my first game against Aussie in Dubai. All the girls trained pretty hard. I'd like to give myself a bit of credit. I trained pretty hard, I guess. Usain Bolt is my idol. I'd love to be the fastest. Hey there, Portia. Hey there, Portia.
Here then is the climax of the Sao Paulo tournament, the cup final itself, 10 minutes each way between New Zealand and Australia. New Zealand defeated France in the semi-final, but France ran them all the way, as did Canada, Australia. Just the one score in it, but it was New Zealand and Australia who battled through to claim their rightful place in this final. New Zealand led by the very impressive Sarah Goss. She's grown in stature over the last 12 months. Nathan Wong, well, she's the top goal kicker for New Zealand. Brazier's hard-working Woodman, the top try scorer. McAllister, former player of the year. Scanlon and Tubic. In Australia, they have their stars as well, led out by their captain, Shani Williams. She is the foundation stone on which this Australian effort is built upon. They also have a player of the year in Emily Cherry. That's 2013-14, of course. Elia Green, the person they call the female Folau. Although, Mel Robinson, we haven't seen too much of those skills from Elia Green this weekend.
Well, he's got options on the bench. Penitane, who's also come on as well, and Pelete. But Green, no doubt about it, should be picking this one. Who can pick it? Both of them have got the workers up front, the X-Factor game breakers, and they're both really settled lineups.
So here we are then lining up for the national anthems.
E agora, vamos à execução do hino nacional da Austrália.
It's good to see the injured Emma Tonegato joining her colleagues there for the national anthems. The formalities are over. Let battle commence. And taking charge of this final is Leah Berard from the US of A. Both teams in the huddle on either side of halfway. 10 minutes to determine the winners here in Sao Paulo in 2015. That's the record of Australia just flashing through your screens there. And New Zealand keeping their own counsel. It was a close thing, as you can see, in the semi-final, winning against France by 12-5. And France, well, they butchered a chance that could have taken them to the final. But here are New Zealand, the world champions, the series champions. They won in Dubai in the opening tournament in November. And one of their star players, most certainly, is Kayla McAllister. Australia, of course, looking to repeat their feat of last year. That's Sarah Goss. How do you see this one going, Melody? It's going to be quite a clash, quite a collision, I should think, between two tectonic plates. The Trans-Tasman battle between Australia and New Zealand.
Very difficult to pick. I would have gone Australia on form, but it depends on what tactics the New Zealand team puts out there in this one.
All will be revealed in the next 20 minutes or so, as the ball taken in the air by Hazel Tubish. Taken in the air, says Leah Berard. So it's advantage New Zealand. Kelly Brazier looking for the breakout. Kyla McAllister, the little wizard that is the number 12 for New Zealand. That's Charlotte Scanlon. Hard-working, industrious forward. In she goes, looking to release the ball there for New Zealand. McAllister, the dancing feet. Just holds it up, but Australia have stolen it through Charlotte Kaslik. And this is Chloe Dalton. Could this be the first score? Alicia Quirk goes for the corner. Brilliant tackle there by Sarah Goss. Prevented a certain try for Australia.
Wow, well, Williams stole the ball off the Kiwis. They moved it out wide, but it was Goss who saved the day for New Zealand there. Ordinarily, you'd say Australia would have taken that one.
Well, I'm reminded that Sarah Goss is a champion sheep shearer, and she's used to pulling sheep to the ground, certainly, and putting them in their places.
Away, Quirky, away!
Bind. Let her bind.
So a let off there. But that's the threat of Australia.
Okay, thank you.
Leah Berard wants the binding. Straight bind. Inside is Shani Williams wearing 2.
Crouch.
Number 1 is Shannon Parry.
Set. Brought in.
From behind her own try line. It's trouble here for McAllister. Tremendous work by Emily Cherry to hold her up in the in-goal area, and Australia will get the scrum.
They were never going to get away with that one, were they? Because they were up on McAllister, no space at all. No amount of footwork was going to beat that defence. Here it is, driven back over the line. 3 Aussie defenders in there.
On the line, please.
So look for the shove here from the ladies in gold. The Woolaroos, 5 metres out.
Set.
Options left and right. So the goal left. Oh, the crooked put in is penalised by Leah Berard.
A little bit of breathing space then for the Kiwis.
Let off there. New Zealand come into this tournament on the back of an 18-game winning streak. And speaking of streaking, Portia Woodman, 10 tries on day 1, hounded down there by Ivania Pelite. Penalty taken quickly by Sarah Goss to Tyler Nathan Wong. This is Charlotte Scanlon, former New Zealand Rugby League rep. Good work by Goss again, giving Brazier the opportunity to open up the Australian defence. That's dangerous, but it's even more dangerous for Australia as McAllister tries to get away, but she can't evade the clutches of Emily Cherry. And this is Chloe Dalton. Out on her own on the far side now. The support arrives. Driving forward again, that's Emily Cherry. Outstanding work by the Australian number 11. The tireless Emily Cherry. Well, remember, these girls have already played 5 tough matches over the weekend. Shannon Parry never knows when she's beaten. Almost up to the New Zealand 10-metre line.
Well, tit for tat at this point, isn't it? They can't get their patterns in yet, either team, because the defence is just so tight. Up in the face, a lot of aggression. And it's actually Pelite who's starting, not Green after all. So a late change there.
Could have been injured in the warm-up, perhaps.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
Pelite, just her 3rd tournament. Brazier has a quick look on the narrow side. Collared there by Charlie Kaslik from the Tribe Club in Queensland. Doesn't go far though.
Yeah, that was Kaslik, just needed to get out.
Well, make an effort to move away from the tackle area. You've got to show the referee that you're making an effort. Brazier leaves it for Nathan Wong. On the loop then, it's Brazier. No one has spotted Woodman, Portia Woodman on the far side there. Grappled to the ground by Alicia Quirk, driving forward again, the New Zealand forwards, and get another penalty into the Australian 22, looking for the opening score here. Australia denied in the opening minutes, but this looks better, looks more promising for New Zealand. McAllister takes it, lovely sidestep, back inside, outside to Scanlon. A little too far perhaps, and then perhaps not. Scanlon gets the opening score for New Zealand, but at what cost? She seems to have turned her ankle there. It was an awkward ball to take from Sarah Goss, and likewise Shannon Parry is also injured.
Well, Scanlon's holding her Achilles, in fact. But in terms of the try, McAllister decided to use that double step, got the ball away, not pretty, but the bounce was kind. Let's see if we can have a look at what Scanlon did. No. Could be one of those freak accidents. She is up, that's good news.
Well, she's looking to shake that injury off. And we'll see how she progresses as Tyler Nathan Wongs has kicked some marvellous conversions from the touchline over this weekend, but the breeze has picked up in the last few minutes or so. It's a welcome breeze for the players, but it makes kicking a little more of a lottery. New Zealand have the opening score, the crucial opening score, midway through, well, not quite midway through, it's 10 minutes each way, of course, but 3 minutes 30 on the clock, 5-0. Spread left and right on either side of Tyler Nathan Wong. That round the corner style that we've become accustomed to. It's a little short. So Australia can have the line out.
Once again, dribbled over the sideline. Yes, Australia's setup there at kickoff is quite unusual. They've got lifters on either side.
To tempt Nathan Wong to kick towards them. If there are two pods set up, then where do you kick to? Leah Berard calls them back, or rather the referee's assistant on the far side calls them back, Sean Horan.
This line.
On the walkie-talkie, successful New Zealand coach.
This line. Confusion.
Yeah, both teams have got very good coaches. Sean Horan, the Kiwis, Tim Walsh, the former New Zealand or Australian Sevens captain, I should say.
Two in the lineup, back.
These two teams, they've had some memorable clashes, and then more so than the two in Dubai in recent years. McAllister again with that little hitch kick, almost takes her away from Emily Cherry. But Emily Cherry has held firm. Woodman into midfield, Taylor Nathan Wong. Lovely long floated pass out wide to the captain, Sarah Goss, giving chases Alicia Quirk. Pulling Goss down by the one arm. Can't prevent New Zealand though from retaining possession, and this is Hazel Tubic.
No, it's okay.
No quarter asked and no quarter given, as one might expect. A loud blast on the whistle of Leah Berard. And away come Australia. Too ambitious.
Oh, it was on though, wasn't it, for Cherry? She knows it. Usually that would have gone to hand, but the pressure is on. Neither team looking particularly smooth. You know, usually these kind of players, Cherry, McAllister, they can break. They can get their arms free, but not a lot of that happening here.
Just got a glimpse of Emily Cherry there, the top try scorer last season, the player of the year. So the clock runs down to half-time. Just the one score separating the teams. Still time, though, for another score. And how many New Zealand teams have we seen score a try just before the break? But Australia have it through Kaslik. This is Pelite. She's not going anywhere, though. The New Zealand defence is up very quickly on Emily Cherry. She's got blistering pace. New Zealand know that. She reads the game so well. Shannon Parry back on her feet, no hint of that injury. Oh, that's a shame.
Yeah, it was on, wasn't it?
It certainly was.
There's space in front of her, long way to run, but hey, so last throw of the dice.
This is a good time to score for New Zealand, especially when 4 Australian players are tied up in the scrum here. Woodman on her own this side of the scrum. Kelly Brazier stands directly behind the scrum. A two-pronged attack comes from Kayla McAllister on the far side. But there goes Nathan Wong. On the switch is McAllister. Back again to Nathan Wong. Finds her path blocked. To Goss. Again, it's the air pass, spinning out of the tackle. That's Portia Woodman. Woodman for the corner. Woodman in for the try. Well, as I called it, good time to score. And how many times have we seen a New Zealand side score just before the break? Heartbreak for Australia.
Yeah, she did a big body shift, didn't she? A bit of a spin. She got the big miss pass from Goss. There it is, spins around, tackle missed, and basically standing start. We've seen this plenty of times. 12th try.
A 12th try for Portia Woodman. And that equals the highest number of tries scored in a tournament. But it equals her own record. So that's a marvellous achievement for Portia Woodman.
When we're stationary, keep pushing up in their line and then stick the tackle, okay? You're penalised out of the game there, okay, but we've got to stay composed, all right? We have got this game, all right? You've got to believe it. They're out on their feet, okay? Everything's gone against us, okay? It's going to turn. We're going to stay composed with the ball and then just make our tackles, okay? Recycle. Okay, remember, the points that we set before the game, they remain, okay?
I'm not sure which player he was referring to as out on their feet, because both of these teams are so conditioned. No one looks like they're out on their feet at this point, but that's a great psychological tactic.
Looking at the records here, it was in Guangzhou last season that Portia Woodman crossed for 12 tries.
Just a little bit crowded. A couple of times Tama early on here. Yeah, just a little bit crowded. Just be a little bit more decisive. Come in, come in. They believe they're in the game. All we've got to do is breathe. Be patient with the ball. Be patient with the ball. Connect in defence in your Vs and chop and stay alive. Okay? They will fire everything at you. You guys keep on going until we start making the replacements, okay? Go get them, girls. Go get them.
Staying alive is a really important message in this game, because often it's not what you do with the ball, it's what you do after you've had it, because you have to make sure you're available every opportunity.
Some running repairs for Shani Williams. She was one of the standout players of the 15s Rugby World Cup in France last August, and adds physicality to the Australian effort, and perhaps Leah Barad is just reminding her perhaps you're too physical at times, but it was interesting, wasn't it? Yeah, just listening in there, but listening to Tim Walsh and to Sean Horan. Yeah, there's a lot of kidology going on, I think, wasn't there? Trying to spur Australia on as Tim Walsh. The game will turn, the tide will turn, but at the moment it's favouring the ladies in black, and they get to a restart. Again, round the corner. This time it will drop just beyond the 10-metre line. Lost forward. So advantage New Zealand.
Sarah Goss can take that one because she put pressure on the jumper in the air, forced the error. Could be crucial here.
Yes, Sarah Goss, the New Zealand Women's Player of the Year in 2014. From the Manawatu region.
Bind, set.
Good pressure being applied by Australia very quickly from the defence. Woodman almost gets away. Can't get that pass away though. McAllister is there and Australia have it. A chance here to get back into the game. That's Chloe Dalton. Well tackled though by Talia Nathan Wong. Down and up in one movement. Expertly done by Nathan Wong. Kaslik finding Shani Williams. Shani Williams looking to pump those legs and get away from Sarah Goss up to the New Zealand 22. Quick ball. That's what was needed. Dalton has to check and start all over again on the New Zealand 22. It's there for Kaslik. She's got Shannon Parry in support here. In she goes. New Zealand slowing the ball down for a split second there. Williams again. Almost gets the better of Kelly Brazier. Stay alive, said Sean Horan at half-time. That means stay alive mentally as well. Kaslik with a little room to run here. And this is Australia's first try. Claimed by Charlotte Kaslik. Australia are back in the game.
And all the work too from the big forwards, your Daltons, your Parrys, your Williams, allowed the space to be created out here where the usual ball player, but now strike weapon out wide, Kaslik is. And this makes things very interesting.
Taking deep breaths is Charlotte Kaslik. Made her debut in Amsterdam 2 seasons ago and nominee with Emily Cherry for the Player of the Year last year. It's a difficult kick, this one, for Dalton. Right-footed. Pulls it to the left of the upright. It's a one-score game. New Zealand 10, Australia 5.
Sean Horan has pulled on some reserves. Jordan Webber, one of them. Fresh legs. She is one of the fittest in the team too, actually, Webber.
He's got talent to bring off the bench, hasn't he, Sean Horan? Gail Broughton is injured, but he's got Katrina Fata-Simpkins and Salika Winiata. We haven't seen too much of Winiata, the top point scorer at the Rugby World Cup stands in Moscow in 2013. And there's another restart that goes awry. So it's advantage back with New Zealand.
It's so interesting. The level of intensity in this final is so different from some of the pool matches we've seen, which were played with real pace. This is all about mind games, isn't it?
It's been 2 long days of competition. And at the end of it, it's a grueling 10-minute each way. Brazier, a neat little sidestep. Gets away from Kaslik to McAllister. Hauled down inside the Australian 22. I'm happy, says Leah Berard. That it was done illegally, and again Australia have stolen it on the ground, and the last person up there was Pelite. Kaslik looking to get the ball back inside. A deliberate knock forward by New Zealand. And Australia will start again from their own 22. Oh, Shannon Parry won't thank Emily Cherry for that hospital pass. It had a Red Cross written all over it. Oh, lovely switch. Kaslik again. There's a telepathic understanding between these players, and this is the try that'll bring Australia back on terms. Round under the post goes Emily Cherry. Wonderful, wonderful score for Australia. Exactly as Tim Walsh called it at the break.
Kaslik involved again, and Cherry. We've seen this so often, and it was a bunch of forwards chasing her. Woodman on the inside. No way was she going to catch Cherry.
Cherry just breezed away from the New Zealand defence, and this conversion from Chloe Dalton, oh my goodness me, struck the upright. Wow, how did that happen?
Well, she's new to the game too, a basketball convert. She does have a very handy drop kick, but that time it failed her. Precious situation.
Oh, she's just holding her head there as she comes off. Very disappointed, but she'll be comforted by her colleagues at least. It's level the scores. 10 points all. And this one is going to go down to the wire. Woodman looks to get away from the attentions of Alicia Quirk. McAllister is there. Webber is there. This is Brazier. Into midfield. Lovely pass out wide here to Ruby Tui. Take that, she says, to Ivania Pelite. Snapped up, cut out there by Shani Williams, and Australia in the hunt now, and looking strong, it has to be said. Kaslik just about manages to hold on to possession. Williams consolidates Australia's position here. Cherry, the try scorer that brought Australia back on terms, goes to ground just outside the New Zealand 22. It's all hands to the pump here now for New Zealand, as Amy Turner, who's just come on, is flattened by Kayla McAllister. But she's done well, though, to retain possession. Quirk, Australia going backwards. Crucial moments, these. And again, it's Cherry here, out on her own, the kick and the chase. She won't get there first, but can she put pressure on Taylor Nathan Wong? Yes, she can. Now then, did Nathan Wong carry the ball over? And if she did, it's going to be a scrum for Australia. Yes, it is.
That's what the referee has ruled.
I thought for a split second there that Emily Cherry had given up the chase, then one lung-bursting effort just shoved Nathan Wong over the try line. Now, could this be the decisive moment in this final? The tide will turn, said Tim Walsh. Fear it might be for New Zealand at this stage.
Thank you.
On comes Katarina Kat Fata Simpkins, wearing 9.
Time's on. Time is on. Yep, it's okay. Crouch.
So deep breaths.
Bind. Set.
Kaslik just rolls it in. Picked up there by Alicia Quirk. The gap opens up, does it? Good defense from Nathan Wong.
Lost forward.
Lost forward. So a chance then for New Zealand. They have possession through Salika Winyata, the replacement. As Sean Horan empties his bench here. Portia Woodman up against Elia Green. Woodman is away over the halfway line, over the 10-meter line. Portia Woodman, can she win it, I wonder, for New Zealand? Brilliant, sensational score for New Zealand. Portia Woodman, she's out on her feet. But what an effort that was.
She is a legend in the making, isn't she? Because she's played this entire game. Elia Green had fresh legs. Look at that, in and out.
Thank you.
Stops and starts again. Green's right there, but Woodman just puts the hammer down. She must be fit and saves the day at this point for New Zealand. Still, there is time to come.
Certainly is, but that was class from Portia Woodman. The kick. Oh, is excellent. Well, we saw Chloe Dalton hit the upright from close to down the other end. But what a strike that was. In off the post, they all count, and that might be crucial. Come the final whistle, New Zealand back in charge, 17-10. Most tries scored in any tournament, claimed by Portia Woodman. She had 12 in Guangzhou last year. Most tries here in Sao Paulo. Ghislaine Landry, a decent haul herself, 10 tries. 1 minute, 14 seconds. Australia need to score twice. And here they come through Ivania Pelite. Can they force this game into extra time, I wonder? Shani Williams hauled down just inside the 10-meter line. This is Amy Turner. Couldn't live with Portia Woodman. Kaslik to Shani Williams. Australia needs some inspiration from somewhere. Will they get it from Alicia Quirk, I wonder? Turns, lays it back for Williams. It's been called for by Kaslik once more.
Penalty advantage.
And down the middle goes Tiana Penitani. The youngster just come on the field. Again, it's Alicia Quirk. There's a chance here. Oh, she didn't spot a player out wide on the right. It's a loose ball. Who's got it? I think it might be Pelite. The clock runs down. This time it's Ruby Tui who has it, and New Zealand will get the penalty with 13 seconds to go. All they need to do is run down the clock, retain possession. I wonder whether Sarah Goss knows that it's in the bag for New Zealand. I can't see a clock anywhere around this ground, but there is the klaxon. Woodman to Salika Winyata, who boots it away out of play. And New Zealand, courtesy of that brilliant effort from Portia Woodman, have won their second tournament in a row. They came from behind to defeat Australia in Dubai in November. They struck first blow, they led at the break, but Australia came back at them. But that touch of class from Portia Woodman has given New Zealand maximum points here in Sao Paulo.
Thank you.
Wow, that was a fight, it was a battle. And sometimes it's the X Factor players that do it for you. And Portia Woodman is one of those. What a weapon to have, New Zealand. But gee, Australia, fine effort from them. They are the Kiwis' greatest rivals at this point, aren't they?
Great call, but
They weren't firing on all cylinders yesterday morning, first time out, but they grew throughout this tournament. And certainly, but when these two teams clash, it's always going to be a huge game.
Oh, okay.
And as it has proven once again, Tim Walsh, he'll be disappointed. But Sean Horan, he'll be absolutely elated with yet another brilliant performance from his squad. Gail Broughton, she was injured yesterday evening, hobbling around there, but she'll live to fight another day.
Gabby, good call on that. I just thought I was happy with where it went.
So.
Well, Sarah Goss, how do you describe that win?
It was bloody tough, but man, we're so excited, and as you can see, the girls are just stoked to get a tough one like that.
You dodged a few bullets in the qualifying rounds before getting the chocolates here.
Yeah, we always said that day two is the final day, it's always the hardest, and teams now are putting us under pressure, and they're all improving, so but we made it, so it's good.
And your thoughts on Portia Woodman's tournament here, 12 tries?
I'll tell you what, she's going from strength to strength, she's coming back from an injury, and she's outstanding.
It must be nice to lay a marker down here ahead of Brazil next year as well, ahead of Rio.
Yeah, definitely. We want to qualify for the Olympics and make that top four, and this is helping.
And just lastly, how do you celebrate tonight? Is there a bit of samba dancing in store?
Yeah, I'm sure there will be.
Enjoy the win.
Thank you.
Yeah, fantastic win there by New Zealand, and we just caught a glimpse of Portia Woodman being awarded with the Player of the Tournament trophy that it is, and sharing it with her colleagues. It's been a team effort, but boy, 13 tries here, and it's the most tries ever scored in a tournament by Portia Woodman. And as we heard there from Sarah Goss, returning from injury, it promises to be one exciting season again for the New Zealanders. Just to remind ourselves that the top four teams, of course, at the end of the sixth tournament season will qualify automatically for the Olympic Games in Rio, and Australia still there, of course, in second place. They've consolidated that position here with the runner-up spot in Sao Paulo. Mark Egan from World Rugby presenting medals there. Sami Yap, the chairman of Brazil.
He's dishing them out pretty quickly too, it's like a factory line.
Well, it's that samba that's been promised, I think. That's why they're in a little bit of a hurry here.
I think they missed Tongi Silva.
They missed Tonigato, certainly, of Australia, from a rugby league background. Tim Walsh, disappointed, but he's been here before.
Yeah, Australia won this tournament last year, and they were leading New Zealand right to the last minute in Dubai just a couple of months ago.
Yes, it was a reversal, wasn't it, really, of the performance in the final of Dubai the year before, when Australia came from behind, clinched it by 37-25, I think it was. But you can't take anything away from this Sean Horan coached squad. Kylie McAllister, Charlotte Scanlon. Valuable contributions all round.
About this New Zealand team, they've actually had a couple of injuries, Carla Hohepa and Hani Hireme also, so they've still got more world class to call on.
Wow, when you think of the depth in the New Zealand squad, and all these squads now, of course, are professionals, and here is the coveted Sao Paulo trophy, delivered here by Sami Arap, the president of Brazil Rugby, and hands it to Sarah Goss, the victorious New Zealand captain. New Zealand are the tournament winners here in Sao Paulo in 2015. their second success of the season, following on from that in Dubai in November. So we'll congratulate the New Zealand squad on a marvellous effort, and a special congratulations go to that young lady in centre frame, Portia Woodman, on her marvellous achievement in crossing for 13 tries, 5 of them in one game against France last evening. And one selfie, and if you have a look at your Twitter account, it'll be there for you in next to no time. So this is how the World Series table looks after 2 tournaments. New Zealand out in front, extended their lead over Australia by 4, and England still in 5th position, just outside the automatic position. France there, 28, and look at Brazil up in 9th place now with 10 points. It's been their tournament, certainly their best ever tournament, and there will be everything to fight for again when the Women's Sevens World Series travels to Atlanta in Georgia next month. And as we join the New Zealand squad then for the ever-popular haka, and one you've done once or twice, Melody Robinson.
Well, this is a different one from the one we used to do. This is created specially for the girls. The women's haka, of course, quite different from the men's. They don't poke their tongues out, they keep their legs in a bit closer, but just as spectacular.
Well, it's very unladylike to poke your tongue out, isn't it? So here we go then. So with the rousing haka from the winners of the Sao Paulo tournament, New Zealand, we bid you farewell from Sao Paulo. On behalf of the commentary team here, Melody Robinson, Sue Day, Sean Maloney and myself, Wayne Griffith, and the production team ably led by Steve Jameson, we thank you for your company. I hope you've enjoyed the rugby. Join us again when the tournament moves to Atlanta in Georgia, USA next month.